All right, what's up, guys? And we are live. What's up? What's up? Welcome to the debrief. I got Scott Ritter in the house, man. Scott, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, thanks. Yourself?
Good, man. Good. I know we're short for time because you have some obligations in about 50 minutes or so. So I just want to kind of get right into it, man. Update us on what's been going on with you, some of the projects you've been doing, and then we can kind of go into the whole Russia stuff. And also introduce yourself, too, for those that don't know who you are.
Well, let's see. I'm a former Marine Corps intelligence officer, got experience in weapons inspections. I was a weapons inspector implementing the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty in the Soviet Union back in the 1980s, 1990 period. Basically helped write the book on on-site inspection. Served under General Norman Schwarzkopf during the Gulf War. I was his Scud missile technical guy. Got involved in the counter Scud operation, trying to interdict Iraqi Scud missiles before they got launched against Israel. And then I guess the combination of those two experiences got me invited to the United Nations and after the war to be a weapons inspector in Iraq to disarm Iraq of its weapons of mass destruction programs. I did that job for 7 years. I resigned in 1998 in protest over what I believe was U.S. interference in the work of the inspectors. And I've been a critical voice, speaking out where I deem necessary when I think U.S. policy is failing. I think a lot of people misinterpret my criticism as being a lack of patriotism, but I would challenge anybody who thinks that a former Marine who has gone to war for his country and served his country to the extent that I have would ever be anti-American. I'm probably the most pro-American person you're going to meet. It's just that I have a very high bar for how I want my country to perform. And I take my duties and responsibility of citizenship, very important. I believe that the government works for me, and therefore it's my duty to hold the government accountable for what they do in my name. I have, for the last couple of years, been very involved in issues pertaining to Russia and trying to improve U.S.-Russian relations. Over the course of the past 2 years, I made a couple trips to Russia. Got to meet the Russian people, tour the place, and I've been working on trying to shape policy. Last year, I was very heavily involved in trying to prevent a nuclear war, and we had some success. I mean, some of the projects that I were involved in actually resulted in the Trump administration, first as a campaign and later as president-elect, in making major alterations to their policy regarding Ukraine that helped put us on a path of preventing a nuclear war with Russia. And today I continue to work very hard to promote arms control. Some of the projects I'm involved in today is the process of making a documentary movie called 38 Minutes. That 38 Minutes refers to the period of time in January 13th of 2018 when a ballistic missile alarm went off in Hawaii. You might remember they got the alerts on their phones. It said, "A ballistic missile is inbound, seek shelter. This is not a drill." And for 38 minutes, the people of Hawaii thought they were going to die, that a missile was coming in, it was nuclear war, and there was nothing they could do. And people were calling their families, crying, trying to hide their children, coming to the realization that that life was over. And some questions I asked people on that one is trying to put yourself in their place. Imagine being in Hawaii, receiving this alert, or being wherever you are, being in Miami, receiving the alert, missiles inbound, and there's no place. You're going to die. In 38 minutes, you're going to be dead. And once you come to the grips of that and you accept your fate, if I told you could go back in time 6 months, what would you do to stop that missile from coming in? What would you be willing to do to get changes in policy, knowing that if you fail, you're going to die, that missile is going to be launched? And then the question I ask is, why aren't you doing that now? Because that missile's coming inbound. So that's one of my projects. A big one I'm working on, I'm pretty excited about it. If you remember 1985, Phil Donahue, you remember Phil Donahue, the famous broadcaster, just passed away. He worked with a Russian broadcaster named Vladimir Posner. And they did something called Space Bridge. It was the Citizens Summit, very famous at the time. They brought Russian audience and American audience together to ask each other questions, just average citizens off the street. This is the 40th anniversary of that. And on June 18th, I'll be the moderating the American side in Space Bridges 2, where we will be having a dialogue between American citizens and Russian citizens, just asking each other questions, doing basic citizenship diplomacy, citizen diplomacy. So I'm excited about that. The bottom line is, I'm trying to break through this this Russophobia, this fear of Russia that exists in America today, that is exploited by the government in order to sell policies which promote Russia as the enemy. Russia is not our enemy. The last thing in the world Russia should ever be is our enemy. And there's every reason for Russia to be our friends. They're wonderful people, wonderful nation, and we just we have to get to know them. And so that's what I've been working on, a lot of effort to try and get Americans and Russians talking and hopefully not shooting nuclear missiles at each other.
Scott, thank you for that. And that's why you're probably one of my favorite people to interview. You're always a wealth of knowledge. I gain a lot of wisdom from listening to you, and we're happy to have you here. And this is precisely why, because I think we don't have enough people that have the knowledge, the experience to be able to understand the ramifications of bad geopolitical decisions, right? When it comes to warfare and everything else like that. And the analogy you gave with the 38 minutes it's true. We can really make a difference in whether we go to war or not. And I think we've had so many decades of peace that people forget what war is like. And, anyone that is, because you're very anti-war, I'm the same way. And I think having people that are not just experienced and understand how the world works and understand our adversaries, we need people like you to really be at the forefront of the situations, because you understand Russian culture, you understand how they think. Obviously in American media, they get deemed the boogeyman. And, there's many different reasons why we have this conflict. But what I will say, can you kind of give the audience a quick overview of the conflict over the past 3 years? And I guess we can kind of get into the things that have been transpiring the past 2 weeks, because there's been a lot of escalation. Obviously Trump frustration with Putin, the drones and everything. But maybe kind of give them a quick overview of what's been going on the past 3 years, why the war started for someone that might not be too familiar. And then we can get into the past 2 weeks.
Sure. Before I do that, just real quick, I'm not anti-war. I was a United States Marine. Mm-hmm. War is my business.
Of course.
War is my life. I just believe that we have a duty and responsibility to exhaust all possibilities short of war before making the decision to go to war. That before we ask American men and women to give their life for their nation, that it's a cause worthy of the sacrifice.
Fair.
I think that we are far too frivolous with war, that we have people in power who are too quick on the draw, too quick on the gun. They don't seek diplomacy, they don't seek to try and solve the problems non-violently. I'm a big fan of what I call jaw. That is, as long as old men are talking, young men aren't banging. And that's a good thing. So it's not that I'm anti-war, I'm just anti-stupid war. I'm anti-wars that don't need to be fought. The analogy I use is, are you familiar with To Kill a Mockingbird?
Yeah.
There go my dogs.
Yeah.
Atticus Finch, the lawyer in To Kill a Mockingbird, his kids thought he was weak because he tried to reason. He was a lawyer. He sought solutions through law. And they felt that, he wouldn't punch people. He wouldn't, take the path of violence. And they looked down on him. But when the rabid dog was loose in the street, threatening the entire community, the sheriff came to him and handed him the rifle and told him to take the shot. And his kids were like, why did you give it to my father? He's a pacifist. They said, in the war, your dad was the best shot in the unit. He killed more Germans than anybody. That's how I feel the military should be. We don't want to use them, but when we got to use them, they got to be the best shot ever and ready to kill. So, and that's an important thing to bring it up, because there's a lot of people who, when you use the term anti-war, they get turned off because they're like, well, wait a minute, there's threats out there. Oh, yeah, there are threats. There's bad. Evil walks this earth. And we had better have people capable of dealing with that evil and winning. And that means that we have to prepare for war. We have to have people who train for war. We have to budget weapons. And we if we're going to fight a war, we have to win that war. So I'm not anti-military. I'm very pro-military. I'm not anti-war. I hate war because I've done it. I know what it's about. But look, I always tell people I love dogs. You got one right there next to you. Dogs are the best thing in the world. I got 4 of them. You just heard them bark. I would never do anything to harm my dogs. Never. But if there's a rabid dog in the streets, that dog's got to die. And I'll be the one to kill it. because that dog's not a dog anymore. That's not the thing that we love. It's turned into something that's hateful and seeks to destroy. And there's evil in the world. So now we come to the Ukraine situation. A lot of people would like you to believe that this war began in February of 2022 when Vladimir Putin ordered Russian troops across the border. That's not the case. Just a quick history lesson, ladies and gentlemen. The CIA has been working with Ukrainian nationalists since 1948 to undermine the authority of both the Soviet Union and then later Russia. The Ukrainian nationalists I'm speaking about is an organization, was the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, Bandera Faction. Bandera Faction is named after Stepan Bandera, one of the modern leaders, or the leaders of modern Ukrainian nationalism. He was an ally of Adolf Hitler. The Banderists fought on the side of Adolf Hitler. The Banderists slaughtered tens of thousands of Jews, hundreds of thousands of Poles, hundreds of thousands of Russians. They are white supremacists. They believe that they are the superior race. They view Russians as subhuman. They view Poles as subhuman. They view Jews as subhuman. And the CIA has been working with these people since 1948 to serve as a tool of American policy in Russia. In 2014, the CIA empowered these Ukrainian nationalists by launching a coup to oust the constitutionally elected president of Ukraine, Viktor Yanukovych, and replace him with nationalists handpicked by the United States to purge Ukraine of its Russian essence. Basically, they were brought into power to eliminate the Russian language, Russian culture, Russian religion, and any ability of Russia to use the significant Russian population of Ukraine against the interests of the United States and NATO. Vladimir Putin is the president of the Russian nation. He has said this in a speech in 2005. He said, "I'm not just the president of the Russian Federation, but the Russian nation." And the Russian nation is defined by people with common heritage, culture, language, religion. He said in that same speech, and it's been misconstrued by many, that the greatest geopolitical tragedy of the past century was the collapse of the Soviet Union. And people went, that means that all Putin wants to do is become the next Soviet Union. They didn't listen to the rest of the speech. Because overnight, he said, tens of millions of Russians became homeless. People who, while it was the Soviet Union, could live in a republic like Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Ukraine, Uzbekistan, and others, and be part of a family of nations looking to Moscow for leadership. Overnight, these Russians didn't have a home. They couldn't look to Moscow. They had to look to the respective capitals, and they were treated, in many cases, poorly as subhumans, etc. He said, it's my responsibility to protect these people. Ukraine is home to millions of Russians. And in 2014, when the United States empowered these nationalists to come in and declare war against the Russians, when I say declare war, I mean declare war. Ladies and gentlemen, look up Odessa in May of 2014, the trade union. Look at how the Banderas surrounded the building, set it on fire, and then wouldn't let people leave. 48 people burned to death. Take a look at the Ukrainian nationalists kicking the bodies of the people that fell out of the building to make sure that they're dead. Look at the train of peace they sent to Crimea full of these Nazi thugs that was turned around by the Russian people that said, no, you will not come here. That's why Crimea became Russia, because they didn't want to be ruled by these Banderists. Look at how the Banderas behaved in the Donbass, that region that currently is the center of the conflict today. When people talk about the rape of Mariupol, they're talking about how the Banderas came in 2014 and seized control of this Russian city, murdering, raping, pillaging the Russian population, intimidating them. Look at the, on April, I think, in April of 2014, the Ukrainians declared war against the Russians of Ukraine, an anti-terrorist operation. The Russians became terrorists. In June, they dropped bombs on Donetsk and Lugansk, bombs on civilians. That's what this war is about. It's about Russia defending the Russian people against the deprivations of the progeny of Adolf Hitler. Literal Nazis. These aren't theoretical Nazis. This isn't just a play of words. These are Nazis, people whose direct lineage goes back to the fascist ideology that empowered Adolf Hitler in the 1930s, and they were active participants on the side of Adolf Hitler during the Second World War, carrying out the atrocities. They were the concentration camp guards. These are the people that would put people in. If there's a movie, gosh, I can't remember the name, about a young Belarusian boy during the Second World War. And it shows how these Banderas with their Nazi overlords came to a village, put people in a church and set the church on fire, killing hundreds, burning them to death. They did this over and over and over and over again. These are the people that are in control of Ukraine today. And Russia tried to make peace with these people. You know, in 2014, Russia tried to implement what was known as the Minsk Accords, a negotiated settlement with Ukraine brokered by France and Great Britain, France and Germany, that would say that the Ukrainians just had to change their constitution and respect the rights of the Russian people. Russia wasn't looking for territory. They weren't looking to steal land. They just said you have to respect the rights of the Russian people. Ukraine wouldn't do it because the nationalists wouldn't happen. They invaded. Now, the Russians assisted the Russian people of Donbass. They surrounded the Ukrainian army in a village called Dpgthing in 2014, 2015, and they were going to wipe the Ukrainian army off the face of the earth. The Ukrainians panicked, called in their French and German allies, and they negotiated the Minsk II Accords. Angela Merkel speaks in her book about how she called Vladimir Putin and begged him, pleaded, said, don't kill these people. I know they were wrong. I know they went in there. I know they were murdering the citizens of the Donbass, and I know they're surrounded now and you want your revenge. But we want peace. Peace is more important. Please, please, please let them go. And Putin agreed. And they let the Ukrainian army go, and they began a peace process, the Minsk II Accords. But now we know Angela Merkel, who was the German chancellor at the time, Francois Hollande, who was the French president at the time, and Poroshenko, the Ukrainian president, have all acknowledged today that Minsk II was a sham. They use that word. It was a sham. They were never wanted peace. What they wanted was to free those Ukrainian troops and buy time so that NATO could retrain the Ukrainian army so it could go back and finish the job. In 2015, the United States built a major training facility in Western Ukraine, where we brag openly about training 1 battalion of Ukrainian troops, 500, every 55 days to NATO standards so they can go from Western Ukraine to the east for the sole purpose of killing Russians. We brag about that. We did that from 2015 to 2022. It was never about peace. Russia tried to make it work. It didn't work. In June of 2021, Biden met with Putin in Geneva. You might remember that. It was back when Biden, did one of the dumbest things of the many dumb things he's done, where he said before the meeting, Vladimir Putin, I looked in his eyes and he's a killer, a stone cold killer. Well, how do you have diplomacy with a killer? But that's just Joe Biden. But in that meeting, Putin said, you guys are worried about us moving troops inside Russia because the United States is like, you're not allowed to move troops inside Russia. But what they were doing is responding to the amassing of 60,000 Ukrainian troops near the Donbass. And they said, if they invade the Donbass, we have to respond. So we're putting our troops. He said, we won't move our troops in Russia in a way that scares you if you just implement the Minsk Accords. Biden promised Putin that he would order Tony Blinken, the Secretary of State, to do just that. That was in June. In September, Blinken went to Europe secretly and began sending Ukraine Stinger missiles, Javelin missiles, and more weapons. No intention of implementing Minsk. It was a sham. He was buying time to arm them. The Russians found out. They confronted the Germans and the French in October of 2021 and said, hey, are you going to implement Minsk or not? They said no. So then the Russians said, okay, Minsk is finished. We're not talking about Minsk anymore. They put forward a draft treaty in December, said we're looking at a new European security framework. All we want is for you to say that Ukraine will never be part of NATO. That's it. That's all we want. We wouldn't even give them that. They began direct negotiations with the Ukrainians, pleading, don't join NATO. We just want an agreement with you. Ukraine wouldn't do that. They amassed another 60 to 80,000 troops ready to invade in late February, early March, and Russia launched a preemptive attack. It's legal under Article 51 of the United Nations Charter, preemptive collective self-defense. Russia recognized the independence of Lugansk and Donetsk. They created a collective security agreement, and based upon that collective security agreement, Russia said we have to preempt the impending attack by Ukraine on the members of this collective security agreement. Totally legal construct, one that, oh, by the way, NATO invented in going into Kosovo. For all you people out there that say Russia carried out an illegal war of aggression, they used the NATO playbook. All right. And they didn't do anything wrong. Russia has been seeking peace. The Russian objectives in this conflict initially weren't to occupy Ukraine, defeat Ukraine. It was to get Ukraine to the negotiating table. 6 days after Russia went into Ukraine, Ukraine did just that. They met in Gomel, Belarus. They had 3 meetings, I believe, in Gomel before they went to Turkey. By the end of March, early April, they had a peace treaty, the Istanbul Communique, a peace treaty that would have brought an end to this war. It was initialed, ready to be signed. The United States and Great Britain couldn't allow this to happen. We ordered Boris Johnson into Ukraine. He confronted Zelensky, and they tore up the peace deal. So Russia had to continue this conflict. We then poured hundreds of billions of dollars of military equipment into Ukraine for the purpose, to quote Lloyd Austin, the former Secretary of Defense, of strategically defeating Russia, a nuclear power. We now want to strategically defeat them in Ukraine, turn Ukraine into the Russian Vietnam. And we poured all this money, the new Lend-Lease program, we said, invoking World War II, which was, by the way, a conflict against the Nazis, but this time our Lend-Lease is in support of the Nazis. And we enabled the Ukrainian army to rebuild and launch attacks against the Russians. The Russians hit pause, mobilized, began this war of attrition that's been going on ever since. Russia is winning this war. If we take a look at, with the sanctions and everything, there's not one aspect of this conflict where Russia is losing. Their economy is thriving, 4.85% growth. The Western economy is collapsing and deindustrialization as we speak. The military, NATO admits today that Russia is producing 4 times the amount of artillery shells than all of NATO together. And NATO's been trying for years to boost their artillery shell production. Can't do it. More tanks, more artillery, more aircraft, more everything. Russia's producing everything. 30 to 40,000 men are being mobilized every month voluntarily, volunteering to go and fight. People say, oh my God, that means they're replacing the dead bodies. 175,000 Russians were mobilized in this fashion, volunteered from January 1st of this year until the end of May, 175,000. Of that 175,000, about 140, 150,000 were formed into 2 armies, new armies that are getting ready to be introduced in this battle, increasing the Russian military capabilities. About 25,000 were used as combat replacements there's about 600,000 Russians operating in Ukraine today. 25,000, that's a big number, 25,000, that heavy casualties. But in 5 months, if you have 25,000 casualties in a scenario where every month you're recruiting 30 to 40,000 people, you ain't losing that math game. You're winning that math game. Russia's getting stronger and stronger and stronger. Ukraine, on the other hand, has a military that's shrinking. The casualty ratio on many days is 20 to 1 in favor of Russia. 20 to 1 in favor of Russia.
Wow.
Some days it's just 10 to 1. Some days it's 15 to 1. But it ain't 1 to 1. It ain't 2 to 1. It's 20 to 1 in some days, which means the Russians are just slaughtering the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians invaded Kursk in August of last year. They've been kicked out now recently. They lost nearly 80,000 men in that proposition, 80,000 men. The Russians had casualties, but not 80,000. The Russians probably had in the area of 6,000 to 10,000 casualties. Significant casualties. I'm not denigrating it at all, but I'm just saying that the Ukrainians are suffering losses they cannot replace. They're run out of everything. They have no air defense today because all the billions of dollars of air defense we sent in there, they fired all the missiles, or all the missiles were destroyed by the Russians. And today the Russians could do anything they want over the skies of Ukraine. Russia is winning this war. Now the question is, how do we bring this war to an end? But the answer is you can't, because Russia has set conditions. They say that Ukraine can't be a member of NATO. They say that Ukraine must demilitarize, that Russia will not allow Ukraine to have this large NATO-trained army. There can only be 50,000 Ukrainians, and there can be no NATO involvement. Ukraine has refused that. They say denazification. Russia's not going to play this game, letting Nazis. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, 27 million Russians died, Soviet citizens died during the Second World War, defeating the Nazi horde that invaded and occupied Russia and committed horrific crimes against Russians. 27 million. And if you think the Russians are ever going to forget that crime and ever allow the same ideology that was responsible for the deaths of 27 million to reside inside a former Soviet republic next door to Russia, you're high. Isn't going to happen. And so Russia will continue this conflict until Ukraine no longer has Nazi government and Ukraine no longer has a NATO-trained military, and they will never allow Ukraine to be a member of NATO. And as long as the West says, no, we don't agree with that, then this war will continue. And Russia can outlast the West. Russia, in their last round of negotiations in Istanbul, said, it took us 21 years, they said, to defeat the Swedes. That's back in the 17th century. Ended up in the Battle of Poltava, where they destroyed the invading Swedish army. 21 years. They said, we can fight this for another 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. We'll do this as long as it takes, but we are going to win. There will be no yielding. On the West, on the other hand, we're panicked. We want to get out of this war, but we don't know how to end it. Well, that's okay. I just spoke to a former advisor of Ukrainian presidents from Kuchma in the early 2000s to Yanukovych up to 2014. He's now in Russia advising the Russian government. And he said, of this conflict, he said, think about it this way. Ukraine is on fire. Normally, you'd want the fire trucks to come and put out the fire, save the building. But he said, when the building is built on the premise of Nazis, NATO military and NATO presence, the best firefighting strategy is let the building burn down. And that's what Russia's doing right now. They're going to let Ukraine burn down. And as long as the West continues to support Ukraine, the fire will just burn longer and hotter and bring about more destruction. But the bottom line is this building we call Ukraine, as it exists today, will not exist when this war is over.
Wow. So let me ask you this. Obviously, Trump has been, he campaigned on, I'll get this war done in 24 hours. I guess he maybe simplified how complex this conflict is and, overestimated his ability. He's getting frustrated. What are the main points that Ukraine will not concede on that is keeping this conflict going? Is it the NATO? Is it the NATO expansion? Is it the Zelensky's got to resign? What is the main thing that's hanging up negotiations?
Well, the main thing is there's no such thing as Ukraine.
Okay.
In the last round, and not this round that just finished, but the first round of negotiations that took place in Istanbul a couple of weeks ago, Medinsky was speaking to Umerov, I think the Ukrainian Secretary or Minister of Defense. And the Ukrainian turned to Medinsky, who was the lead Russian negotiator, and he said, you Russians are lucky. You only have one boss you have to report to. We have 3. Now, I asked the former advisor to Ukrainian presidents what he meant by that. Who are the 3? And he said, I don't know, but he said, my guess is that there's the Ukrainian president, but the way Ukraine works and given the corruption of Ukraine, one of the most important people in Ukraine is the presidential advisor, who's Yermak, who operates independent of the president. In fact, without him, the president would fall. And so you have to deal with the president and Yermak, who has his own constituency. Then the third is the United States at the head of NATO. People need to understand this. Don't think of this as a war between Ukraine and Russia, because the United States doesn't think of it that way. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has recently acknowledged that this is a proxy war between the United States and Russia. Ukraine is an American proxy. But I just want to say that again. The United States, a nuclear-armed power, is at war with Russia, a nuclear-armed power. So it's not about what Ukraine wants. It's about what the United States wants. Keith Kellogg, who is the special advisor to President Trump on Ukraine issues, former lieutenant general, just gave an interview last week where he said similar things. He said that this conflict is a proxy war between NATO and Russia, with Ukraine as the proxy. Now, NATO is a North Atlantic Treaty Organization. It's an extension of American national security policy. So basically, it's the United States at the head of NATO is one of the 3 bosses that the Ukrainians have to report to. So when we say, what do the Ukrainians have to do to bring this to an, it's not what it's what the United States is willing to do. And this is where Trump is confronted with his own hypocrisy, because it's the United States that started this war. And it's the United States that continues to insist on unrealistic outcomes. We've lost this war. We've lost it. There's nothing we can do to change this outcome. Yet Donald Trump now wants to distance himself from the fact that we started this war, that this war is being fought for American policy objectives, and pretend that somehow he's a neutral party, and yet still insist on imposing American conditions as if we're winning the war. Telling the Russians, you have to do this, you have to do that. Well, you know what? In order to dictate to the Russians, you got to first beat the Russians. And you ain't beating the Russians. They're beating you. So the winner gets to dictate, and the Russians are the ones doing the dictating right now, and Trump doesn't like it. He doesn't know how to deal with it. I don't know what was going through his mind when he said 24 hours. He now later said, well, that's just figure of speech. I was joking. Okay, haha. Now you've become more realistic. It's going to take months. But as long as Donald Trump pretends that the United States has the ability to impose an outcome on Russia, to dictate to Russia. There will never be peace until Russia kills everybody. And I don't mean Americans, but all the Ukrainians. Again, fighting fire. The Ukrainian house is on fire. And the firefighting tactic used by the Russia is to let it burn down. And the Russians are going to keep applying the fire and applying flame until it does burn down.
Wow. So I guess in your professional opinion, you're saying there's pretty much nothing we can do because the war's already started and they're not going to stop until Zelensky's out of power, NATO expansion never happens, and he gets rid of, I guess they don't have an armed forces. You said 50,000 would be the max number? These are the terms the Russians want, basically?
Yeah, it's the terms Russia's going to get.
Yeah.
Because they're going to kill all the Ukrainians.
Now, why don't we just, why don't, you know, because obviously Trump has been saying, hey, I don't want no more conflict here. It's costing us a lot of money. I think this is kind of why he struck the mineral deal, to try to offset some of the cost of this conflict. Why doesn't Trump agree to that? Is there what's holding him back, or is it something, maybe Zelensky? What's holding him back? Because I could see that's kind of reasonable to some degree. Hey, we want you to demilitarize, no more NATO expansion, and we want Zelensky out of power. I mean, these things seem fairly reasonable. Why won't the United States agree to that?
And let me just reinforce that last one, Zelensky out of power. You saw what happened this weekend with the 2 attacks on bridges.
And we'll talk about that one next. I wanted to get your opinion on that for sure, but sorry, keep going.
All right. Well, I just want to, we'll get into the details of that, but I just want people to understand that those were terrorist attacks. Those weren't military action. Okay. The people that carried those out weren't wearing military uniforms. They were wearing civilian uniforms, and they went in and they carried out attacks in a way that can only be described as terrorism. So now you're the Russians and you have the Ukrainians carry out these terrorist attacks against critical infrastructure. How can you're not going to negotiate with these people. You're not going to, there's only one thing to do with the terrorists. And we know this, kill them, kill them. Zelensky's a dead man walking. And so is everybody who was involved in these attacks. The former Russian president, Dmitry Medvedev, has said, you know, what they want us to do is overreact. What they want us to do is come in with a massive retaliation. Why? We're winning this war. Why should we do anything different? He said, that which needs to be destroyed will be destroyed. And those who need to be liquidated, eliminated, will be eliminated. But that'll be done on our timeline, not anybody else's. Why doesn't Trump do this? Well, here's the problem. I don't mean to be too critical of the president, but he doesn't know a damn thing about Russia. Nothing. He keeps talking about how he's a good friend with Putin. He's not a good friend with Putin. He doesn't know anything about Putin. I could prove that in 5 minutes. I could ask him just basic biographical questions about Vladimir Putin. Because, for instance, if I was to say, hey, I know about you, Myron, I know all about you. And I know your background. I mean, I know how you think because I know who you are. But then I couldn't say where you were born, where you went to school, where you were educated. I couldn't say anything about you. How do I know you if I don't know anything about you? And Trump doesn't know anything about Putin. So that's the big problem. The other problem is because he doesn't know anything about Putin, he's a prisoner of the people who advise him. And so he has 2 schools of people surrounding him, people who are inclined to be realistic about the situation in Ukraine. People like J.D. Vance, people like Tulsi Gabbard, people like RFK Jr., Steve Witkoff, who's turned out to be one of his special negotiators here. These are reality-driven people, and they say, look, we have to deal with the present reality. But then he's countered by traditional neoconservatives such as Marco Rubio, who is the Secretary of State, who hates Russia and everything about Russia. Keith Kellogg, who is a neocon from way back, who hates Russia, everything about. Scott Bessent, his Secretary of the Treasury, who believes the only way out of this is to sanction Russia to death, as if people haven't tried that before. So he has this Jekyll and Hyde.
That failed. Sanctions haven't done anything.
Group that's trying to, so who does he trust? What happens with Trump, I believe, is the last person to whisper sweet nothings in his ear at night, and the first person to whisper sweet nothing in his ear in the morning is the policy position he takes, because he's all over the map. So if Tulsi Gabbard can get to him and give him a common sense brief, or if J.D. Vance can talk to him, Trump will take a common sense approach. But God, if Marco Rubio gets to him, or Keith Kellogg, next thing you know, he's posting something on Truth Social that's completely different than what he said the next day. He's all over the map. And it's impossible to make sound policy when you're that chaotic.
Wow. Okay. So I guess we can get into what's been going on the past 2 weeks. You mentioned that these were terrorist attacks. From what I read, they're saying, I think it was the SBU that ran these operations, which is like their equivalent to maybe FBI, CIA combined. Obviously, the SBU, this is the organization that was behind Gonzalo Lira being tragically killed, so I'm not a big fan of them. But that's what they were reporting, that they're the ones that ran this operation. Is that fake news, or because I know you mentioned that it was plainclothes terrorists, so is it because they're more of a law enforcement intelligence agency that they're doing these attacks that would be considered terrorism? How would that be deemed as, because Western media is not calling it that. That's why I'm asking.
Well, terrorism is a criminal act.
Yeah.
Usually a criminal act that has some political overtures, but it's designed to terrorize a population. So first of all, the destruction of these two bridges, these weren't military actions. These were terrorism. They blew up a bridge that took out a civilian train. They killed women and children. They injured dozens of women and children. It didn't work. By the way, the trains are running today. They blew up the bridges, killed some people, but it didn't stop anything. This drone attack is, again, an act of terrorism. It's not a military action. To be a military action, the vehicles would have to be painted with military colors. The men operating the drones would have to be wearing military uniform, carrying out the orders of their government in an overt fashion. Let's go to World War II. If you remember the Battle of the Bulge, the Germans had this organization called the Brandenburg Division, the Brandenburgers. And the Brandenburgers were people who spoke perfect English, and they wore American uniforms. They drove around in Jeeps, and their job was to infiltrate the American lines and spread confusion and carry out attacks and assassinations. Many of them were captured. You know what we did to them when we caught them? Shot them on the spot, because they weren't soldiers. They were terrorists. They were criminals. They were spies. They were saboteurs. They aren't protected by the Geneva Convention. And so what Ukraine did was acts of terrorism. It didn't change anything on the battlefield. That's what I want people to understand. It didn't change a damn thing on the battlefield. This drone attack that they did, first of all, hats off to them. I mean, as a professional, like a year and a half preparation inside Russia, heavy counter surveillance, and you pulled this off. Great. But there's an old saying: if you're going to strike the king, kill the king. And so what Ukraine did by launching these drones attacks was striking the king, striking Putin, striking Russia. 50% of the drones didn't work. 2 of the trucks didn't participate in the attack. Of the other 2, 1 got in a couple blows, but the other ones were largely shot down. Very ineffective attack. 4% of Russia's strategic bombers were impacted by this attack. All Ukraine did is guarantee that the Russians now will destroy them with even greater intensity. So nothing good came out. But here's the thing that all Americans need to understand. This attack was against Russia's nuclear bombers. And let me give you a scenario. You're familiar with the Trump administration basically declaring war against the Mexican cartels, are you not? You're familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what would you do? What would you think is if the Mexicans sent cartel members in, or used cartel members already in America, and then outside of Oklahoma City, they got a warehouse and they bought trucks, and they modified the trucks to hold drones. And then they took these drones and they parked them outside of Whitman Air Force Base in Missouri, where our B-2 bombers are. They took the drones to Barksdale Air Force Base, where our B-52 bombers are. Or they took it up to Minot, North Dakota, where our other B-52s are, our 3 bases where our strategic bombers are. And they launched these attacks against our strategic bombers. And then we found out that they were helped by the Chinese and the North Koreans. And this was part of a grand strategy to eliminate America's nuclear deterrence capabilities. Would the average American go, oh, gee, I guess that's just too bad? Or we'd say, blow the hell out of Mexico. Take the cartel off the face of the earth. Take China and North Korea out. This is an act of war. Because that's what happened. The United States and Great Britain worked with the Ukrainians to create these drone motherships and sent them off to hit Russia's strategic nuclear bomber force. Now, Russia has a nuclear doctrine that was just promulgated last year. And in that nuclear doctrine, they say that Russia can use nuclear weapons. These are the conditions under which Russia can use nuclear weapons if they are attacked by conventional weapons in a manner that threatens their strategic nuclear deterrent. Well, holy cow, that just happened, ladies and gentlemen. Now, everybody who says, well, I wish that attack was more successful. Had it been more successful, you would be dead. Because when Russia responds, it's everything. That's how it works. They push the button and all the missiles go out and everybody dies. So don't wish for things that you don't understand the consequences of. The other thing is, if a non-nuclear state attacks Russia with conventional power in a way that threatens the existential survival of Russia, and they are assisted by a nuclear power state, then Russia will treat this attack as if it came from the nuclear power state and respond accordingly. We helped the Ukrainians, the British helped the Ukrainians execute this operation. The operation was carried out by a non-nuclear state, Ukraine, acting at the behest of nuclear powers, striking Russia's nuclear deterrence. Russia has every right under their doctrine to blow us off the face of the earth using nuclear weapons. So next time people criticize Vladimir Putin, I say shut up and give a prayer of thanks that Russia is governed by a man who is responsible, who is pragmatic, resilient, and resistant to pressure to carry out acts of revenge. Because if this was the United States, I don't think the world would be so lucky, because we're very vengeful people. Just look at how we responded after 9/11. So, this is a terrorist attack that put the life of every American at risk. Did you buy into this, America? Did you buy into it, Myron? Did you wake up Sunday morning and go, today's the day I'm ready to die for Ukraine? I hope Volodymyr Zelensky does something crazy, like launches a drone attack against Russia's strategic nuclear force so that Russia can nuke me. I want to die today. Nobody woke up saying that. Nobody woke up saying that, but that was the reality. When you woke up, that choice was taken out of your hand and put in the hands of a madman in Kiev. A madman in Kiev. And the only reason why we're alive is because of the wisdom of Donald Trump or Marco Rubio, is because of the patience and the understanding of Vladimir Putin. And no matter how much I respect the Russians, I don't want to live in a world where I depend upon Vladimir Putin to keep me safe. I'm an American. I want to depend upon the sound policies of my elected officials. And right now, they're asleep at the wheel. Trump says he didn't know about this. How do you not know about it, Mr. Trump? The CIA was ordered to help the Ukrainians carry out this very kind of attack. They've done it before. Before Trump became president, the Ukrainians, using an American-trained special operations unit, penetrated Russia, went to Engels Air Force Base in the middle of Russia, where they launched the attacks against Ukraine and launched an attack against strategic nuclear bombers there. We've done this before. That's why Russia changed their nuclear doctrine, because of things that the CIA has done in the past. We ordered the CIA to facilitate this. Did Trump ever give the order to stand down? Now, Trump may not have known about this, but you can't order the CIA to do something and then get surprised when they actually do it because you didn't say, oh, hit the off switch. There's a lot of on switches on right now that date back to Trump's first term. Remember, Donald Trump's the guy that built 20 CIA bases in Ukraine designed to carry out covert operations against Russia. Donald Trump did that. And then Biden, who actually took this to the next level, none of those switches have been hit off. They're all on. And until Trump starts going in, not only hitting the off switches, but declaring that he hit the off switches, Russia has to perceive the United States as continuing to implement these policies that directly threaten their national security and their existence as a nation state.
Yeah, because it seemed that because he was expressing some frustration when he said Putin's a crazy man when he got off the plane, I remember, because he said, hey, we were in the middle of talks and then they launched this attack, and then a week later, then Ukraine responded and they launched their attack. So maybe he did know, maybe he didn't. But I guess
so there's a modification to that.
Yeah.
Because you said Putin's crazy, but then the reporter said, you are aware that the Ukrainians tried to assassinate Vladimir Putin using a drone attack against his helicopter.
I was going to ask you about that too.
I wasn't aware of that. That could change things. Oh, yeah, it changes things. I mean, this is the president of the United States who said if Iran tries to assassinate him, Iran will disappear as a nation state. He made that statement. Iran never tried to assassinate him, doesn't want to, but he put it out there that way. Well, Ukraine tried to assassinate the president of Russia. And again, I just want to tell the American people, if they had succeeded, you would be dead. Because one of the first things that happens when the Russian president is killed is that the Russians shut down and implement their strategic retaliation plan, because they're assuming that assassination is a precursor for an attack against Russia by the nuclear forces of its enemies. And America right now is classified as an enemy because we are supporting the Ukrainians in this war against Russia. So had they succeeded in killing Russia, we'd be dead. Again, did you vote for that? Is that something you wanted? And the fact that our president was ignorant of it is either a sign of his absolute unfitness for leadership or a failure of our intelligence, or both.
Wow. So I know that they were supposed to have another round of talks in Turkey. Obviously, you know, the assassination attempt, Russia attacks them and, you know, hits a couple of areas, the biggest airstrike they said in the past 3 years, and then Ukraine retaliated with this last operation. What do you anticipate is going to happen from here? Has Russia responded to Ukraine yet based off this last drone attack with the trucks and them doing it secretly? Or and then what are we going to talk about when it comes to the diplomacy in Istanbul?
Well, the Russians will continue to go through the motions of diplomacy. They're not going to give people like Lindsey Graham and Richard Blumenthal an excuse to seek to put sanctions on Russia. So if diplomacy fails, it's going to be because Ukraine and NATO and the United States failed. Russia will continue to participate in a meaningful fashion, as they did in this last round. You know, the reason why Ukraine launched this drone attack was to try and promote or provoke a Russian retaliation. And then Ukraine would have said, we can't go to this meeting because Russia's behaving irresponsibly. Or to get Russia to say, well, we can't deal with the Ukrainians because they're terrorists and all that. And the goal was to sabotage these deals. Russia said nothing, sent their team, and their team carried out their diplomatic tasks. And they left with another meeting on the table. That's the last thing the haters of Russia wanted. They wanted these diplomacy to be finished now. But now Russia's kept the ball going. And Russia will continue to keep the ball going while they destroy the Ukrainian military on the battle. You know, you say, you speak of the Russian actions and then Ukrainian actions as if they're equal. This is the equivalent of Mike Tyson in there knocking the crap out of people, knocking them out, and some, you know, third grader running around and you know, pulling Susan Rottencrotch's pigtail. All right, it's a pain in the neck to Susie, but it's not. It's meaningless. You're just pulling a pigtail. That's all Ukraine's doing is pulling a pigtail. Mike Tyson's knocking the crap out of champions. Russia's right now knocking the crap out of Ukraine, literally just pounding them to death. And all Ukraine can do is go around and pull pigtails. There's no equivalence between the two actions at all. This thing ends when Russia says it ends. And right now, as I told you, and I think your audience needs to understand this, Russia's fighting fire with fire. The Ukrainian house is on fire, and Russia's going to help it burn down. And that's just the way it's going to be. And it's tragic, but the United States doesn't want peace. We're not meaningful interlocutors here. NATO definitely doesn't want peace, and Ukraine doesn't want peace. The only people who want peace are Russia, but nobody will listen to them. So therefore, they're going to bring peace the Atticus Finch way. They're going to shoot the rabid dog. That rabid dog is named Ukraine.
So just to be clear, because I want to make sure I kind of have this, you know, solidified. So the terms that Russia wants to end the war is no more NATO expansion, Zelensky out of power, demilitarize down to 50,000 troops. Are those the three main points that Putin wants, or is there anything else?
There's a fourth one too.
What's the fourth?
The territory that Russia has annexed is part of Russia and will be recognized as Russia. That means Crimea, Kherson, Zaporizhia, Donetsk, and Lugansk. These are constitutionally part of Russia. The people who voted in referendum to join Russia, it brought them in. And Russia says that Ukraine has to leave all of the territories, and these territories must be recognized as. And now Putin has put in another thing. He said, because you invaded Russia, we will have to build a buffer zone separating the Russian border and Ukrainian border. It's about 150 kilometers deep. And they named Chernihiv, Sumy, and Kharkov as three places where this will happen. And Russia right now is in the process of building that buffer zone. So these are new realities. And then Ukrainians were put on notice that if they continue to be obstructive to this peace process, then they won't be talking about losing 4 territories, but losing 8 territories, which means Russia will then say, well, then we're going in to protect the Russian population of Odessa, Nikolaev, Dnipropetrovsk, and Kharkov, and probably Sumy as well, a 5th territory, because there are large Russian populations there. And Russia has said that we're here to protect the Russian people. And if the Ukrainian government continues to treat the Russian people as second-class citizens, they've outlawed the Russian language, they've outlawed the Russian Orthodox faith. Russia won't allow that, won't tolerate that. When they talk about new elections, getting rid of Zelensky, it's about putting in a government that will put in a new constitution that protects the rights of the Russian people. Zelensky refuses to do that because he's under the control of the Banderas Nazis of Western Ukraine. So these are the Russian conditions.
Okay, so five things basically, and those are the things that they can't come to an agreement on. It seems.
Oh, Russia's come to an agreement.
Well, I mean, on the western on the western side, you know,
this is like a cop pulling me over and me saying, look, we need to come to an agreement on the speeding ticket.
Yeah.
The cop's like, yeah, you sped. Here's the ticket. You're going to court. No. We need to come to an agreement on this. There's no agreement to have.
Gotcha.
Only one side gets to dictate the outcome here.
Gotcha. And the United States and I guess Ukraine still think they have some type of leverage when the reality is like, hey, these 5 things are happening and you need to basically just allow it to happen, which they don't want to.
Or die. Fair.
Wow. So I guess, because I know you got to get going here, and I guess I'll kind of maybe end off there, and you tell me when you got to leave. But what do you predict is going to happen then from this point forward? I mean, it seems as though we're kind of at an impasse here. One last thing. The territory that you talked about that Russia would basically take, what is that? Is that about 20% of Ukraine that they would be taking, or a little bit more?
Well, they've already taken.
Or sorry,
20%.
that they want to.
If they continue, Russia's going to take anywhere from 40 to 45% of Ukraine.
Okay. What do they currently have now that they've taken? What percentage would you say?
20%.
About 20%, and they want 40.
They don't want 40. Russia didn't want 20. Understand, when this war started, Russia made no territory. Russia annexed Crimea because it's 98% Russian, and the Nazis came in and Russia said, no, that's not going to happen. Plus, it's home of the Sevastopol naval base, and they're not giving that up.
Strategic,
The Donbass, Russia didn't want to absorb it. Russia just wanted the rights of the Russian people there respected. But it wasn't until NATO injected $100 billion of military aid, empowering the Ukrainian army to launch an attack, that Russia said, you have no interest in respecting the rights of the Russian people. So therefore, we're going to take these, we hold a referendum. They held a referendum September of 2022, and the populations of Kherson, Zaporizhia, Donetsk, and Lugansk voted overwhelmingly that they wanted to join Russia. This is a right of self-determination under the United Nations Charter. And Russia then said, you're in. But Russia, has not said that, we're going to take Odessa, Nikolaev, Dnipropetrovsk, and Kharkov, where predominantly Russian populations. They said this is Ukraine, but you have to protect the rights of the Russian people that live there. And if Ukraine refuses to do that and continue to bring harm to these people, then Russia will have no choice but to protect the rights of those people by assuming responsibility for those people.
Wow. Okay. So the 5 standards: no more NATO expansion. Zelensky out of power. No more than 50,000 troops. Demilitarize and basically official recognition of the territories that Russia is basically taken over. So those are the 5 things that basically Ukraine and the United States are reluctant to fully accept, even though we have no leverage.
But it's not just that, but the Ukrainians would come back. You ready for the Ukrainian position?
Yeah.
Russia has to leave all the territory.
Oh, really?
Russia has to,
They're
Russia
still trying
has
to say
admit that it's wrong. Russia has to pay reparations. Russia has to turn Putin and others over to a trial. So you tell me which side's realistic and unrealistic.
They're still trying to push for that?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. It's incredible, Scott, because, Western media never actually talks about Russia's demands. They just say that Russia's unreasonable and they can't come to the table and make a deal. But they never actually talk about the 5 things we just discussed, which is what Russia's looking for, which, to be honest with you, me just looking from the outside in, I think it's fairly reasonable. Yes, does it put Ukraine in a position, a vulnerable position? Yeah. But this is kind of to their own doing almost. So it's like.
But again, put Ukraine in a vulnerable position. Ukraine is ruled by literal Nazis.
Yeah.
So why do we care about putting Ukraine in a vulnerable? Did we care about? Could you imagine Dwight D. Eisenhower saying, the Russians going into Berlin, that's putting Adolf Hitler in a vulnerable position. I mean, the Russians coming in and assaulting Berlin and surrounding the bunker. I mean, why would you do that to Hitler? Why would you compel Hitler to commit suicide? That's putting him in a vulnerable position. No, it's like, good, surround Berlin, kill Hitler, kill the Nazis. That's what it was about. These were the most evil people on the planet. And today we ignore the fact that Stepan Bandera, the national hero of Ukraine, fought side by side with Adolf Hitler. He is responsible for the murder of tens of thousands of Jews. The Banderists formed the heart of the concentration guard, the camp guards. In 1943, they carried out a massacre in Wolin, Poland, 110,000 Polish civilians. And I mean, this isn't just killing people. These guys went into villages, surrounded the villages house by house. They would go into the homes of the Poles, and they would literally butcher the husband, gouge his eyes out. They would rip the babies out of the stomach of mothers, or take the babies and hammer them to chairs and then cut them to pieces while the mother watched, and then rape the mother to death, All the while, a female choir of Banderist women would be singing songs outside to drown out the cries of the people inside so that the rest of the village wouldn't be scared. These are the people that we support with our money. The hatred that exists in Ukraine is unbelievable. And how do you cure it? These are rabid dogs. These aren't normal people. And Americans need to understand who we're giving our support to. These are not good people. This is a hateful ideology, one that my uncles, I don't know if your relatives fought in the Second World War, but many Americans had relatives fight in the Second World War. We fought against Nazis. We fought against these people, and yet we're giving them our money and our support today to fight the people who are our allies in World War II, the people who sacrificed 27 million in the cause of defeating Nazi Germany.
So before I let you go, what are the casualties looking like right now? I know they're kind of hard to get because both countries are kind of keeping their cards close to their chest. But what are the casualties looking on the Russian side and on the Ukrainian side?
Oh man, you're talking about
best estimate
here. But I'll give you a guesstimate. My guess is that the Russians have suffered between 140 and 180,000 dead, and 300, 400,000 wounded in this fight. My guess is that the Ukrainians have suffered in the vicinity of just under 1 million dead. It could go over once you start counting the bodies. And then you add to that another million and a half wounded. And so, the Ukrainians have suffered in totality maybe 2.5 million casualties, and the Russians have suffered in totality just under 500,000 casualties.
Okay. Yeah, and that's like, I'm assuming probably your conservative estimate at the best.
Yeah, it's a rough estimate, but I just want to put this in perspective for Americans. During the totality of World War II, fighting both the Germans and the Russians, we suffered a little over 300,000 dead.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So in Vietnam, a war that broke our back, it took 10 years to kill nearly 60,000 Americans. So here we are in 3.5 years of fighting. We're talking about 1 million Ukrainian dead and, just under 200,000 Russian dead. People don't understand the scope and scale of the fighting, the violence, the level of violence. This is high intensity modern warfare. Life is meaningless on the front lines. It's a new kind of warfare with drones flying around. It's mind boggling. And most Americans don't understand that. We think of maybe Saving Private Ryan, or we think of Fury when we talk about this, or World War II models. This ain't that, guys. If you go and take a look at some of the Terminator movies where the people are running underneath and you got the drones flying overhead. Yeah, that's the way it is. As you get close to the battlefield, the drones are there, and if they see you, they kill you.
Yeah, I've seen videos of both Russian and Ukrainian soldiers like hiding in the woods, and you can hear these loud like things, and they're just there avoiding the drones. It's completely different. Let me ask you this.
Tanks can't mass. We used to talk about massing armor. You can't mass tanks because the drone storm will come and blow up all your tanks. So the tanks have to come in ones and twos, protected. It's a whole different way of fighting war. And unfortunately, I got to go because my wife will divorce me. But
no worries. Scott, it's always great having you on. I know you got to get going. Thank you for bringing this to light, because I think a lot of guys in the chat got educated on what Russia wants versus what Ukraine's trying to demand, and that's very eye-opening because mainstream media is not saying this stuff, right? Probably because they know that the Western stance is ridiculous. But thank you, man, for coming on.
Okay, thanks for having me. Have a good day.
Take it easy, Scott. Guys, go check him out on Substack. All right. Let me go ahead and switch this stuff. Interview. Give me 1 sec, chat, while I fix this real quick and give you guys a black screen. Okay. Give me 1 second and just... yeah, I know you guys are probably like, yo, why the black screen, man? Oh, I know why. It's because I got this thing on. Let me close it. All right. All right, we're back. Welcome, guys. Welcome. All right, now, guys, I know a lot of you guys, it's hilarious because I started the stream and some of you were like, oh, man, he's actually on time. I'm not used to this. So if you guys missed part of the interview, obviously feel free to rewind it. But obviously stay on stream and keep watching. Let me go ahead and see if Mel is available so that we can go ahead and cover Diddy. If not, we can go ahead and watch some law and crime updates. You guys enjoyed that interview, man? It's always good talking with Scott, bro. Wealth of knowledge when it comes to foreign policy, especially when it comes to Russia, Ukraine. You know, I was not familiar with all the terms that Russia wanted, but now it makes more sense why, you know, negotiations have stalled. You know, now it kind of makes sense. And, you know, mainstream media has not been saying any of this stuff. All right, let me go ahead and read some of these chats. Bear with me, guys. All right, so we got here, and guys, I'm only going to be reading 5 and up, but I'll read the ones that came in before, just because these came in before I read the chats. So let me go back here. Okay, so Alan Hurd says, the world is going to see what happens when you poke the bear. If you think Putin ain't going to make a statement, he has Ukraine is on eggshells for the next 6 months. Putin is a czar, and he don't care about sanctions. America ain't ready for war, okay? Then Alan Hurd follows up with, this the type of dude I could talk war stories with real shit. America's gone soft. We let hoes think they run shit, and this is the consequences. Russia, let's see here, hold on. Russians and Czechs are the only 2 equal adversaries to us. The rest is clock work on Chets as hitters. Okay. Give me 1 sec, ninjas. All right, let me see if I missed anything else. D. Alameda, I'm curious about your thoughts on whether free speech has ever existed. Governments may not have anticipated technology's role in spreading information. Today, dissenters face backlash leading to false allegations of free speech and illusion. Look, we're never going to have, you know, free speech absolutism, right? Even though I think that's where we should aspire to try to get to. But yeah, I mean, free speech is always under attack, man. You have to defend it. Alan Hurd said, Putin is backed by Trlal, gold, oil, minerals, men. Africa is Putin's ace. China is next. Taiwan is next. Ukraine isn't going to survive. Putin will have his revenge. It ends if you give him what he wants before he starts using them big bombs. Okay, Frank, go to your bed. Let's see here. I think I read all of these. All right, cool. So from this point forward, guys, I'm going to read 5 and up. And then we got Isle of White Privilege, like the video. Appreciate that. Milan says, Scott, maybe you addressed it already, but my theory is that latest Ukrainian attack was actually allowed to happen. Unchecked trucks went inside Russia just like that. Yeah, I mean, there's always the potential of, you know, a false flag or whatever it may be. So yeah, so guys, for you that just joining, welcome. Obviously, we just wrapped up a great interview with Scott Ritter. We talked about the conflict, the history of the conflict, how we got to here, what and how, you know, what's probably going to happen next, and why it's been very difficult to get a ceasefire going and bring peace. And then I read some chats. If you're watching on YouTube, guys, $5 on MyronGainsX.com. Or if you're watching on Rumble, $5 Rumble Rant. Or if you're a Castle Club member, I read all Castle Club chats, no matter the price, only $1. Also, I might start implementing call-ins for the show soon, guys. I did get a device that allows people to call into the show with this mixture that I have. So that might be something that I incorporate later on, maybe only with Castle Club members or membership guys, where I'll wrap up a show, and then, we'll chop it up with people that call into the show and give their takes on different things. But this is something I'm thinking about doing later. But let me see. Okay, so Mel, he didn't respond yet. And to his defense, I didn't really tell him about coming on today. So we can go ahead and maybe just go on Law and Crime. Shout out to them. Let's see. I might have an interview lined up with them as well, guys, if I go back out there. So let's see here. Let's see. All right. Let's go ahead with. Okay. Okay, I think I got something here. All right. So we'll watch both of these. We got a Woman Freaks Out and Diddy trial.
All right, welcome back, everybody.
And we're also going to cover Elon Musk, guys, Sudan, and some other news as well. But we'll kick it off with P. Diddy.
We have with us long crimes reporter Elizabeth Milner, who has been inside that courtroom for every day of testimony and things that are not even testimony related, including an outburst today and apparently someone getting banned.
I might update on Diddy case, guys. I might go there next week. I'm heavily contemplating going back. I did enjoy it. It was fun. So I might go back. I'm still trying to weigh it out. Coordinating with Fresh and going from there, because obviously I don't want to leave Fresh back with a whole bunch of stuff to do. But I'm contemplating going back for a few days and then coming back before Friday so that we can go ahead and do some street debates. But that's what I'm anticipating. But we'll see. We'll see.
And from court, Elizabeth, it's good to see you. Let's start with what happened here. So you're in court. What did somebody say? And also, I understand somebody else is now banned from being in that courtroom. Talk to us.
Someone asked if we did Palantir. Yes, we did Palantir. I went over Alex Karp yesterday. We watched a bunch of his interviews. Summary for Palantir, guys. Alex Karp's a retard. He speaks in a pretentious, pompous manner, thinking he's smarter than he really is. Obviously, they're equipping Israel with the technology that they're using to kill all these people. Product called like Lavender and some other types of things where they're using it to assess Palestinian targets. And quite frankly, I don't think it's a good idea that Trump is handing over American citizens' information to a for-profit tech company that works for intelligence agencies and militaries, right? I don't think that's a good idea to hand that personal information over. So, it doesn't get more deep state than Palantir. I just don't trust these guys. I just don't. And we know that Alex Karp is a huge, huge Zionist. So, a big supporter of the Israeli war. And if you're wondering, yes, he is. Okay. So, yeah, I just don't like Silicon Valley tech guys having sensitive information like that work for foreign governments. It's just not acceptable in my eyes. So, yeah, I'm not a fan of Palantir having that level of power.
About it.
Yeah, so Jesse, this happened first thing this morning. It was outside of the presence of the jury. We were actually talking, or not we, as far as the press is going, but the arguments were about Mia's testimony and possibly introducing some jail calls. So I was listening, taking notes, and then all of a sudden I'm hearing screams.
And just so you guys know, Mia, if you're wondering, is one of the witnesses that is testifying against Diddy. I would argue she's more than likely the government's top witness. And the reason why is because they've taken great lengths to protect this woman's identity. Lil Lejean says, in 2011, Scott Ritter was convicted of several criminal offenses engaged in blah, 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 blah. Yeah, look, I am familiar with the thing with Scott Ritter. He's explained that already in the first interview that we had with him. It was BS, bro, basically. But yes, I am familiar with that. He explained it on one of my shows already. But feel free if you want to go where he explains that. When we interviewed him the first time roughly 2 years ago.
Screaming going on. And it's for
and guys, the reason why this drawing is here is because federal courtrooms don't allow for cameras. So this is how they show what's going on. And we got the Brimless with the big $100 super chat. Thank you so much, bro. He says, yo, can you feed these? Oh, Lord. Okay, man. I appreciate it, bro. I appreciate it. Man, I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that greatly. You guys are fucking funny, bro. All right. What else do we got here? TPC Films, Joy Castle Club Premium Now Ninjas, being able to have a personal call with Myron for CC members only is a major W, and get in now before the price goes up, because we're going to speak out to our fear every other show is only fair for the price for CC goes up. That's the major value. Yeah, we got something special for you guys on Castle Club tomorrow as well. So stay tuned. It's going to be huge. Like the video, ninjas. Appreciate that. Milan says, Scott, can you address? Oh, no, we read that already. So yeah, anyway, like I said, when it comes to Mia, guys, she is the government's one of the government's main witnesses alongside Cassie. And the reason I know this is because they're doing everything in their power to protect her identity. But Diddy's defense team has done a fantastic job of destroying her credibility, by the way. Okay, absolutely destroying it. And showing that she was was talking with Cassie all the time. Her stories might be questionable because they post a lot of her IG posts where she's praising Diddy, right? Yet she's over here claiming in court that, he was assaulting her and graping her. So Brian Steele, this guy, real quick, I've talked about him quite a bit in this trial, but I want you guys to kind of put a face to the name. This guy right here, he's YoungThugs lawyer right here, as you guys can see. He's done a fantastic job on cross-examination, and he basically single-handedly destroyed this woman yesterday. She made the allegations that Diddy raped her on 4 different occasions. He's been abusive. He beat her, all this other stuff. And what Brian Steele did was he did a deep dive on her resume. He did a deep dive on her social media posts. And, one story she gave, for example, was, hey, Diddy took my passport and I couldn't leave. And then Brian Steele had her resume that showed that her duties were to maintain people's travel documents. So he's like, how is it that Diddy had your passport when that's your job? Then she talked about how, she was overworked and all this other stuff. And then again, Brian Steele looked at her resume and said, well, here in your resume it says that you're willing to work, long hours, 24 hours where you're supervising and managing celebrities. And then she's like, oh, well, Diddy assaulted me. Then he's like, oh, well, is it not true that you and Diddy are, continued to be friendly after you left? And she was like, what do you mean? And he pulls up like 40 Instagram posts of her saying how much she loves Diddy or whatever. So, Brian Steele did a fantastic job of really embarrassing this woman and hurting her credibility. And, this is the woman that Comey, the main AUSA on this case, the main prosecutor, she was the one giving her direct examination. Typically, when the lead AUSA is giving you direct examination, that tells me as a former agent, that's probably the top witness for the government. So, and then all the other things I mentioned of them trying to protect her name, not putting her real name out there, making sure the artist doesn't draw her face. All this stuff leads me to believe that's the star witness. And the fact that Brian Steele absolutely demolished her, is really good for the Diddy team. Really, really positive for him. Now, mind you, the government has 20-some plus witnesses, but that's what kind of happened yesterday with the Mia cross-examination.
From a woman who we've been kind of noticing has been causing a couple of troubles here and there, just as far as court goes. She was removed from the overflow room during jury selection.
Oh, I think I know who this woman is. Bro, there's this shit crazy woman, dude. I think I know exactly who she's talking about. Chat. So there's this fucking batshit crazy fucking woman, dude, that literally talks all the time and is in the fucking overflow rooms spectating. It's fucking annoying. This chick is so crazy. She showed up, right, in a fucking MTA uniform. Okay, like the New York MTA. Let me show y'all niggas real quick, bro. Bro. Bruh. She showed up in bruh. She showed up in one of these right here. Like one of these, bro. One of these types of uniforms. The hat was different, but she showed up in one of these. Bruh, this woman is insane, out her fucking mind, bro. And she would show up to court either in that uniform or doing other weird shit. And she never gets in the main courtroom, but there was a few times where we had these overflow rooms. As I've explained to you guys before, the way the courthouse works is the main courtroom, you can only fit maybe 10 or 20 people in there that are the public, that aren't the press. So if you don't get in the main courtroom, you end up going in these overflow rooms, and there's a bunch of them all throughout the courtroom. And there's a monitor in there where you can watch the trial and hear everything going on. It really isn't that much of a difference from being in the main courtroom. But regardless, this woman, I've seen her a couple of times. She's fucking batshit crazy, right? I saw her show up one time in an MTA uniform. When she hasn't worked for them in years, apparently, she got fired, and now she walks around with the uniform. She comes in on other days looking like a weirdo. And whenever you're in the overflow room, she'll give commentary sometimes. Everyone's they're taking notes, it's quiet, right? And she's over here fucking giving her opinions that bitch lying. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck, man? Bro, every single fucking time, man. So I guarantee you that's probably one of the chicks that they fucking did this shit with, man. Which I'm not surprised. This bitch is crazy. It's probably her. I already know who they're talking about. Chat. So anyway, let's keep going.
And she was removed from the main courtroom today during these arguments. And so I'm writing down my notes. I'm jotting everything down. But even just the
crazy bitch made it into the main courtroom, bro. God help us.
backstory of this particular woman. We in the press have been referring to her as the MTA lady. It's not.
Oh, yes, it is her. Let's go. I fucking told you guys, I did not watch this video before. I just knew it's got to be the MTA bitch. And there you go, because that bitch wore a uniform, bro. Nigga. Guys, when I tell you that this bitch is crazy, I am not kidding around, dude. And she been showing up every day to the courthouse, man.
Necessarily confirmed whether or not she actually works for MTA, but she always kind of comes in with an MTA jacket, and that's how we kind of have remembered her. So I'm just going to give you guys the low that we had kind of had bets with amongst us in the press just about how long it would take before something like this were to happen again, because we were thinking that she would cause trouble just right off the bat, and then lo and behold, it didn't take very long for her to kind of stir up some trouble and for the marshals to escort her out. So from what I heard, it was just cussing, it was yelling, mainly from her. And then I saw just 4 marshals just try to grab her. She was saying things along the lines of, oh, you.
And just so you guys know, there's different types of marshals in the courtroom. They got like these court marshals who are kind of like contractors. They're not like official U.S. deputy marshals, but these guys do more courtroom security. And then there's typically like a U.S. marshal or 2 that run the courtroom, and then they have like 3 or 4 of these guys in the jackets that help out.
Your gun against me, that type of thing. And she was threatened, I believe, with the taser, but that didn't happen. We didn't see any of that. Yeah. And so from our understanding is after this incident, after.
All right, nigga, I got to go back, bro. I might have to go back, bro.
Kind of the marshals escorted her outside of the courtroom. As far as what was going on inside for the judge, he went back to business as usual. But from my understanding, she was just kind of dismissed from the courthouse altogether, and likely won't be able to come back in, and likely won't be able to come back in the courtroom too. But even as far as just the incident of somebody revealing Mia's true identity and I guess saying this over a live stream or in a video, that type of thing, that was also brought up shortly after the incident of the woman having the outburst inside the courtroom today. And so what we did learn about that, it was somebody who was actually sitting on our side of the press, not with a NYC verified press credential, nothing like that. But what it's been kind of alleged is that it was somebody sitting on our side who kind of works for a blog or a media outlet, that type of thing. And that after court yesterday was doing this video, doing this live stream, and was essentially talking about Mia and wasn't referring to Mia as her pseudonym, was instead referring to Mia as her true identity. And so what AUSA Emily Johnson discussed with the judge today is that she didn't see this individual inside the courtroom today, so there was no further, I guess, talk about what was to happen next. But if this person were to show up once again, then they'll definitely not be allowed back into the courtroom, and I doubt even into the overflow room at this point either.
Well, Elizabeth, that is quite a way to start the day. And let me tell you something. We just got a super chat comment from Donnie Z TV. Great reporting, Elizabeth Milner. So there you go. So you got a bunch of fans on.
Yeah, I might do something with her when I go back. So we'll see what happens.
Online, but talking about that, talk to me real quick, because I know you have to head back into court in a little bit. Eddy Garcia takes the stand. Now, you and I talked about him yesterday, because yesterday he was intending to invoke his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. You know, ears perk up. What's he going to say? What did he do wrong? And he was granted immunity to testify. So
okay, so this is the guy that that Mel was telling us about before, that was getting the immunity to testify. And I don't know where the hell he came from, this guy, but yeah, basically, yeah, that's basically what they were saying. Let's see what he had to say. So
this former security guard from the Intercontinental Hotel, what were the highlights?
Oh, so he's the second security guard, because there was the other one of Flores. Remember, you guys remember the first witness that they put on the stand was actually the Intercontinental security guard, who's now LAPD cop. They brought him on, so there's another guy from the Intercontinental, this dude right here.
Of his testimony.
Well, I thought Eddy Garcia had a lot of highlighted moments during his testimony. So yes, we did see him invoke his Fifth Amendment right as far as self-incrimination. far as self-incrimination goes, just yesterday. And then we saw him actually take the stand today. And so he was questioned by AUSA Mitzi Steiner. And so the basis or the kind of the meat of his testimony had to kind of be surrounded by what had happened on March 5th of 2016. Anyone who has been following this case knows that that was the exact day of the Intercontinental Hotel incident. And so what we learned from Eddy Garcia is that he is now 33 years old. However, at the time that this incident occurred, he was just 24 years old. He was working for Securitas, who we kind of know a little bit about from Officer Israel Flores' testimony, who was one of the first witnesses called by the government to testify essentially against Sean Combs, aka Diddy. So we were learning just about who the director of security was, and that was a man named Bill Medrano. The assistant director of security was Officer Israel Flores. And so Eddy Garcia was talking about how he's still friends with Israel Flores, saw him a couple weeks ago, but they didn't talk about the substance of their testimony. But Garcia said he saw a TikTok about his testimony. So I thought that part was interesting. So we see an exhibit photo of the employee sign-in sheet, where you see on the day of this incident that we see Eddy had worked from 2 p.m. till 1:30 in the morning. And so we saw some extra overtime because he normally gets off at 10 p.m. But instead on that day, he got off at 1:30 in the morning. And so he was saying after this incident occurred that we know from Officer Israel Flores' testimony that Diddy was kind of trying to buy his way out of this, trying to say like, hey, I got some money, can you make this go away? But then from Eddy Garcia's perspective, he said he got a phone call from somebody, and it wasn't necessarily Diddy at first, but we heard from him today that Christina Quorum had called him, and he said he was even kind of nervous and a little apprehensive about how Christina Quorum got not only his work number, but his personal cell phone number too. And so then there was kind of a sidebar, and the sidebar was pretty lengthy because right before the sidebar had happened, Christina Quorum said something along the lines to Eddy Garcia that Diddy was intoxicated that night and didn't remember what was going on. But they were pretty much trying to obtain the one and only version of that security tape. They wanted to buy it off of the hotel, and initially they were going to purchase it for about $50,000. However, Diddy gave them double that of money. He gave them $100,000. And that money was divvied up pretty much. It was divvied up $50,000 to the director, or it was divvied up $50,000 to Bill, who was the director of security.
All right, maybe he was scared because he took the money, so he didn't want to get charged with the bribery, obviously. Because the other guy claimed he didn't take the money.
Henry Elias, who also works at the hotel, was given $20,000. Eddy Garcia kept $30,000 to himself and actually used the money to buy a used car.
All right, that's why he wanted the fucking thing. Drewski said L. Scott. Okay, bro.
And we kind of slowly got into what Eddy had to do in return for this money, and that was to sign an NDA. We saw kind of a copy of this NDA inside.
Now, what I will say is when the prosecution gave their opening statements, they did say that Diddy bribed the security guard. And it's interesting because when they brought the first security guard on, the guy Flores that I told you guys about, he claimed he didn't take the money. So I was like, wait, hold on. I thought the government said that one of the witnesses took the money. So this is clearly the guy that did take the money. So there were multiple security guards that worked at the Intercontinental Hotel. The first one, Flores, who's a cop now, did not take the money. But this guy did. So now that makes sense why he needed immunity to testify. Because, you know, at the end of the day, like, they could go after him for bribery.
At the courtroom, where it was pretty much saying that you're not to discuss this, you're signing away that you are giving away the one and only copy. And as far as Eddy Garcia is concerned, he said the next time he saw that this video, because he thought that he had turned over the one and only copy through a thumb drive to Diddy, he thought that was done. He thought that this incident was.
But the other guy, Flores, had it recorded on his phone, if you guys remember, the first witness that came, because he wanted to, he obviously wanted to show his wife.
Over. He was going about his business until he saw the video once again playing on CNN, and it's a video that.
Oh boy!
Oh shit!
I could only imagine, bruh. Yo, he thinks he's all good. He made that money. Hey, I'm good. You know, I gave the last copy over, and then he opens up fucking CNN, and it gets millions of views of Diddy hitting Cassie with the
Falcon punch,
bruh. Holy.
A lot of us have seen at this point, and possibly even some jurors too.
Yeah,
the jurors definitely saw it, bro. There's no way they didn't. I know that, like, and that, honestly, guys, I think when the voir dire, I don't even think that was really like a disqualifying thing just because of how widespread that fucking video is. I'll tell you guys this, though. I guarantee you the government is pissed that thing leaked. I guarantee they were pissed as fuck. Because that's one of their main pieces of evidence. So for that to get, hit the press months before a trial, it gave Diddy's team plenty of time to prepare for it even more so.
I find that fascinating because legitimately, this goes, as we've been talking about, to the bribery allegation, one of the underlying crimes of racketeering. And clearly...
Yes, and that's another reason why this is important, chat, because bribery, though it is let me see if I remember. I think it's 18 U.S.C. 201. Let me see if I am correct. 18 U.S.C. 201. Or, no, sorry. Oh, let's go! Let's go! Bro, I've been off the job for years, but I still remember these fucking statutes. Yeah, bribery of public officials and witnesses. Bam, there you go. So, now this charge, guys, to be honest with you, is not a very, we're talking about probably less than 5 years with this thing. Bribery isn't that big of a charge. However, within the confinements of a RICO case, it is considered a pattern of racketeering activity. Okay, and this is because obviously the mafia used to pay off or intimidate witnesses through bribery and violence and intimidation tactics to get them to not cooperate with the witness. So, with the government. So this makes sense that bribery is absolutely a pattern of racketeering activity. So that is why this matters more. It's not so much that the guy took the money and he got bribed. It's more about this was a part of an element within the criminal organization, the Diddy enterprise, so to speak, that the government is trying to, articulate.
The issue of him, not being essentially bought off and not being cooperative with law enforcement and not reporting it, you could see why he needs some sort of protection. Real quick, I know you have to jump back, but in 1 minute, 2 minutes, what was the cross-examination about?
Yeah, the cross-examination went pretty quick. So we saw an exhibit photo of the NDA again, but exclusions from the NDA, where it said a disclosure of confidential information in response to valid order by a court or other government body, or B, as otherwise required by law, will not be breach of this agreement or a waiver of confidentiality for other purposes. Then we saw the non-disparagement portion of that NDA, and that was a non-disparagement against Combs or Combs parties. And then the final question from Brian Steele, who did the cross-examination, was whether or not Eddy Garcia went to law enforcement with this information. And then, spoiler alert for the redirects, he was kind of asked that same question. He said he did report it to law enforcement. It just wasn't police, it wasn't LAPD. Instead, it was federal agents when he had first talked about this incident and everything that came afterwards, too.
All right. Very interesting stuff. Elizabeth Milner, as always, great reporting. Thank you so much for taking the time. And I know you got to get a good seat. Who knows what's going to happen next in that courtroom. Thanks, Elizabeth. All right. So let me get now to this. We have a question from Legs7K for all three of my guests. Afi, I'll start with you. But it says, hey, Jesse, how does Rich, Afi, and Candace see the next 3 weeks going with this trial? Or what would they like to see come into play next? Afi, I start with you. I don't know if we can hear you, Afi. I don't know if you're muted or we got to work. Afi. Okay, I'll tell you what. As we work on Afi, let me go to Candace. Candace, I'll start with you.
So what I want to see is receipts. I want to see digital trails, which is what we are getting to, right? With the money, who oversaw the transactions, so that we could see the connection of all of this happening. Because a lot of this happened with cash transactions. So I want to see that. I also need to look at this whole RICO conspiracy. Who are the other people? I want to hear from security guards. I have to hear from those people who are protecting Combs, because Combs wasn't driving himself around. Combs wasn't, going out and getting candles. He was getting other people to get this. All of those people who we haven't heard from, who were protecting him, those are the people who are going to be key. And I think that we will definitely hear from them, and I think that we need to.
Rich?
Yeah, I sort of agree with that. I think we need to see the bona fides of the RICO claim here. I think we need to see what exactly the enterprise it is. There are conspiracy allegations here. We need to see somewhat of an agreement to commit criminal predicate acts and a pattern of racketeering activity. That's what RICO is. It's not
Also, guys, real quick, if you guys don't mind doing me a solid, here is my Instagram account. I'm trying to build it back up, guys. Brand new account. Well, I've had it for a bit now. It's called Fed Reacts. Okay? Go check it out. I'm posting, 2 to 3 times a day. This is the account right here. I'll drop the link in here. Give it a follow, guys. Let's get this shit up to 100K. Like I said before, we're taking over 2025. Despite the fucking setbacks, these motherfuckers are not going to stop us, bro. We're going to keep cooking. So follow this account. Also, I'm going to be walking Frank on here again, going live from here. So we're going to build this thing back up, man. We don't give up. We're going to keep going. This is like literally like my 10th Instagram account now at this point, plus. I think it's honestly like 11 or 12. So give it a follow, guys. Obviously, I have you guys are probably wondering why I have a black screen. The reason why I have a black screen here is because that keeps it from being deactivated. Helps it with being deactivated. But yes, this is my account, guys. Go check it out and give it a follow. Okay, it actually is my account, so that's why I wanted to. Some people don't think it's me, but it is actually me. Fed Reacts. It's my account. I manage it. I post reels on it every single day. So show some love, guys. And I'll drop the link again. Here you guys go. Also, I know some of you guys ask, yo, Myron, are you on Spotify? I am. I'm uploading all of my episodes on Spotify, guys. So feel free. It's in the description right now. If you guys prefer to just listen and not necessarily see the video, I also do have a page on Spotify. But anyway, let's get back to it.
Abuse, it's not domestic violence. It is a pattern of racketeering activity. And I do think we need to, I totally agree with Candace. I think we need to follow the money. We need to connect it to the accounts. And we need to put the whole enterprise together so that we can make this RICO claim stick.
So I'm going to get Afi's answer to this later on. I know we're working on some technical issues with her, but Candace, I'll throw another question to you. I was just talking about Eddy Garcia's testimony. This is a question from RSS. Are there any penalties for Eddy initially lying to the police about the Intercontinental Hotel video?
Well, not now. And now that he has immunity, that's off the table. I mean, if he lies on the stand or was lying today, that's one thing, because if you perjure yourself, that's not protected.
Yeah, he probably got a 5K proffer. So as long as he's truthful and he gives substantial assistance to the government, he probably won't get prosecuted.
But he came in yesterday.
Which testifying is considered substantial assistance, by the way.
He signed what he needed to do in order to be protected for today. And because it was a subpoena, he said he didn't want to be here, obviously, but he came full throttle, but he's safe so far.
Candace, let me throw another question to you. This is from Rel. Can you bribe someone who's not a law enforcement officer?
100% you can.
Well, sure. Sure you can bribe someone.
It just becomes more egregious when it's a law enforcement officer. It just becomes way worse when it's a law enforcement officer. That's when your internal affairs and all these other guys get involved.
That's not a law. You can really bribe anyone, especially if the goal is to suppress evidence, if the goal is to obstruct justice, if the goal is to hide something illegal that you were trying to do, and that's what the financial transaction was for, that in the name of the law would be illegal, certainly that bribery would stick like anybody else.
So again, we're taking your questions in right now. We're also waiting for court to start. We will give you real-time updates and a real-time breakdown for the next hour or so because we don't need to miss any moment of this trial. Rich, I'll go to you. We got a question from Fragility G4. If Diddy is acquitted, does double jeopardy apply only to federal charges, or can a state press similar charges?
So a state could press theoretically different charges. You don't usually see a state prosecuting.
They won't. It's way past statute of limitations because these other states aren't going to bother.
RICO charges anyway, since that's a federal statute. But remember, there are issues because a lot of
states do have state RICO laws. We know what YSL, for example, is a state RICO. So, yeah.
The things we're talking about are a long time ago and out of the statute of limitations. So I don't really know. I'd have to sort all through it to see if a state could still make some hay here if he's acquitted.
And the argument against the prosecution is because there are statute of limitations issues, they have taken these allegations, and again, this is the argument for the defense or people in Sean Combs' camp, they've manufactured it, they've transformed it into a All
right, guys, I just seen Noble just messaged the group. I think we are going to be clear to do a show on Friday. So to go ahead and get this thing going for the debates on the street.
Complicated federal case. There are those, even though we're talking about it, who say, I still don't see racketeering, I still don't see sex trafficking, it feels like a reach. I don't think they've reached those elements, but this is why you can bring similar conduct that may have had an overlap with state charges, right? I mean, the 2016 attack, theoretically, he could have been charged at the state level for that, but it was too old. Obviously, now we know there's issues of where the video was. But at the same time, it could be an element. It could be evidence of racketeering or evidence of sex trafficking. So you see that that overlap there. Okay, Candace, we've got a question from Christina Lester. Why is arson such a specific predicate of RICO? If he'd just taken a baseball bat or golf club to Kid Cudi's car, would it not qualify for RICO?
Well, listen, there are 35 predicate crimes that you need for RICO. It has to be on that list. This is what the law was determined to be in 1970, albeit for mafia. But it happens to be on that list, and that's why arson is specific. It is a very serious crime, right? It's not a misdemeanor on any level. So because it's so serious and because it was involved with so many people in terms of when you look at it on a mafia level, it made the list. It just has to be one of these things on the list. And that's why it's important. It has to be on that list.
I've got a question here, Rich, from Lisa. This is a great question. KK, so Christina Courtroom. This is Sean Combs' former chief of staff, right? The head of the personal assistants, I would say. This is somebody who I actually dedicated another sidebar to yesterday about her role and how much she's been mentioned. KK has now been implicated at the hotel trying to get the tape and calling the security guard. Is she part of RICO and will have to get immunity? So will she testify?
I don't know if she'll testify. That's an interesting question. I don't know if they've offered her immunity to testify. Or theoretically, if she hasn't been offered immunity, she might plead the fifth instead of testifying because she would be implicating herself. So I don't actually know what's going to happen, but she's very clearly part of what the prosecutors are painting to be a criminal enterprise. She's the chief of staff. She is, in theory, carrying out his bidding. She's the person who goes out to find this videotape so that he can retrieve it because they know there is very bad evidence out there.
All right. Let's go to the next vid here.
This is from Hampton Boyce. Hi, Jesse. Why the prosecution didn't ask Cassie about the hotel tape, which she did call the security to turn over the tape to KK or Diddy. She wanted it trash out. I mean, there was testimony, earlier today where apparently Cassie was on the phone and basically said she wanted the tape too. And so I think this goes to the idea that it wasn't Combs, trying to cover up evidence of his crimes, but maybe it was trying to protect him and Cassie together, right? So I guess that I don't recall what the level she was asked about this on the stand. But again, the question is, did the prosecution not ask her enough about this hotel tape?
No, I think we can also, the fact that this would be very damaging to her. It makes sense that she wouldn't want that tape out there. But also, I think if we can go back to the testimony of the psychologist, we know that Cassie was under his thumb and she was under his psychological control. She was definitely a battered woman. So she,
taking accountability away from women as usual. Fantastic.
She may have even been threatened or may have even been politely asked by Combs, hey, call this individual and say, you don't want this video out. And Combs may have thought that she, as a young woman, may appeal to him even more and beg that, hey, please don't put this video out. It's going to be damaging to me, and don't even worry about Sean, but it's going to be harmful to me, my future, my career, my reputation. My family is going to see this. So I don't know why they didn't ask her about it, but it makes sense to me that she would call her, that he would get her to call and say, hey, do this deal. Don't put this video out or destroy the video.
So, Candace, we got a question coming in about alleged victim number 3, who I believe is referred to as Gina. There's been this whole conversation about whether or not she's going to testify or not. There was a back and forth.
If I'm not mistaken, I think this is the Asian girl that Diddy, single mom that Diddy met in like 2020. But no, it can't be, because I think he was with Gina before. So, man, it's starting to get tough to keep in mind. So you got Cassie, you got Mia, and then you got this third witness. It might be Gina, but the other thing, too, is that they mentioned that it was a single mom who he met in 2020. There's another witness, so there might actually be a fourth chat.
Forth a couple weeks ago where the defense said she's basically not a part of the case anymore. The prosecution kind of objected to that. But Enlin DK says, why not bring Gina, or at least her testimony in, make her plead the fifth and give immunity too? Wouldn't it prove she's scared or paid? If she doesn't, get the victim part, and then it kind of gets cut off. But I guess there's a lot of different points to that. I'll allow you to jump into how you want to discuss Gina, or alleged victim number 3.
Sure. Well, Jesse, that's a very good question that everybody's asking. Where is she? Where is her attorney that's also been on the table that nobody has been able to contact her? What I thought was very interesting was that the defense said, hey, listen, she's definitely not coming. It brought up the question, how do you know? I mean, I don't know what's going on. Nobody knows what's going on in terms of why she's not presenting herself, because she does have options. She has options to come there and plead the fifth. She has options to come there and get immunity. She has so many options, but where is she? That is the question that nobody can answer 100%. We can only kind of project or kind of guess what she is. I don't know if there was some other deal that was going on, but I thought it was very interesting that the defense was 100% sure that she is not coming.
Got another question from Shop Girl. Hi, Shop Girl. This is for you, Rich. Jesse, in trying to understand these charges, is the paying offs of security guards with Christina Courtroom and guards present racketeering?
No, not by itself. It's a predicate act. It's bribery. It is a predicate act that is part of, again, the RICO is a pattern of racketeering activity. You need to show multiple illegal acts. Candace was talking before about how they have to be on that list, but you can mix and match. You can show bribery plus arson, for example. In theory, you only need a couple, but also you have to prove that it's a pattern. So a couple may not suffice.
Interesting. Okay, we got more questions coming in. Keep them coming as we wait for this testimony to continue. Afi, Alexander Mateo asks, how do you follow the money and get it to stick if the bribes were paid in cash?
So the bribes may be paid in cash, but that's what I was talking about. I want to see the withdrawals. And, you know, who is the COO? Who is their accountant? Figure out how they keep track of their money. How do they keep track of their records? Something we do know is Puffy was very on top of his money. And he was also, some people have reported, a little bit stingy. So that leads me to believe that he is very aware of tracking and tracing his money. You can't just have millions and millions of dollars flow through an organization, even hundreds of thousands of dollars flow through an organization, and nobody knows where it's going, because he does pay a lot of people. And I'm sure he pays a lot of people in cash. So I'm assuming that there are records. So I want to know from the CEO, from the accountants, from whoever disperses their checks, whoever does a direct deposit, give me your records. How do you keep track of this money? How does he get paid? How does he accept his salary? There are ways to track it.
Well, that's why the testimony of Derek Ferguson, who's on the stand, the CFO, is so important, talking about how Combs gets a salary and disbursements and understanding the flow of money and credit cards and things of that nature, and mixing personal and company resources. This is a question I'll throw this to Candace. This question from B. Isn't the son's mom being in the court give them access to who's testifying and allowing them to release those videos like Mia's, and maybe bribe jurors too? I mean, this is assuming a lot and making quite the allegations, but yeah. I guess it goes to the point of, you know, the defendant's family and friends could be in that courtroom seeing the testimony of a witness who's testifying under a pseudonym. Is there a security concern, to say the least?
Well, listen, if they follow the judge order, unlike the blogger did, then they should actually be fine. I mean, certainly they are out there, and I'm sure that they're speaking highly of their father, But so far, they haven't done anything wrong. And if they do, the judge will go after them. And they certainly don't want that. They sit in court. One of them leans on his, on his grandmother's head. It's actually very supportive for Sean Combs. And I really don't see that anything would be done like that was done as it was today with the blogger.
So I have two questions from Christina Lester. So Rich, the first one is, if he's found guilty, what is the turnaround time for sentencing? I think at the federal level, you're looking at 75 to 90 days from conviction to sentencing. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe someone can jump in. But also, let me ask you this. This is from Christina Lester. It was mentioned the other day that previous acts of violence can only be introduced if they fit an MO. Why do some acts of violence fit an MO but not others?
Well, that's a good question. So first of all, I think you're right about the timing. I think it's 2 or 3 months. I would have said, you said 75 to 90 days, but it's the same thing. The act of violence has to be similar to the act of violence in the case. For example, if he got in a fist fight with a classmate in elementary school, that is not anything like spousal or domestic abuse. It doesn't fit the same kind of thing. And it is not probative of his propensity to commit violent acts, and it is prejudicial to show something that is too far afield. So at the end of the day, that's a judgment call by the judge, although there's a lot of legal precedent on these kind of things that a judge can turn to for guidance, but it has to be sufficiently connected. We don't, as a general matter, prove criminal cases by propensity. We prove them by showing that they happened.
Afi, question from Blessing Eek. Why did the Intercontinental Hotel settle with Cassie for $10 million? Did she sue that? Did they pay her cover up the fact?
She gave them a demand. So she didn't do a formal lawsuit, chat, because I remember when she provided this information, what she did was she basically... she set them a demand. And I guess with like the pressure that they were getting from that video being viral, they didn't want to go into any type of legislative action. So they said, fuck it. And they just got out of there. So that's basically what happened.
They accepted a bribe.
Because they asked her in her testimony towards the end, do you have any pending lawsuits against anybody? And she said no. Then they had to clarify, well, do you have any demands with any entities? And then she was like, yes. And they're like, oh, yeah, is it not true that you received $10 million from Intercontinental Hotel? And then she said, yeah. And I was like, oh, shit.
Welcome, punch!
The fucking prosecutor literally exposed her on that. They cooked her on two main things. Her getting money and kind of not talking about it with the demand. Because remember, we only know about the $20 million that she got from Diddy, but she got $10 million from Intercontinental. And she had got it literally right before the trial. So the fact that the defense like pulled that information out of her made her look really bad on the stand. Also, they embarrassed her with the fact that she had sex with Diddy while her boyfriend at the time, who is now her husband, by the way, was calling her. So absolutely fucking nuts.
Bury the video. I mean, it became a point in her questioning because she had, what, a $20 million settlement with Sean Combs. Then she's expecting to receive $10 million from the Intercontinental Hotel. Obviously, the defense would be amplifying that to say she has...
Real quick with chats. We got Alameda says, I'm Canadian, have dual citizen in Europe. I own 2 properties, 1 rental property. I work for the post office and cut hair. Financially, I'm fine, but the way things are going in Canada, I'm concerned. Should I move to Portugal, ride it out? What would you do? I mean, bro, make as much money as you can in Canada, but yeah, I don't think Canada is it, bro. You guys are cooked. Darian Robinson says, W. Myron, bro, check out the most recent video at the 620 mark on the Rotten Mango YouTube channel. It's 5 million subs and the chick is a lingling covering the Diddy case and randomly brings up seeing you multiple times, hating and calling you soft. Really? Let's see here. Let's see here. This is funny. That's funny because I never said anything to this girl and I don't even know who she is. We ran into some weird people. I never even said a word to her. Let's see what she got to say, bro. People are always tough on the internet, man.
Underwear. This is like right outside the federal.
Mind you, I haven't been there for like going on 2 weeks now. So let's see here what she got to say.
kissing Justin Combs on the cheek, which, speaking of, I will say, there has been an uptick of Diddy supporters coming into the courthouse through the public side. One supporter even tries to hand Sean Combs a stack of papers, which Officer Riz promptly put an end to, but there was a futile attempt. The supporters staying outside the courthouse, they've been slightly confrontational with the press.
I'll keep it 1,000 with you guys. I had no idea who this girl was until other people told me when I was there. They're like, oh yeah, this big true crime YouTuber's here. I was like, what? And then they mentioned her, and I didn't know who she was, bro. Keep it 1,000 with you guys.
Press and confrontational with a lot of others that are just live streaming right outside. So that's just setting the scene of what's been happening outside the courthouse. Also, why is fresh and fit Myron in the courtroom? Like, he was in the main courtroom for, I think, at least a few days last week. I haven't seen him the past few days, but he could be in the overflow rooms. I did see him outside while when he first started coming around. He's recording outside while a woman is undressing down into her underwear. This is like right outside the federal courthouse. This is how chaotic it's been. Which, if
bruh, nigga, I'm just there. This is the video she's talking about. Bro, look at this shit. Yo.
coming into the courthouse through the public.
Well, that's good because, you know what's funny? Bro, I'm telling you, man, people be recognizing me, bro. It's just kind of crazy. Like, Angie tells me all the time, like, you know, one of the things that Angie's terrified of, right? Break the third or fourth wall, whatever it's called for you guys. Like, one of the things that Angie is really scared of, guys, is that she says that I'm too recognizable and I stick out like a sore thumb. And this isn't the first time I've heard this. You know, multiple people have told me, like, yo, Myron, like, you literally fucking, I'm not saying this to say, oh, look at me, I'm so cool, I'm so special. But it's one of the things that she's always worried about. She says, I'm very, because I'm tall, right? So I'm like 6'3", 6'4", when I got boots on. So I guess I stick out. And, you know, like I said before, so she knew who I was, and I haven't been there in a while. But yeah, this is what she's talking about. Yo, who is this creature, bro?
Yo.
So,
I'm your West.
So, yo, I'm literally standing. Well, I'll play a little bit of this for y'all.
Nightmare, bitch. A confident black bitch. Here, look.
I'll tell you. Oh, wow. You're bald, too.
Yeah.
You're bald.
I got more hair than you.
Yo, she got a fade.
I can't stand you, a piece of shit. You a Sudanese monkey. Is that why you're angry?
I think you're the one that looks like
Is that why you're angry? I don't give a fuck. So I'm a monkey, and then what? What the fuck you gonna do about it? I'm a monkey. Oh. What the f you gonna do? You go on there. Now you do it.
Yo, this is content.
This nigga don't eat food. Nigga. This is content. Nigga, you need to eat. Yo, stop being so angry.
How far is the Bronx Zoo? So, yo, as you guys can see, I'm literally standing there, right? So what happens is I'm standing there and a supporter comes up to me and says, hey, Mark, can I get a picture? I'm like, sure. Right? And I was getting stopped a lot while I was in New York City. And I'm taking a picture, talking with him, and she just walks right up to me. And this is what happened. No, I hate retards.
Okay, so...
And this is like when she starts like her recording and shit.
You must hate yourself.
Now, the guy that I took a picture with started recording. Shout out to him, by the way. The guy I was talking to started recording this. And that's how I actually got this footage. He airdropped it to me after. So this is what she's referring to, this mango girl. Like, saying like there's some girl like going crazy in the front. Bruh, I'm just sitting there, man. I'm literally standing there taking pictures and this crazy bitch comes up to me.
If you're not familiar, Myron is the fresh and fit guy. If you're
oh damn, she's dedicating a whole thing just to me, man. It makes me feel special.
Luckily unfamiliar with his podcast, which I don't even think is around anymore.
Yeah, we're not around anymore.
Would have this format where he would bring a bunch of women onto.
I love when they do that. Like they try to give like that dismissive, like I don't know if they're still around. Okay, if we're not around, then why the fuck do you care to talk about me then if we're not around?
The podcast, many of them being OnlyFans models, and he just essentially berates them for being alive. I mean, that's factually incorrect.
Actually, no, I berate them for being 304s. That's what I berate them for. Oh, shout out. We got the Crucible niggas in here. Shout out to you guys, bro. Welcome. So what's up to the Crucible? Looks like they just joined into the chat. Shout out to you ninjas. Welcome, Crucible brothers. W. Andrew, as always. Shout out to you guys.
But emotion.
We're making fun of a lingling here.
Welcome. Punch!
So you guys came at the perfect timing. We're about to get into some racism. Just kidding.
emotionally. That's what you're going to feel from the podcast. There are at least 5 times I wrote in my notebook, why is Myron here? Like, I don't know why he's here. But what's interesting about him is he's actually quite meek in real life. Not that I think he should carry himself as he does on his podcast in the courthouse, but he's rather, like, he has a very soft demeanor. Softer than other content creators that I run into in the elevators, which is not what I expected of him. Like, we were in the elevator with him once and everybody's shuffling out and we were waiting for him to leave and he's just like, oh yeah, no, please go ahead. But like very softly. Nevertheless, that's just like painting the picture of the chaos.
Yo, like, oh, shout out to Crucible guys, man. Again, welcome. Bro, like, bro, I can't win. If I'm polite, I'm meek and soft. If I'm an asshole, you're an asshole. It's like you can't win, chat. You can't win, bro. You literally can't win. Cannot win. Right? Shout out to all you Crucible guys that joined in. Shout out to you, ninjas. We're happy to have you guys here. Welcome to Misogyny Headquarters, where we make fun of women all the time and let them know that they're stupid. But yeah, I mean, I guess I'm meek for being polite and saying ladies first off the elevator. Bro, what the fuck, man? You can't win, chat. You really can't win. You know, it's like, damn, bro. Look, Frank, now Frank, oh, yeah, Frank is, now he comes in. What's up, buddy? How are you? You good? All right. All right. I love you too. All right. He's trying to come over here and see what the commotion is. You want to say, okay, you want to here, say what's up to the people real quick. Come here, ninja. All right. Hold on one sec, nigga. You are, all right. You want to say what's up to them? You don't want to say what's up to them? His tail's all wagging and shit. Come on, bro. Why are you always so shy? Say what's up to the people, man. Say what's up. O/? No? You gonna say anything? All right, I love you too, bro. All right, give me a hug. Come here. He's a handsome fellow, guys. He's a border collie, 100% if you guys haven't met him. He's a 100% border collie, white and brown. He's a year old, very smart. You guys know I've like walked him. I'm gonna start walking him more with you guys on Instagram. So I love this guy. All right, buddy. He's about 42 or 43 pounds. So he's still got a little bit of growing to do. But yeah. But yeah, I love this ninja, bro. I really do. Okay, buddy. Okay. Go lie in your bed now, okay? All right. Bed. Frank, bed. Bed. All right. Okay. He has like a little bed right in front of the camera. Okay, let's get back to this.
There have been a lot of incidents, though, that have us feeling just weird. Right outside the federal courthouse, there is this one gigantic line that is filled with press and public. You got members of the press, you got members of the public, all in one singular line.
All right, so when I go back to New York, guys, what I'll do is I'll walk up to her. Because she's like, here, let me play that little, because a lot of you guys just joined, so I'll play this little clip. Where basically, guys, what I'm reacting to here is this Ron Mango girl. She's a true crime YouTuber. She was surprised that I was at the courthouse.
To help our team member are now filming her as dystopian. Protesters wearing Free Diddy shirts across the street from the courthouse. They were allegedly getting paid $20 an hour to stand outside and wear Free Diddy t-shirts to promote the Diddy coin, which we've also received an email about. It's like a crypto coin for Diddy, so there's that. There are people seemingly thirsting after Sean Combs' sons when they arrive and leave for court, with one supporter of the son, not Diddy supporter, kissing Justin Combs on the cheek, which, speaking of, I will say, there has been an uptick of Diddy supporters coming into the courthouse through the public side. One supporter even tries to hand Sean Combs a stack of papers, which Officer Riz promptly put an end to, but there was a futile attempt. The supporters staying outside the courthouse, they've been slightly confrontational with the press and confrontational with a lot of others that are just live streaming right outside. So that's just setting the scene of what's been happening outside the courthouse. Also, why is fresh and fit Myron in the courtroom? Like, he was in the main courtroom for, I think, at least a few days last week. I haven't seen him the
Shout out to my guy Mel, getting me in there.
past few days, but he could be in the overflow rooms. I did see him outside while when he first started coming around. He's recording outside while a woman is undressing down into her underwear. This is like right outside the federal courthouse. This is how chaotic it's been, which, if you're not familiar, Myron is the fresh and fit guy. If you're luckily unfamiliar with his podcast, which I don't even think is around anymore, he would have this format where he would bring a bunch of women onto the podcast, many of them being OnlyFans models, and he just essentially berates them for being alive. I mean, that's factually incorrect, but emotionally, that's what you're going to feel from the podcast. There are at least 5 times I wrote in my notebook, why is Myron here? Like,
so instead of taking notes on the case, she's over asking why I'm there. That's interesting.
I don't know why he's here.
Bro, why do I trigger people so much, bro? It's like, damn. Why do people get so triggered just by seeing me?
But what's interesting about him is he's actually quite meek in real life. Not that I think he should carry himself as he does on his podcast in the courthouse, but he's rather, like, he has a very soft demeanor. Softer than other content creators that I run into in the elevators, which is not what I expected of him. Like, we were in the elevator with him once and everybody's shuffling out and we were waiting for him to leave and he's just like, oh yeah, no, please go ahead. But like very softly. Nevertheless, that's just like painting the picture of the chaos.
Isn't that crazy how me being polite and saying, yo, you guys go ahead, they're using that to say that I'm weak. Isn't that crazy? Bro, you can't win, man. What the fuck, bro? God forbid I'm polite and let the ladies get off the elevator first. Bruh.
As a financial incentive to go after Sean Combs and testify against him. But again, why did the Intercontinental Hotel settle with Cassie for $10 million as reported?
That came out of nowhere for me. I'm assuming it's because of respondent superior there.
Oh shit, and we got DPG with the big $300 fucking super chat. Shout out to you, bro. He says, stealing this, grumble in the jungle. Shout out to the Crucible crew, inbound from Andrew Wilson. Ray, thoughts on Tommy Lahren damning men and avoiding the truth about women? Let's go. Yeah, I actually talked about this real quick. And you know what? Since you're such a great supporter, DPG, we'll come back to this Diddy thing real fast. Let me go ahead and show you guys this clip that I reacted to real quick. Since we're on the feminism topic, I'll talk about this real fast. We'll come back to Diddy. It ain't going nowhere. Shout out to you, DPG. Basically, I went ahead. Oh, yeah. Look at who's talking at the fucking TP USA event, bro. Crazy. They're going to have Nala, right? This 304 talk at the Turning Point event. Absolutely fucking nuts, dude. And she's one of Young Women's Leadership Summit confirmed speakers. You got Alex Clark, Erica Kirk, Tulsi Gabbard, DNI, Alina Habba, she's the U.S. attorney in New Jersey, Brett Cooper, Ali Stuckey, Riley Gaines, Dana Loesch, Lila I don't know who any of these women are. I know obviously who Tulsi Gabbard and Alina Habba is because I know she's obviously the USA for New Jersey, and Tulsi Gabbard is Director of National Intelligence. Oh, look, of course they got fucking Emily Austin. And just so you guys know, if you're wondering, every single time, every single crime. Yeah, she's one of those boys. Yeah, I don't know who any of these other women are. But yeah, and I know who Brett Cooper is, obviously. But dude, this is, I mean, number one, I'm trying to figure out why these women are going to be speaking at an event when they should be in a kitchen. That's number one. And then number two, to put Nala on is crazy. I ain't gonna lie. But this is what, this is what the right wing is now. You know what I mean? They cuck for 304s, if I'm going to be honest. So I'm not surprised at this point. Michael Knowles has had this chick on multiple times, right? But you know, they'll avoid people like me and Nick Fuentes, but they'll bring on straight up 304s like this. Whatever. Anyway, where was I? I was going to show you guys something. Okay, so look at this. This is Tommy Lauren. And actually, you Crucible people, you guys are definitely familiar with who this chick is. Because I think Andrew's debated her before.
And you know, Speaker Johnson has been talking about those maybe deadbeat folks that are on Medicaid, and maybe some of those folks are the stay-at-home sons. We don't know. But I'll tell you this, leave it to Gen Z to rebrand laziness and social awkwardness as something cutesy, like a stay-at-home son. They did much the same thing with...
Oh, shit.
With quiet quitting, where you can go to work and do less. We don't know. But I'll tell you this, leave it to Gen Z to rebrand laziness and social awkwardness as something cutesy, like a stay-at-home son. They did much the same thing with quiet quitting, where you can go to work and do less. And if you call it quiet quitting, it's somehow better. But Laura, I got to tell you, this is also a big problem when it comes to, I think, declining birth rates, people not getting married and having children. You know, that's a big problem. They blame it on women. Well, look at what young women have to choose from. The pickings are slim. Yes, we might have a feminist.
The pickings are slim because women created the sexual marketplace. The pickings are slim as a direct cause from feminism.
Problem in America, but it's the feminization of men. There are a lot of young women out there that want to get married. They want to have kids. They want to have stable families, but there are a lot of...
They want to get married, but they don't want to be wives, and that is the fucking problem.
Of young men out there who want to live in mama's basement and order DoorDash, and therein lies a big part of the problem. It's a major problem.
All right, so just so you guys know, one of my buddies is a SEAL, actually had sex with this girl a couple years back, but that's a whole other conversation. So she's not as godly as she claims. She has a 304. Now, what I will say is this, right? Because there's been, and this actually occurred while I was out on the street as well, right? This Christian apologist came out and was talking about, you know, men having their duties and all this other bullshit about, you know, men need to step up, whatever. Here's the problem. Men understand that there's a burden of performance on us. We understand that if we are losers, we will deal with the ramifications of being a loser. Our friends won't respect us. Our parents will shame us. Society won't respect us or accept us. And we understand that there are consequences to being a fucking loser. However, women do not deal with a scoreboard or a pressure to perform from a female perspective. What do I mean by this? Basically, what women are able to do is they can behave like men, right? But at the same time, still demand to be treated like a lady. So in other words, they want the equality of a man while simultaneously not having the same said responsibility as man. And they want you to be that traditional man that does what you're supposed to do, but they don't have to be a traditional woman and do what they're supposed to do. And that's basically what's happened with this current sexual marketplace that we have now. We have a deregulated sexual marketplace that has basically allowed women to behave however they fucking want, okay? For the purposes of double dipping. This is what I call the proverbial double fucking dipping. Where on one end, they're saying, I'm a lady, treat me like a lady, hold the door open and provide for me and be a traditional man and protect and provide, blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, I don't have to obey you because I'm a feminist and I can do whatever I want and you can't tell me what to do because you're a man, right? And what I'm saying, guys like me are fighting back at this fucked up system and saying, yo, you fucking bitches are undercover feminists. You're not fooling us. People like Tommy Lahren, Megyn Kelly, etc., they are almost more pernicious than regular feminists. Because at least regular feminists tell you what the fuck is going on. Regular feminists tell you, yeah, I want equality. Yeah, we don't want to live under a patriarchy. Yeah, we don't want to go ahead and listen to men, right? At least they admit it. But women like Tommy Lahren and Megyn Kelly and these fake tradcons, right? Which a lot of them actually are on that list that I showed you guys before that are on the TP USA thing, like the Emily Austin girl and all these other bitches, right? They're worse because they tell you that they're conservatives. They tell you to have this ideology, but they do something opposite, right? Emily Saves America, another one. Huge fucking grifter that says, I'm a conservative, but she's a whore, right? And she's over here telling her fans, oh, go get a job because you're not going to find a man. Right? So, look, I can respect if someone has a position and stands on that position, even if I disagree with it. But what's worse are the people that kind of want to double dip. And that's kind of what we are, especially in the conservative space. You got a lot of these women that are basically feminists in disguise, is what it is. They're literally feminists in disguise. But they still want you to be a traditional man and adhere to your standards, adhere to what you're supposed to do. And I'm here to tell you guys, don't fucking do it. If a chick wants to adopt this feminist ideology, right? Fuck that, bro. You don't want those girls around because they're a pain in the ass. They really are. And I've told you guys this before and I'll say it again, okay? You want to stay away from women that are influencers. You want to stay away from women that are entertainers. You want to stay away from women that are musicians, rappers, any of this shit, bro. Influencers, OnlyFans, of course, or does any type of sex work. Like, you want to stay away from these women. Because the reality is that they're going to prioritize their career a lot of times over you. Right? And unfortunately, when a man prioritizes his career over his woman, the woman benefits. Right? She gets the fruit of that labor. She's taken care of. Like when men work, we understand sharing our resources. We are designed to share our resources. Women, however, they're not like that. They don't share their resources. Okay? At all. When they make money and they become successful and they prioritize work, you suffer. Okay? That's why I tell you guys all the time, it's really pointless to have a girlfriend and have her work. It's really fucking pointless. That's why I tell you guys, yo, be the breadwinner. If your girl does work, it's got to be a bullshit job that doesn't matter. Is it significant? Right? Preferably not work. You don't want some other fucking guy telling your girl what she can and can't do. But this is why I'm so militant when I tell you guys, you need to be the breadwinner. Because when your woman's in a position where she makes as much money as you, or worse, more, what's up happening is she's going to inevitably start to resent you to a degree. Okay? Now, let me be extremely clear about this. Does that mean that she'll break up with you necessarily? No. Does that mean that she's going to leave you high and dry? No. Does that mean that she's going to stop contributing to the bills because she's frustrated with your ineptitude? No. But what I will say will absolutely happen if she becomes the breadwinner in the relationship is she will lose respect for you. Whether she manifests it by yelling at you, berating you, not obeying you, or she just straight up cheats on you with another fucking guy, the resentment will build. It will build. It is inevitable. It's not a matter of if, rather a matter of when. That's why I'm so fucking adamant about telling you guys, if you have a serious girlfriend, don't let her work. You should be working, you provide. Because I can trust you as a man, you have the ability to provide and provision for your woman. Women are not like us, chat. They're not. Despite what feminism tells you about women, they are not like us. Okay? They're not like us. When a woman has to work and take her hard-earned money and fork it over to a man, that's a problem for them. Does that mean that they're, incapable of buying you a gift? No. Does that mean that they won't chip in with bills here and there? No. Does that mean that they're allergic to giving a man they love and respect money? No. But what I will say is that if she does it for a long period of time where she's in a breadwinner position, it inevitably will go bad for you. It will go bad for you. It might not lead to her sucking some other dude's dick or leaving you overtly, but the respect will go down. And it's going to manifest itself in very pernicious manners. For example, she's going to start to disrespect you a bit. She's going to start to challenge your authority. She's going to start to disobey you a bit. She's going to start to question things. She's going to want more autonomy, more freedom. Right? And then if you're an idiot, you're one of these egalitarian pussies that thinks, oh yeah, I'm not insecure. Yeah, go do what you want. Go hang out with your girlfriends. Yeah, go be friends with that guy. Blah, blah. Because you guys are so fucking cucked and scared to be called insecure, that seed is going to grow into something that you don't want. But where did that seed come from? That seed came from your ineptitude to allow her to work or to be an equal to you. It never starts off with her smashing some other dude. It always builds slowly over time. But if you allow the seed to fucking be planted and watered by you being an incompetent fucking retarded guy, it will turn into a tree that will ruin your fucking life. And that tree, my friend, is called infidelity and betrayal. Like I said before, it's not if, it's just a matter of when. And this is the very difficult talk that people don't want to hear. This is the talk that gets to be called the misogynist. This is the talk that gets to be called the sexist. This is the talk that they try to censor. When I tell you guys that when women are in positions of dominance or power over a man, it's a terrible fucking dynamic. Women are terrible people when they have leverage. I'll say it again. Listen closely, motherfuckers, okay? Because some of you bitch-ass niggas here probably go 50-50 with your girlfriend. Let me tell you something. Wake up. Women are terrible people when they have leverage over you. You understand? They're terrible people even when they think that they're equal to you. You must be superior. That is the only way to get superior behavior from her. Okay? That's how it goes. I really wish it wasn't like this. I wish they could be egalitarian creatures. I wish they can respect us as equals and still listen to us and be a good girlfriend or wife. But it doesn't fucking work that way. Okay? It just doesn't. They're not programmed for that. So, when you're sitting here talking about, oh yeah, me and my girl are partners. This is a partnership, an equal partnership. We're 50-50, all this other shit. Or, I'm not insecure about my woman having other friends or going out and doing whatever. You're a fucking bitch. You clearly don't understand how women operate and move. You must be in the position of dominance. You must be the leader. You must be the one that's being adored. You must be the one that is the breadwinner. Because I know that men know how to act when they're given this authority. Women don't. You want to know why men know how to behave when they get this type of control and leverage? I'll explain right now. From the time we're little boys, we're told you need to get educated, you need to be smart, you need to make money, you need to be competent so you can start a family, right? They tell you this all the time. Your success is to eventually provide for others. From the time you're a little boy, they teach you this. They tell you that you need to be successful so that you can take care of a family. We know this. It's instilled in us from the beginning. And on top of that, biologically speaking, we're designed to provide. Women, however, are not like this. Little girls are taught, go to school, get an education. Why? So you don't have to rely on a man. See how the messaging is completely different. Little boys are taught, become successful because people are going to depend on you. Little girls are taught, be successful so you don't got to depend on a man. Two completely different reasons for becoming successful. This is why women have a big fucking problem with being a breadwinner long term. You could take the most liberal, lefty, progressive woman ever. She is still going to resent and dislike the fact that she's the breadwinner for her husband. Every single time I've ever seen it where a guy is a stay-at-home dad and the woman is the provider, guess what happens? They might go ahead and be in a relationship, they might still be in a loving marriage, but guess what? This is when she wants to go to swinger parties. This is when she wants to be around other guys. This is when she wants to have other friends. This is when she wants to go on trips. And your dumb monkey ass sitting there, I'm just being a good husband. I want her to be happy. I'm not insecure. The term insecure is a made-up bullshit feminist propaganda term used to shame you from putting boundaries on your fucking girlfriend. I'm gonna say that again. Take notes, bitches, because some of you guys right now are in a fucking relationship that literally is adhering to what I'm speaking about right now. The term insecure is a feminist propaganda term utilized over the past 10 years to shame you for putting boundaries on your woman. But what do they shame you about? They shame you about these boundaries because these boundaries are designed to protect not just you, but the fucking relationship. And the reason for that is because you're the leader. It's your duty to protect the relationship. It's not her duty. Her duty is to find the best man. Your duty is to stay the best man and protect the relationship. And once you understand that there's this responsibility on your end, you can't get mad at women for being hypergamous anymore. They're slaves to their biology. Just like we want to run around and fuck a bunch of girls, guess what? They want to run around and make sure that they got the best guy. And her ensuring that she has the best guy is a bill that's due every fucking day. What do I mean by this? When she's around you publicly, do other women look at you? Do other men respect you? Are you creating a legacy? Women need to be constantly reminded that they're with a winner. They need outside validation to validate how you feel about you. We don't need that. We're not like them. We don't look at them as a resource acquirer. We don't look at them as a status magnet. We don't give a shit about any of that stuff. As long as you're cute and you obey us, we don't give a fuck what your social status is. Matter of fact, the less social status you have, the better you are. Women don't operate like that, though. Since they're incompetent creatures that are followers, just being honest, from a biological standpoint, and this has been programmed from a millennia of human fucking evolution, they need outside approval from others to understand your worth. I'll give you an example. You walk into a nightclub by yourself, start talking to girls. What's one of the first things they ask? Oh, who are you here with? By myself. Instantly lower value. Scenario 2. Walk into a nightclub with 5 of your homeboys. Hey, how you doing? Oh, who are you here with? Oh, my buddy's over there. Yeah, a little bit better. Third scenario. Walk in with 20 girls. Go to a section. Now go talk to that girl. Hey, what's your name? Oh, wow, you got a lot of girls with you. Who are you? That, my friends, is the difference. She needs to see with her own 2 fucking eyes that you're that guy. That's how important social status is. When they can see it with their own eyes and they can interpret that without you having to say it, that is what they like. Now, of course, again, this is considered misogynistic rhetoric. This is considered sexist. I don't make the rules, I just report them. So let me get this straight. You're with a creature, right, that needs outside proof that you're who you say you are. Do you want someone like that being in a leadership role of the relationship? Someone that needs outside validation to validate their own decisions? The answers are profound fucking no.
Nope.
Because their ability to assess value isn't determined solely by them. It's determined by outside. So since they're incapable of making mating selections without other people being involved, you need to be the one with the leverage and to have the power. Because under your authority, you don't need outside validation because you're a man. You can make decisions without a tribe. We are self-sufficient. We are not like them. Don't get it fucking twisted. Just because we live in 2025 doesn't change the fact that biology is biology. Women are communitarian by nature. And the faster you realize this, the faster you'll understand how to move with them. They are not our equals at all. Regardless of whatever some stupid fucking feminist has to say. And they don't want it that way. They want you better than them in every regard. So you need to be the leader. Here's another reason too why you need to be the leader. Besides the fact that they need the groupthink to make their decisions. We appreciate being pedestalized. We appreciate being catered to. We appreciate being adored. You want to know why? Because like I said before, going to that little boy example that I mentioned earlier, no one gives a fuck about us until we become somebody. No one cares about you until you become somebody. So something magical happens with this status, with the state. When you finally do get the power, when you finally do get the resources, when you finally do become the fucking man, you appreciate it. So when a woman comes along and says, I want to be with you, you will appreciate that. Because you had to work your ass off to get in that position where she even wants to be with you. You understand? Women, on the other hand, do not work to be in a position to date you. You have to work to be in a position to date them. So this is why they can never have leverage. Easy come, easy go. I've always used this example, but I'll use it again just to really drive home here. A self-made millionaire is inevitably going to understand the power of the dollar better than a trust fund baby. Women are trust fund babies. Men are self-made millionaires. Who would you want to go ahead and take financial advice from? The self-made millionaire or the trust fund baby? I think most of us would take the advice from the self-made millionaire. They know how to move. They appreciate the money. They had to put blood, sweat, and tears to earn that money. Women don't. Again, this is an ugly reality between the sexes that no one wants to hear. Oh, that's hate speech. Oh, this is misogyny. Oh, this is sexism. Oh, this is insecurity. Well, fuck you. I don't make the rules. God made you hoes this way. I'm just adapting to it. Anyway, let's get back to the Diddy stuff. Hope you guys enjoyed that little monologue there. We cooking or what, chat? We cooking or what? That was all at the top, by the way. Let me read some of these chats before we go. Abby Zhang, I'm new to this channel. I grew up Myron on the lies of feminism. Absolutely, bro. Feminism is one of the most evil things that we got going on. Issy Wealthy says, Brother Myron, I need some advice. I'm 23 and I'm a photographer, videographer, but want to go learn, be a plumber, a job course. But now they are closed and I'm pissed because I just signed up. What should I do? Just wait until they open up classes again, bro. You're good. It's not the end of the world. You good. Don't worry. Let's see here. Candace Owens are great, but in general, women should just not have a platform to speak completely. It's chicks like Tommy and these fake tradcons that ruin it. Now, here's the thing. I do think that there are some women that are worthy of giving their opinion because, unfortunately, the message that I give is just simply not going to resonate with a lot of women. There's just not. Let's just be honest here, bro, because my delivery is and my tone is too aggressive for a lot of them. So there is a need for women to be in the space to a limited degree to be able to say the same things that I say, but maybe in a way that women can accept it better. Also, with women, they're going to be far more receptive to a woman saying this information versus me. So I do think that there are women needed in the space to a very limited degree, unfortunately. Because like I said before, women have a very bad habit of interpreting information on the context versus the content, okay? Like men, I don't have this problem. If I yell and and I'm loud or whatever it may be, when I'm talking to men, men are okay with that. Okay? But the only thing that needs to be met is you need to be able to have the meritocracy to speak to them that way, right? This is why men understand hierarchy naturally. If the boss yells at you or if the sergeant yells at you, the drill sergeant, you automatically, okay, well, he's higher than me on the totem pole. I got to listen to him. Like men understand this fucking balance. Women don't. Okay? That's another thing that they don't get is hierarchy and chain of command. They're not built that way like us. Okay? Are some women able to do it? For sure. But in general, most women can't do it. So with that said, you do need females to put the message out as well. Again, to a limited degree. But unfortunately, with how widespread feminism is, with how ubiquitous it is in society, unfortunately, men like me are just not going to get through to a lot of women because they can't get over the way that I speak. So you are going to need women to have these talking points to a degree. So that's my take on it. Let's see here. D-Lad says, Myron, thank you, man, for shining a spotlight on the massive issue of conservative covert feminist. People seem to have forgotten that feminism is upstream from all these more recent issues, which are perpetuated and upheld by the post-World World Order. Absolutely, bro. Abso-fucking-lutely, man. Yeah, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Feminism is literally the root cause of most societal problems in the West. I'm telling y'all, bro. I'm telling y'all. Oh, and by the way, if you guys are wondering, who were the main pushers of feminism?
Every single time.
Every time, bro. Every time. We got here, read some of these more chats. Cameron asked the male escort that had sex with Cassie, how's that pussy? Real? Oh, Cameron asked that shit, bro. That's crazy. Lenny got the call from them boys? Probably. Mr. B says, to the Canadian with dual citizenship, exiting Canada fiscally will be tough. There is a licensing process you'll need to follow to make sure to actually have a tax lawyer to help you with that. Otherwise, you'll be accountable for your taxes at your marginal rate, which may be 25% plus since you work with Canada Post, plus you may be fine with capital gains, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, go. I got the chat here for you, so check it out. And we got DPG with 300 chat before. Thank you so much. What do you think about Offset and Cardi case? Do you think she would have been okay if Offset made more money and he was smashing other females? Yes. Yes, she would. Yes, 100%. 100% she would be. That is a big part of the reason why she's so angry at Offset is because she had more status than him and more money than him and he was still cheating on her. That's what pissed Cardi B off more. If Offset made more money than her and had more status than her, I'm not saying she would accept the cheating, but she would have been able to deal with it a bit better. But women get especially enraged if you cheat on them and they're higher status than you. That's how you piss them off for real. That's why, like, when girls like say, oh, he's a bum, blah, 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 and he cheated, a part of that is they're so fucking angry and they feel so disrespected because they're already subjecting themselves to, in their eyes, a lower status man. Does that make sense, chat? Like, they look at it like, all right, I'm dealing with you. You make less money than me. You got less status than me. And you got the fucking nerve to cheat on me, motherfucker? Right? That's how women look at it. If they have more status and income than you, and you cheat, it's like the ultimate betrayal smack in the face. Now, women won't admit this, but if you're that fucking ninja, they will accept the cheating. But you have to be superior to them. I'm talking making 10x what they make. I'm talking 10x the status. I'm talking 10x the competence. I'm talking fucking head and shoulders above her in every way. Then you can have that conversation about, I want other chicks. But it's got to be a profound, indistinguishable, and clear assertion of superiority over your girl to be able to pull it off. You can't even pull this shit off if y'all are 50-50, bro. You can't even pull this shit off if you make a little bit more than her. You got to be damn near that guy in every regard to even be able to have other women. I pulled it off, but I'm telling you guys right now, it ain't easy. It ain't easy. Angie's been a fantastic girlfriend. Right? She deals with it. But she's human. So, being this way, as a man, you also need to be sensitive to them and not do it in front of them. Right? Obviously, this is for every other guy to make their decision on how they want to move, etc. But understand that you need to be in a certain position to be able to pull this shit off, and it's not easy. So yes, to answer your question with the Cardi B thing, the reason why Cardi B has such a big problem with this is because she's head and shoulders above Offset, and he's doing this shit. Pro tip, guys, if your girl makes more money than you or she's better than you, nigga, don't get caught cheating. That's the best fucking tip I can tell y'all. Don't get caught cheating if your girl's paying half the bills, bro. All right? Don't get caught cheating if you're an ugly guy and you're broke. Nah, man. I'm telling you, that's gonna be finito for you, bro.
Welcome, punch!
You want to see the crazy come out of a woman? That's when the crazy comes out. And shout out to DPG, gifted 50 fucking subs. I appreciate you, brother. I really do, man. Thank you so much, DPG. Guys like you allow us to stay on the air despite the demonetization. So I appreciate that, man. I think I read all the chats. St. Francis, to be honest, most of these girls will stay haughty until they're over 30 with 2 kids by different baby daddies, but by then, nobody will want them. Yeah, that's where we're going with feminism, bro. Women are pushing that clock back more and more.
Employees and people that they entrusted did this deal, this illegal deal, and they have to take responsibility for that. That's the thing that immediately hit me.
Rich, litigator, question on that?
Yeah, well, I think first of all, we don't know all the facts. So it may be that there were other allegations about the hotel's failure to provide security, the hotel's failure to prevent this act of violence when it allegedly occurred, and certainly the hotel participating in the destruction of evidence for receipt of a bribe. She would have a civil claim against them one way or another. And I guarantee you the hotel wants no part of that litigation. They don't want to be in a lawsuit. They don't want to claim against it. They don't want a trial. They would pay some sum of money in a heartbeat to
And that's why they gave her that 10M.
settle even the threat of that litigation.
Your boy Lem says, Candace is cool, but I think she's a grifter. I know she will divorce her man if he decides to get another side chick. Candace becomes a flaming liberal. She's no different than liberal feminist. I don't know, man. I don't think she's a grifter, bro. I think voices like her are needed for women and for black women as well. Because like I said before, unfortunately, the message is not going to get across from guys like me. The only time I've ever seen women listen to me is when they have a man. 9 out of 10 times. Like when girls come up to me and say, yo, Myron, I love you. It always gets followed by, you saved my relationship with my boyfriend, or you helped me understand my man better, or you helped me, you helped our marriage. That's really the only time women fuck with me, is when they have a man. Matter of fact, I'll be honest with y'all, it's one of the most, happy moments for me is when a woman comes up to me and says, yo, you changed my life. And it always gets followed with, I have a man because of you. So for me, that's a big fucking W. You know what I mean? But yeah, the point is that single women ain't checking for me, bro. The women that like me, the women that support me, 9 out of 10 times, they got a fucking boyfriend, bro. They got or a fiance or a husband. They're in some type of long-term serious relationship. And to me, I look at that as a huge W. That's a receipt for me. Makes me genuinely happy. You know, because at the end of the day, I don't say these things to attack women and make them be abused and shit. No, I do this stuff so that you guys understand your fucking duty as a man so that you can give the girl the world that is worthy. Simple as that. Right? I want y'all to have a girl that obeys you and submits to you. And I want the girl to be with a man as though she wants to submit to, wants to be with. Because it's a beautiful thing when they come together. The problem, though, is that we have all this fucking propaganda out there that teaches women to not want to be submissive. It teaches women to not be good girlfriends. It teaches women to not cater to their man or serve their man. And what's up happening is they end up being the fucking man they want, and they're miserable. So the people that have IRQ, the women especially, that like my content, that tells me right there she's smarter than most women. And that's why she got a fucking man. The women that watch my content and support 9 out of 10 times always have a fucking guy by their side because they're smart enough to get past the fucking tone and be like, damn, nah, that's some real shit. And it makes them really critically think about their own situation and reassess. And for me, that's a huge W. But it doesn't happen often. So yes, we need voices like Candace Owens. We need voices like Pearl. We need these women because unfortunately, I'm not going to get through to enough of them. Being very candid and honest here.
$10 million.
Candace, we
Jesse,
are getting...
can I jump in?
Sure. Yeah, sure. Afi. Oh, is it Afi or Candace? Oh, Candace. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, Candace.
Yeah, I was just going to say very quickly that, when you go to a hotel, that they tell you in the paperwork that you sign that it's a safe, secure place. And I just don't think that was met. That was a very big part of their fiduciary responsibility that was not met.
No, that's a good point. And let me just throw another question to you. We got this from Lily Gazarian. This is one we keep getting a lot of times. So, Candace, tell me what you think about it. Hi, Jesse. If he's acquitted, can he sue all these witnesses for defamation since they testified against him?
So listen, whenever a witness takes the stand, they are protected, they have privilege, because or else how will you get a witness to say anything? Because some things that they're going to say, other people in the courtroom are going to perceive as not true or true based upon what they are perceiving at the time. If we were allowing people to sue each other for defamation inside of the courtroom, justice would never happen. So they are protected when they take the stand. Defamation as we know it outside in the public venue, it doesn't apply when we are talking about what's going on inside of the courtroom. And that allows witnesses, that allows everyone to put their theories out there and to put their recollections out there as best as they see without getting in trouble and without getting sued.
Got a question from Vanessa. Can you plead the fifth if you've been subpoenaed? Yes, obviously. That's similar to what happened yesterday with Eddy Garcia, but it was offered protection. Okay, I've got a question here for you, Afi, from Midnight Gamer 92. Does Mia's identity being leaked mess anything up in court?
You know, I think it's important to understand that it's really hard if you are saying that you're a victim to get on the stand, because you're going to be subject to a lot of scrutiny. And I think it's important that we focus on the fact that the prosecutors promised her protection. Her identity was supposed to remain anonymous. And I think that's a problem for future victims or people who allege that they are victims. You know, and as we're looking at the screen right now, we're even seeing a picture, a depiction of her, you know, blonde hair. She's a white woman. We know her size. We can easily investigate and find out who she is. I think it's going to be a problem for the prosecution for future people who say that they've been victims of crimes. And if we can also talk a little bit about Steele and the way he questioned her. You know, some people say that it was bullying. Some people say it's abuse. You could also argue that it's zealous advocacy. I don't think that's the way he treated her is such a big deterrent as it is the court's inability or the prosecution's inability to protect her identity.
It's a great point. It's a great point in terms of why there might be reluctance for people to cooperate, why there might be reluctance for people to sue. It's very easy, right? It's very easy to say you should have stepped forward, you should have stopped things, you should have gone to the police. But what you're seeing, I think, through the course of this case is it gets quite complicated. Aside from the traumatic effects and what the relationship between an abuser.
Also, guys, do me a favor. We got 1,500 likes. We got like 3,500 plus you guys in here. Well, with Rumble as well, we got like 5,000 or 6,000 you guys in here. So do me a favor, guys. Like the video, okay? Like the video, my ninjas. Smash that like button. Let's get this thing in the algorithm and let's keep cooking.
And a victim may be, there are so many complicating factors here. Again, I go back to this. I've said it before. I've said it again. I think one of the strongest pieces of evidence for the prosecution is the testimony of Dawn Richard when she testified that she witnessed Sean Combs punch Cassie in front of celebrities like Neo and Usher and Jimmy Iovine.
Okay, this happened at a restaurant that she's talking about. That basically Diddy. I was there for that testimony. I was actually in the courtroom. Dawn is alleging that Diddy punched fucking Cassie in the stomach at a restaurant. Where there were some celebrities there. And, you know, obviously it was pretty crazy after an argument.
You know, nobody did anything, right? I think the only...
But here's the other thing, too, that he's missing. During that same testimony, the defense cross-examined Dawn and kind of cooked her on the situation with the skillet, right? There was a story that Diddy had smacked Cassie upside the head with a skillet, but on the cross-examination, the defense attorney pretty much showed that like Dawn had told 4 different types of stories. One was he hit her on the head. The other one was he didn't hit her on the head. He missed her. Then another one was he threw it at the wall next to her. So there was different stories and conflicting stories about what actually happened with him hitting her with this skillet in the kitchen.
The testimony we had about somebody actually intervening was Deontay Nash and Mia, right? So when you think about that and the jury thinks about that, you know, Cassie's in this position where nobody's protecting her. Can she be in a position to fight back against Sean Combs? Can she be in a position, his word against hers? I think that's a really important consideration that I imagine prosecutors will highlight in a closing argument. Okay, Rich, question for you from Rel. Can they still call it bribery if the crime is past the statute of limitations?
Yes, they can, because racketeering is, that's exactly why they charged this case as a RICO case, as a matter of fact. RICO allows you to circumvent statute of limitations problems. All you need to establish is that the pattern of racketeering is still going on. If they can establish that, they can bring in crimes from before, even if it is past the statute of limitations. Let's see how this guy answers, though.
Interesting question. I want to expand upon it. So when you look at the indictment and you look at racketeering, and there's all of these underlying crimes, all these predicate crimes, they'll say like bribery or forced labor and how it's violations of specific codes, whether it's a federal code or more importantly, state statutes, right? State law. And you said it before, you know, they might not charge him at the state level because of statute of limitations issues. We have statute of limitations for a reason. Is it fair to kind of prosecute him on charges that would have otherwise been time barred at the state level? I mean, they're trying to prove he was engaging in, you know, arson, for example.
You know, the viewers of this network are so great, right? Because they're not only interested in this case and all the salaciousness, but they are digging into the legal issues. And I'm not going to pretend I actually know the answer to that question. That is a great question that I'm sure somebody involved in litigating this case has researched. I assume that the predicate acts do not have to be independently prosecutable, meaning they could be prior to the statute of limitations and still constitute valid predicate acts for RICO purchases.
Quick little segue here. Something funny. So someone posted this shit, bro. Look at this shit, nigga. This shit is funny. This is Dave Portnoy eating a pizza in Canada.
So he's calling this old school terraza. One bite, everyone knows the rules. We didn't get here the first time. Place is very cool on the inside. We got Frankie Lazzani's whole story, which almost seemed borderline not believable. Like, see, there we go. There we go. What are you guys fucking laughing about? Terrible. Exactly.
Wow, those guys are fucking pussies.
So here we go. One bite, everybody knows the rules. We won't let that get into what is that Toronto hospitality there? That's terrible.
Bruh.
So he's calling this old school terraza. One bite, everybody knows the rules. We didn't get here the first time. Place is very cool on the inside. We got Frankie Lazzani's whole story, which almost seemed borderline not believable. Like, see, there we go. There we go. What are you guys fucking laughing about? Terrible.
Fucking pussies.
Exactly.
Fucking pussies. Let them this fucking loser chump you like that. I'd be like, what? Shut the fuck up, Dave. You fucking pizza eating slob. Dude, you gotta admit that shit was funny, man. That shit was funny, bro. And here's the thing, right? I guarantee you, if you ask that guy that said that shit, hey man, do you hate Juicy Price? Say, no, I don't actually. I just don't like Dave Portnoy, right? Because what Dave Portnoy did before was he did some fuck shit, bro. If you guys remember last month, the dude doxed a fucking college student and ruined his fucking life because of a fucking bottle girl sign. So it's not that he's insulting the whole group of people. Rather, it's him saying that to piss this fucking dumbass off. And he obviously takes it out on these fucking teenagers. Dude, Portnoy is a fucking dickhead, bro. But yeah, that was kind of funny, bro. I ain't gonna lie. That's just kind of funny. Dude, see, I got thick skin, right? If someone drove by and said, oh, fuck the Sudan! Allahu Akbar! Like, I wouldn't get mad. I would laugh and just keep it pushing. But look at him, he gets all butthurt and takes his frustration out on these guys.
But I would get a lawyer to research that.
Well, I would also say that I don't.
Yo, rare Canadian W though, bro. Rare Canadian W.
I don't think they're necessarily saying maybe he committed it, but there was an agreement to commit it, right? Racketeering conspiracy, an agreement to commit one or more, well, two or more of these predicate crimes. I think that may be the way. Afi, Candace, anybody want to jump in? If not, I got another question for you. Anybody want to jump in on that?
Yes, so from what I understand, that the law was created specifically for that reason, and that you could go back beyond the statute of limitations, for way beyond, in order to kind of connect the dots. And that's what makes RICO so different and important, because of the underlying crimes and the statute of limitations that you're not necessarily
One second, Ninjas, I'll be right back.
Worried about.
Afi, listen to this. We have a poll up. So during this this lunchtime show, not only to take questions, not only we're going to report in real time the court updates, no updates, by the way. But we put up polls. Afi, listen to this. Were Diddy's actions after the hotel incident for protecting privacy / covering up a crime? Just protecting privacy, 13%. Covering up a crime, 87%. So that's what our viewers think. Viewers think that this isn't necessarily about him trying to protect him or protect Cassie. This was covering up a crime. Thoughts on that?
Well, and maybe, but I think all viewers are right. It can be for both reasons. And I use the perfect example when people say, oh, we don't see RICO. And if I can tie in this example, You have Bad Boy Enterprises, all of its businesses. It's a legitimate business, right? People think that this is just a legitimate business. You can have a legitimate business, but you can also use that business to do illegal things. So even if you have, what were the stats? You have like 86 versus 14%. Your business can be 86% legit. But if you're using it to do that 14% of illegality, then it's wrong. So you can have both things at the same time.
That's a good point. All right. We have an official update in court. Not very exciting. There's a back and forth between the judge, one of Sean Combs' defense attorneys, Jason Driscoll, and the prosecutor over whether or not an exhibit is hearsay. Hey, real quick, Candace.
All right. For those of you that are fat wondering, I got blueberries and some protein shake.
Little Law 101. What's hearsay?
Hearsay is something that happens outside of what the actual person on the witness can actually say that he or she saw or was a part of. So it's hearsay, it's coming from somebody else.
Yeah, it's an out-of-court statement offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. There's exceptions to it. Always a interesting back and forth.
Can I say something? Just
now, hearsay is allowed in probable cause affidavits and stuff like that, just not allowed in trial. All right, let's move on to the next topic, guys. We're gonna go ahead and move on to the Elon Musk stuff.
New York, I'm Chris Hayes. To put the news in the parlance of SpaceX, it seems Elon Musk's career as co-president to Donald Trump has had a bit of a rapid, unscheduled disassembly. Technically, it was kind of scheduled. His Doge campaign was always billed as temporary. But less than 6 months into this administration, the man who came in like some kind of MAGA rock star who was jumping around at Trump rallies, appeared in every cabinet meeting, seemed to be running the cabinet meetings, spoke to adoring crowds at CPAC, is now unceremoniously slinking out the side door. And I want to be clear here and be fair-minded, clear-eyed. By every conceivable metric, Musk's stint in government has been an unmitigated, abject failure. Any way you look on it. On the substance, it's just been wildly destructive and also volatile. Remember, like
Now, look, you guys know how I feel about Musk. You know, I don't really love the guy because I think that, you know, he's a whatever. I'll leave my personal bias aside. But you could make the argument that after Trump came into office, yes, it's been an L. Those are some good things here and there, save some money here and there, but it's not even a drop in the bucket of all the other shit that's going on. But what I will give Elon credit for, I will give him this. He was critical, absolutely critical in getting Donald Trump reelected. I will give him that. Absolutely was critical in getting him reelected. So.
Just the email to everyone. What'd you do? 3 things. And then they just abandoned that. A lot of lifelong experts in key positions in our federal government have lost their jobs and we can't get them back. Important medical research. I mean, groundbreaking stuff has been paused or destroyed, possibly indefinitely. Government agencies across the board are functioning worse. If you talk to people in the government and you read the reporting, they are functioning worse than they were before. There are also enormous, almost sort of unspeakably large ramifications.
Thank you for, let's see here. We got some gifted subs. Andrea Angelic, 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Andrea. Jay Lou goes 5 gifted subs as well. I appreciate you, ninjas, man. Love y'all guys. You guys keep the show going, man.
For people in the global south, where the Musk-led cuts to foreign aid will lead to incomprehensibly needless suffering. I mean, people will most definitely die as a result of cuts to AIDS relief program PEPFAR. In fact, Musk's fellow billionaire Bill Gates warns that cuts to USAID could cost millions of lives throughout the world, after Musk bragged about putting the agency through the wood chipper. So Musk did enormous substantive damage, both to our own country, to other people, some of the most vulnerable abroad. That's going to be hard to repair. But even by his own standards, because I don't think he cares about that, his so-called cost-saving efficiency program, Doge, was a total failure as well. I mean, the world's richest man promised to cut, remember, federal spending by $2 trillion with a T dollars.
And in case you guys are wondering, Frank actually does eat blueberries. You know, bro, he eats fruit, man. He has a sensitive stomach, though, so I have to be careful with the stuff he can eat. Frank, you want another one, buddy? All right, come up. Come up. See, you can see here, I got a blueberry right here. Yep, right here, buddy. Yeah, he eats blueberries, guys. I don't know many dogs that eat blueberries, but Frank does. When he was a puppy, I was giving him like dried mango, blackberries, strawberries. So he does eat fruit, which is, you know, pretty cool. Because a lot of dogs don't eat. Like, for example, like Fresh's dog, Hero, that nigga don't eat no fruit, bro. That nigga probably, his health probably trash. Hero does. He eats like human food, like steak and meat and shit like that. Retarded ass fox. Come on, buddy. Come up. See, so I got a blueberry here. Let me move this out the way so you guys can see. Here you go, buddy. Like it? All right. I love you too, buddy. All right, let's get back into it.
Okay. By his own website's shoddy math.
Someone said dogs eat everything. No, they don't, dude. No, they definitely don't, man. They definitely don't. A lot of dogs are picky. But yeah, the only thing that sucks with Frank though is like I can't give him human meat yet. Like the meat has to be like pretty much uncooked or completely like nothing on it. It's either got to be fairly raw or if it is cooked, like nothing on it. No seasoning, even pepper, salt I'm wary of because this guy has a very sensitive stomach. So he'll be shitting liquid for days if I give him like, you know, seasoned meat and shit like that. So
he managed to cut just 1.75 billion. That's less than 1/1000th of what he promised. He barely made a dent. It's a rounding error. Even the Libertarian Cato Institute, which is ideologically very supportive of Doge's.
Some dude in here said dogs aren't supposed to eat berries. Bro, you're retarded, nigga. Dogs can absolutely eat berries, no problem.
Mission.
It's actually good for them.
Wrote that Musk, quote, has overpromised and
especially blueberries.
Underdelivered unverifiable spending cuts. It was all a con. I mean, part of this is that Musk assumed, like so many people do, that the government is full of lazy bureaucrats who can be fired without any meaningful consequences. But even one of his own Doge insiders had to concede it's not actually true. In an interview, tech founder Sahil Lavinia, who Musk placed at the VA, said, quote, I would say the culture shock is mostly a lot of meetings, not a lot of decisions, but honestly, it's kind of fine because the government works. It's not as inefficient as I was expecting, to be honest. I was hoping for more easy wins. Adding that now that he's there, he says he finds himself surrounded by people who love their jobs, who came to the government with a sense of mission driving their work. Now, like most administration officials who accidentally say true things, that guy got fired for that interview. But Americans in general did not like the behavior and the cruelty of Doge. And now Elon Musk, with what is left of his tattered reputation, is doing media interviews trying to reboot his image and distance himself from it all.
You know, it's not like I agree with everything the administration does. So it's like I agree with much of what the administration does, but we have differences of opinion. You know, there are things that I don't entirely agree with. But it's difficult for me to bring that up in an interview because then it creates a bone of contention. So then I'm a little stuck in a bind where I'm like, well, I don't want to, speak out against the administration, but I don't want to. I also don't want to take responsibility for everything the administration is doing.
I mean, again, you got to just concede it where it is. I mean, this is a guy who is profoundly charismatic, silver-tongued, eloquent, amazing communicator.
Yeah, that's obviously sarcasm. Yeah, Musk has a pretty bad stuttering problem. The other thing, too, guys, why he had to leave, X was fucking up, SpaceX, Tesla stocks were fucking going down because of all the fire bombings at the Tesla dealerships. So, and obviously, he does have a fiduciary duty to his investors to ensure that Tesla stays profitable, man. So he had to go back.
Yes, it is a tough spot to be associated with those toxic Trump policies. Maybe that explains the sudden, massive unpack.
Bro, it's literally hilarious to like see all these liberals lose their mind about Donald Trump. That's why I like watching left-wing media, because they just get so fucking triggered in their analysis, right? It's funny shit. I know you have your difference on Musk, but he lost money to support Donald Trump, and he tried to keep his promises, but hard to do that when there are roads being blocked. Yeah, of course. Well, I dislike Musk with the H-1B visa shit, bro. The dude fucking took my check away and took my subscriptions away because I was critical of the H-1B visa. Fucking annoying.
Clarity.
And it's supposed to be a free speech platform. That's why I'm annoyed by fucking Musk.
But this is you, right?
Bro, I remember when he pulled that shit out, dude. He had sunglasses on. He must have been on drugs. He said, oh, chainsaw of redemption, some bullshit like that. It was so fucking corny with this fucking guy over here, Malay or whatever his name is. And if you're wondering, yes, he is.
Every single time, every single crime, every single lie, early lie, every single hour, every single day, every single night, early lie. I know it's hard to believe it's the whole forest, not one tree, and it's every branch and leaf. They're born to deceive, but I'm telling you the truth. It's not just one or two, it's every single Jew.
There you go. And let's get back to it.
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy.
I meant to say Javier Malay.
Chainsaw!
Bro, that was so corny and so cringe. I remember when he did that shit the first time, he called it the chainsaw of what?
Chainsaw for bureaucracy.
The chainsaw for bureaucracy. So fucking corny with that shitty music in the back playing. This, I think, was at CPAC. Yeah, CPAC. Oh, and if, in case you're wondering, with CPAC as well, yeah, who runs CPAC? Let's see here. It is founded by American Conservative Union. Who runs this shit, bro? Because the main people on the board, Chairman Matt Schlapp. Oh.
Every single time, every single crime, every single lie.
We had to go down to personal life for this one, but we found it, boys.
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy. Chainsaw!
Yeah, Elon Musk is just very unlikable, by the way, guys. And the thing is that that's another reason, too, why he left. A lot of people don't like Elon Musk, dude. He's a very selfish guy. And here's the thing. Like, if you're going to be worth that much money, you know, I'll be honest with y'all, bro. There's no such thing as an ethical billionaire. If I would just be all the way $1 million with y'all. To reach that level of net worth, you have to fuck people over. You just do. You know, you're just not going to become as wealthy as someone like Elon Musk, one of the richest man in the world. You're just not going to do it by being an ethical person. It's not going to happen. So, that's what comes with it. You know, but yes, he's wildly unliked by a lot of people in the Trump administration as well. What the fuck was that scream, bro?
Did you feel that down into your toes? That full body cringe?
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I'll agree with the fucking soy boy here. That was pretty cringe.
Well, Musk is now leaving in disgrace because lots of people felt that way when they were around him. He was wholesale rejected by about everyone. We've seen report after report after report that everyone simply couldn't stand the guy. Doesn't matter how rich he is.
Even Trump got annoyed by him because he basically moved into Mar-a-Lago for a few months, chat. He was like living in the guest house on the side.
In March, the New York Times reported on an explosive cabinet meeting where Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, and Veterans Affairs Secretary Doug Collins all tore into Musk for his haphazard cuts in their respective agencies. Earlier this month, The Atlantic reported on an expletive-ridden screaming match between Musk and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent that spilled out from the Oval Office into more public areas of the West Wing. That same article also quotes the General Counsel for the American Federation of Government Employees as saying, quote, "We kicked him out of town. If he had stayed in the shadows and done this stuff, who knows how bad it would have been, but no one likes the guy." No one likes the guy might be the best summation of Musk's forays into American politics I've encountered. His Waterloo, sort of electorally speaking, came in April. Remember that in the state of Wisconsin? Remember what he did there? Guy thought he was so popular, that he was such a good politician himself.
Oh yeah, this was. I think this was the death knell for Musk's political career. Was his moves and getting into Wisconsin politics, right?
That he flew in from out of state and wore a cheese head and flexed his newfound political muscles in the state Supreme Court race. And he spent a small fortune of his own money in support of the conservative.
Oh yeah, I spent a couple million, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Candidate Brad Schimel, and it didn't work.
Brad Schimel? Hold on one sec.
Candidate support of the conservative candidate Brad Schimel.
Brad Schimel. What the hell? Frank, no. All right, he passed the life test, chat.
And it didn't work. His candidate lost by 10 points.
Oh, cooked.
And voters, whew, they really didn't like Musk.
He's just a pushy billionaire, and he's cutting everything. The people need these things he's cutting.
He just makes me very angry. He uses money in ways that we're not used to, and I really think that, you know, he should just stay out of local politics. He should stay out of all politics, frankly.
That Wisconsin woman is not alone. In fact, voters everywhere don't like him. Nate Silver's polling average shows Musk's public approval more than 14 points underwater. That's bad. About 50.
Yeah, Myron, random question, but do women actually not like guys if they're too big? Been in the gym for several years and have good physique, yet a lot of guys I know are skinny, out with rotation of dating good-looking women. Thoughts? Yeah, women don't like overly developed muscular men, bro. I'll be keep it $1,000 with you. That's another lie that they be trying to say. Getting super muscular and ripped is going to only get you more attention from men. It's not really going to get you much attention from women, being honest with you, bro.
54% of Americans saying they disapprove of the billionaire. And Musk's intrusion into national politics has also had very real financial consequences for his companies. I mean, he's lost billions of dollars, at least sort of on paper, since he spent more than $270 million to get Trump elected last year.
Yeah, he dropped a lot of money, man.
Tesla sales, the sort of crown jewel company of his, are down huge.
Also, guys, quick reminder, follow me on Instagram. Fed Reacts is the account. We're going to build this shit back up to 100K ninjas. I should have been having millions by now. But yeah, Fed Reacts is the Instagram. It is verified now. So go ahead, guys. Follow it. It is me. You can see me on camera. Telling you guys that this is my account. So give it a follow. It's a black screen, but it is me, I promise. Fed Reacts is the new name of the Instagram. It's fairly new. 11K followers. So go check it out.
Especially in Europe, where they crashed nearly 50% year over.
I'll drop the link for you guys in here too, so you guys can just like click on it and hit that follow button. I drop videos every single day on there. Every single day I'm dropping videos.
For a year last month, because Musk has absolutely poisoned the brand with his own toxic reputation.
Also, keep in mind, people that are more likely to buy, fucking electric cars tend to be more, environment conscious, excuse me. And these people tend to lean on the left. That's another reason, too, why Tesla kind of got beat up with this, because the people that buy these types of vehicles tend to care about the environment. And people that tend to care about the environment most of the time are progressives. Republicans and conservatives in general don't give a fuck about, fossil fuels and all this other bullshit. They think most conservatives will probably tell you that global warming is a scam. So him aligning with the Republican Party and getting Trump in when they don't believe in this shit did definitely hurt him from a financial sense. This is why so many people that are like in business do not talk about their political affiliation, chat, because you will lose money unless like your brand is inherently tied to a political realm, so to speak. But most of the time, when you're a businessman, you want to stay out of politics due to its divisive nature. And for Musk to join the Republican Party and support Donald Trump, that is absolutely going to fly in the face of a lot of the people that probably purchased or wanted to purchase Teslas. And liberals, as we know, aren't rational individuals. They get triggered, and when you piss them off, they commit acts of violence. This is why the FBI arrested literally several people that firebombed Tesla dealerships all across America. That's how bad it got. These liberals got so fucking triggered that he was supporting Donald Trump that they started firebombing fucking dealerships, dude. Like, I showed you guys the case of one Chinese guy, one Asian guy in Vegas, like, just torched the place and had guns and everything, and the FBI arrested him. That's what liberals do, man. They do violence, unfortunately. Fucking idiots. Like the guy out of Boulder, Colorado, throwing Molotov cocktails, radical leftist. The guy that shot those 2 Israelis in Washington, D.C., embassy employees, fucking radical leftist. Like, these people are okay with violence, and that's not fucking cool. But Musk should have known this, that Tesla is going to take a hit for you supporting someone like Donald Trump. If you guys remember, Donald Trump on his first day in signed an executive order to like get us out of the, it was some fucking, some type of agreement with Europe when it comes to the environment. Someone in the chat, please, you guys know what I'm talking about. On his first day in, January 20th, 2025, right, when he was sworn in and he signed all those executive orders, one of the executive orders he signed was to get us out of this agreement that we had with Europe. It might have been for global warming or the oceans or something like that. What was it? What was the executive order about, guys? The Paris Accord IRC? Okay, what did that... let me just pull this shit up real quick. Because now it's going to bother me. I don't like to talk out my ass.
Good evening from New York.
No, I'm going to have to double check it. All right. The Paris Agreement is a landmark international treaty on climate change signed in 2016 with the goal of limiting global warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius. Okay, bam. Okay. Trump signed an executive order to get us out of this on day one. So in 2017, he got us out. Yep. Okay. So shortly after a second, President Trump would be expected to sign an executive order to withdraw. Yeah, here we go. Putting America first in international environmental agreements. United States must grow its economy and maintain jobs for its citizens while playing a leadership role in global affairs to protect the environment over decades. With the help of sensible policies that do not encumber private sector activity, the United States is simultaneously growing its economy, raise worker employees, blah, 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 blah. Okay, there you go. Okay, the United States ambassador to the United Nations shall immediately submit formal written notification to the United States withdraw from the Paris Agreement under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Bam, there you go. So on day one, Trump got us out of this fucking agreement that obviously is for climate change. And Elon supported that. That's kind of completely antithetical to the mission of Tesla. So now you can see why these liberals are going fucking crazy, right? And why the fucking stocks tanked. You put a guy into office that basically doesn't believe in climate change. You know, look, I ain't gonna lie. I think climate change is a scam too, kind of. But this is the right wing. Like, we don't give a fuck about that stuff. So, you know, Musk customers a lot of times are going to be more central or left.
Here in the States.
So obviously this hurt him.
According to one report, quote, a shopping center with a shuttered Bed Bath & Beyond store is in violation.
Thank you guys for telling me about, for giving me the acronym, though. I was able to find it quickly. Appreciate you, ninjas.
Detroit suburbs city code for storing dozens of Tesla vehicles on its parking lot. That's because there's so much inventory of these Cybertrucks, they can't get rid of it. I don't think it's a good news for your car manufacturer when your flagship luxury trucks are just sitting unsold in a random parking lot somewhere outside of Detroit, possibly drawing municipal citations. In fact, Tesla shareholders are now saying the company's in crisis, sending a letter to the company demanding, this is pretty funny, Musk return to work full time. Huh, that's an interesting idea for the CEO. Now, thankfully for them, it looks like...
Yep, and obviously, like I told you guys before, Trump has a fiduciary responsibility to his investors. Now, what does that mean? That means that he has a duty to ensure that Tesla stays profitable for them, right? Bam, here you go. Involving trust, especially in regard to the relationship between a trustee and a beneficiary. So basically a financial obligation to ensure that they stay profitable, man. I know I saw some of you guys in the chat asking what does fiduciary mean?
It's like he's going to have some more time on his hands right now. And so, again...
So, of course, they're like saying, hey, dumbass, you got to go back to work, nigga. You know shit is bad when the investors are telling you got to go back to work, bro.
Every conceivable way. Musk leaves the government worse off than he found it. His tenure in Washington was a complete failure, substantively and politically, and to his own reputation and to his own companies. He got high in his own supply. He convinced himself, because he's worth a lot of money, that everyone loves him, that the American public would fall in love with his antics. And it turns out they would really much rather he just go away. Claire McCaskill is a former Democratic senator in Missouri. David French is an opinion columnist for the New York Times, and they join me now. Claire, I think, what do you think that sort of obituary on his tenure in the government is going to read?
Yeah, well, I think you ran through it all and covered the territory pretty well. Unlikable, full of himself, immature, arrogant, wildly rich beyond most people's imagination. But at the core of it...
Yeah, that's why, like, the whole Ashley St. Clair thing, guys, if you guys remember, he basically just threw money at the problem. He got her pregnant. It just threw money at her and then didn't respond to her. And she went ahead and did a whole like fucking expose, a bunch of interviews. I mean, she's a stupid thought too for doing that. And if you're wondering, yes, she is. She is one of them boys. But yeah. But this goes to show like Elon doesn't really. He doesn't have. He has a privilege, honestly, and the luxury of not having to deal with his behavior because he's so rich. It's insulated him from accountability a lot of times. And I guess in politics, you do have to be liked to a degree. And someone like Elon is just wildly unlikable. Very pompous, very arrogant. He's not really that great of a speaker. Conveys himself to be a bit more intelligent than he really is. And actually, you know, I'll play a video for you guys. Elon Musk also is kind of a fraud. And I'll show you guys proof for this instead of me just talking shit and coming off as a hater. So let me just like... Let me just show you, ninjas, instead of talking shit. Like I said before, I give him his flowers when it's due, but I also criticize him when it's due. And the reality is he definitely got Trump elected. That's a fact. Like, he was critical in getting Trump elected. If it wasn't for Musk getting behind him and then also making Twitter very pro-Trump, it would have hurt him. You know, he might have not won in the landslide that he won. Or if he did, if Trump won without Elon's help, it would have been fucking close, right? And we all know if it's close, that you know they can rig it. So you know, I remember they said it's too big to rig because the win was so fucking overwhelming. Let me find it for you guys.
Chris, I think he didn't really understand a democracy. You know, business leaders have an arrogance about them when it comes to government. They think too often, well, there are very smart people in government. The people who work for government are less than, and I run a...
I'll be honest with you, a lot of people in the private sector think that way. A lot of them do think that government employees are retards. But here's the thing. They're kind of right, bro. I ain't gonna lie. A lot of government employees are lazy retards. Now, you obviously do get some people that are very bright, that are intelligent, like yours truly right here, right? But they typically don't tend to stay in the government long. They tend to leave to the private sector very quickly. So, you know, you really got to do it for your country in some of these instances. And you guys have asked me many times, yo, Myron, if Donald Trump tapped you to go back to the government and assist with HSI, would you go back? And the answer is yes. Yes, I would. I would. Even though it would be an enormous pay cut, and from a financial perspective, it would be absolutely retarded to do that, I would go back because I truly do love this country, and I truly do think this is the best country in the world. You know, and this is why I say a lot of things that I say. And I only carry one passport, chat. There is nowhere else for me to go. So, yes, this is true that a lot of people in the private sector do look down on government employees, but rightfully so. A lot of government employees are fucking retards. Be honest with y'all. Even when I was an agent, you know, in an office of like maybe, let's say, 200 agents, maybe like 10 of them are rock stars. You know what I mean? Like just a few guys, man. Just a few guys. So, yeah.
Big company, and I know how to do it. But most of them, if they had to operate within a democracy, would probably fail like Musk did.
Also, guys, do me a favor. Smash that fucking like button, guys. We literally got only 1,700 likes, man. Come on, man.
Yeah. He didn't understand the basics of a democracy, that you don't take radical steps without the support of the people. And I've got a newsflash for him. Debts and deficit are not high on the list of issues of the American people. If they were, we wouldn't have any. Trump didn't campaign on him. I've never had a big people demonstrate in Missouri about debts and deficit. Yeah, so what he was trying to do, he did with it. He didn't do it with a scalpel. And really, honestly, if he'd done it strategically and carefully and slowed down to get bipartisan support, he would have gotten more done. Never $2 trillion, but he would have gotten more done and probably not done the damage he's done to millions of people across the globe.
All right. Let's read some chats real quick. Garuk says, Syria attacked Israel. Will you talk about this? What do you think? No way Syria attacked Israel, bro. We'll check it out right now, though. Serhat Akas, Myron, I'm an international sales manager and a huge fan from Switzerland. I'll be in Miami tomorrow for a week. I'd love to offer you a business deal. How can we meet to have a talk? Best regard. What is the business deal, bro? Go ahead and send another chat and make your proposition. But it better be good, bro. I'll be honest with you, man. I don't really like doing business meetings with people that I don't know. Fresh does a lot of that stuff. I focus on making the content, bro. So it's got to be really good. So go ahead and craft your offer and put it up in the chat and we'll see what happens. And if it's good, I'll send you a DM. Another random question from Richard says, he says, another random question, but is there a way to find out easily if a chick is a liberal or conservative? Prefer conservatives, obviously, and don't want to smash date 304s that think there are over 30 genders. Should I sell them a dream? Should I sell libs a dream that lives to smash, by the way? Look, if you're looking for a serious girlfriend, if you're just looking to smash, bro, it doesn't matter what her political ideology is. You know what I mean? So it depends on what your goal is. If you want to wife a girl up, yeah, she needs to have conservative values for sure. But if you're just trying to smash, bro, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So, all right. So let's go ahead. I got this video for you guys on Elon Musk that kind of covers everything. This comes from Greg Reese. I've shown this video before, but we got a lot of new viewers. So I haven't shown this video since like fucking last year, damn near. So.
Pop culture has touted Elon Musk as some sort of eccentric heavyweight genius with humble beginnings. But this is demonstrably false. Elon Musk was born in South Africa, where he claims he grew up extremely poor, but his family owned an emerald mine. As a teenager, Elon would trade emeralds for cash in New York City, and his father bragged how they had so much money we couldn't even close our safe. Musk claims to have had about $100,000 of student loan debt, but he received a full scholarship to the University of Pennsylvania, where he bought a 10-bedroom frat house with his friend Adeo Ressi and ran an illegal nightclub. The pop culture claim is that Elon has an IQ of 155, but this has never been tested, and after being accepted into Stanford for PhD studies, he dropped out after 2 days. After dropping out, Elon began his first business venture with his brother Kimball, Zip2, which was essentially a digital version of the Yellow Pages. The brothers received tens of thousands of dollars from their parents, and yet Elon denies this. An associate.
Yep, and a lot of people don't know this stuff about Elon Musk, man. Once you actually understand the history, you'll be like, oh shit. I know some of you are saying, what the fuck?
Of Elon's father, Greg Curry, got involved to bring in investors. But Elon's code was no good, so they had to hire on professional coders to rewrite everything. Zip2 was then sold for $307 million to Compaq, who later shut it down without ever earning a profit. Elon made $22 million, bought a $1 million McLaren F1 supercar, which made mainstream news, before he totaled the uninsured vehicle. Musk then went on to create an online bank, X.com. He partnered with banking expert Harris Fricker, Edward Ho, and Christopher Payne. All three ended up leaving the company after accusing Elon of lying to the media about the quality of their product. Elon claims he founded PayPal. Before the company was named PayPal, it was known as Confinity. It was founded in 1998 by Peter Thiel and Max Levchin. After losing millions of dollars, Elon's X.com was bought by Confinity in a merger in 2000. All Musk contributed at Confinity was his own power struggle. He made himself CEO and pushed to change the name to X.com. The executive team successfully petitioned to fire Musk while he was away on vacation. Part of
that shit crazy, bro. Getting fired while you're on vacation? What the fuck?
Musk's resignation agreement stipulated that all references to founders of the company will be removed from their website, allowing Elon to claim credit, which so far is all he has ever achieved. Peter Thiel then rebranded the company as PayPal, went public, and sold to eBay for $1.5 billion. Elon made $180 million from the deal, which he then invested into Tesla, SpaceX, and failed company SolarCity. Elon falsely claims to be the founder of Tesla. Tesla was founded in 2003 by Mark Tarpenning and Martin Eberhard, who developed the Tesla Roadster. When Tesla Motors began looking for venture capital, they approached Elon Musk, who had the fake credibility as PayPal's co-founder. Musk joined with the condition that he be named chairman of the board. In emails, Musk was upset that the media was not giving him credit for Tesla Motors and went after Martin Eberhard, replacing him as CEO. He then forced Eberhard out of the company and rewrote the company's history to have himself listed as an original co-founder.
Bro, that is crazy, man. So you guys can see how like petty he is, right?
Martin Eberhard, the man behind the Tesla Roadster, was promised the first Roadster off the assembly line. But Musk screwed him over on that as well and sent that car into space.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly.
So who is Elon Musk? Elon describes his father as being an evil, abusive man. His father, Errol Musk, has been accused of being a pedophile and fathered a child with his stepdaughter, who is 42 years younger than him. This spoiled, narcissistic failure, son of accused pedophile, wants to put computer chips in everyone's brain so that we can merge with artificial intelligence. His girlfriend is now bragging how this could all lead to a communist utopia. And strangely enough, former Nazi and head of NASA, Wernher von Braun, predicted a man named Elon would conquer Mars in a 1952 novel that he wrote. Which is odd, because NASA has partnered with Elon's SpaceX to work towards colonizing Mars. Elon Musk, like everything else in today's modern society, is a fraud. a fake genius, just like fake philanthropist Bill Gates and his fake vaccines. Brought to you by the fake news.
Oh, yeah, we know who runs the fake news, by the way.
Every single time.
5 out of the 6 are owned by.
Every single time.
And the 6th one, the Murdochs, in case you're wondering, they're close with your boy Netanyahu, which means.
Every single time.
Bro, you can't. Man.
Here's a pro tip for dealing with the mainstream media and all of pop culture. Assume it's a lie and research everything.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly.
Yep. And there you guys go. That's a quick little summary on Elon Musk. Look, here's the thing. When it comes to Elon Musk, I'll keep it nice and simple. Donald Trump was in a do-or-die position in 2024 when it came to this election. If he did not win the election, he was going to go to prison for the rest of his life. I think we can all understand and be sensitive to that. And it's just a reality, right? Because as you guys know, we're talking about him facing federal charges, right? Some pretty serious ones. Like, for example, the charge with for the document case, for example, that had me very concerned, man, because I was like, holy shit, dude, like he can literally go to prison for the rest of his life about this because they were, that's an espionage charge, right? And for those of you that aren't familiar with like the Espionage Act, it has some of the most rigid guidelines and serious offenses. And the thing with that also is that they caught him with the documents at his house, man. Like there's not much you can really say to keep yourself clean from that one. So, and then you had the RICO out of Georgia. You had the insurrection case out of D.C. He had 4 different indictments in 4 different areas. New York City for falsifying business records by the state of New York. Florida for the document case, federal. Georgia state RICO case by Fani Willis. And then finally, Washington, D.C. For insurrection. Jack Smith ran the 2 federal probes. Now, again, the document case would have had him because it's national defense information. You can't have that stuff in your house. He would have been cooked if he had went to trial. And it would have been serious time. So he was literally in a do or die position when he got indicted in all these different places. So what ended up happening was Musk, who owns X, right? X started to become super supportive of Trump, especially when he almost got killed in Butler, Pennsylvania back in July, okay? And after he survived that assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, Musk jumped on board and said, I'm going to endorse Trump. He started showing up at the rallies. X started taking a far more pro-Trump stance. He hosted a couple of spaces with Trump. So he was instrumental in getting him elected. Besides the $270 million, he also talked with Peter Thiel and these tech guys, the PayPal mafia. So J.D. Vance, alongside Musk, brought in the Silicon Valley bros to support Trump. Also, leveraging his platform X to also be pro-Trump. And then obviously putting his own money into the game. So I will not take anything away from him in the regards that Donald Trump owes Elon Musk his life. Because Elon Musk pretty much sealed the deal when it comes to X endorsement, financial endorsement, tech, Silicon Valley and the tech world endorsement. Now, once Trump got in, that's when people got to see the side of Musk that people don't like, right? Because now he's in here in executive, in cabinet meetings. He's giving his opinion on things. He's not an elected official. He didn't go through the fucking Senate confirmation hearings that everyone else had to endure, right? You guys remember those Senate confirmation hearings? Those were fucking brutal. I covered a few of them. I covered RFK. I covered Patel. I covered Matt Gaetz didn't even make it. Tulsi Gabbard, right? RFK, Patel, Tulsi Gabbard, and there's one more. And then Pete Hegseth. Oh my God. Bro, those 4 got cooked on the fucking confirmation hearings, man. Absolutely.
Welcome, punch!
Patel, when he was, and for those that aren't familiar, so when Trump appoints someone to become a member of his cabinet, they have to go through what's called Senate confirmation hearings. And they go there, they're under oath, and they answer questions about, are they fit for the job? Their candor, whatever it is. Basically, the Senate is able to grill them on a bunch of stuff to see if they're qualified or not. Now, typically it's just a formality. Most people that get appointed to go through these confirmation hearings get confirmed. But let's be honest here. these senators were fucking chomping at the bit to fucking beat up a couple of these fucking appointees. So you get fucking Pete Hegseth, right? Pete Hegseth is a alcoholic evangelical Christian, staunch supporter of Israel. Some might say neocon, right? Though I will give him credit, he hasn't been too much of a neocon as Secretary of Defense. But, you know, we're talking about infidelity, sexual assault, alcohol problems. He was an anchor on Fox News. Had never really been, he served in the military, but he was never at a super high level. So people felt like he was inexperienced and he had all these problems, right? Let me tell you this, at the confirmation hearing, they were whooping his ass, asking him all kinds of questions, making him look crazy, etc. Very uncomfortable for him. Then you move on to fucking Kash Patel. They're over here grilling him on, hey, we saw you on a podcast saying that you're going to turn the FBI headquarters into a museum. You're going to go after these government gangsters because, yes, Kash Patel released a book called Government and the Gangsters. We named all the deep state operatives and how they need to go to jail. You know, and they were asking him, like, how do we know you're not going to weaponize the FBI to go ahead and get revenge on your political rivals, blah, blah. They were whooping his ass on that shit, too, right? Then they were asking him questions about a rap song that he had endorsed. Bro, wild, right? Then you got fucking RFK. RFK, hey, what's up with your, you know, you killed a bear and you left him at Central Park. What the fuck? You know, you're a chronic cheater on your wife. You know, we still don't know if she actually ended herself because of she was sad by you cheating or whatever. You know, you had a diary where you kept all your sexual exploits. What the fuck is going on here? You used to be a drug user. Like, you're a degenerate, right? And then Tulsi Gabbard. Oh, you know, you get along with Bashar al-Assad. What's up with your situation with him? You know, are you really America first? We don't like your links. You know, you're a former Democrat. So they really beat up on 4 of his appointees, right? Tulsi Gabbard, they really hit her hard on the Bashar al-Assad connection and her Middle East connections. So, and I'm telling you guys this because clearly, a bunch of people in Trump's cabinet had to go through hell to get that position. They had to be appointed, they had to go through confirmation hearings. But you got this fucking billionaire there, just chilling. He's not an elected official. He didn't get appointed. Not really, at least. He didn't had to get a confirmation hearing. So he's over here giving his opinions. They're like, bro, what the fuck? Get out of here, nigga. We just got grilled on these confirmation hearings, and your dumbass want to be in here giving your opinions? Bro, you're from South Africa. Get the fuck out of here. So this obviously created problems, right? Trump started getting annoyed by him. People like Marco Rubio were getting annoyed by him because they look at it like you're not really even supposed to be here, bro. We appreciate you helping out with the campaign and everything and getting Trump in, but like, bro, hey, nigga, go back to Tesla. But Elon stayed. He ran a Doge situation, fired a bunch of employees. As you guys saw, he endorsed Schimmel out in Wisconsin. That was a fucking colossal failure. And when he lost, that's when Elon was like, all right, I'm going to start bowing out. And then after that loss of Wisconsin, that humbled him a lot. And he said, you know what? I need to start getting back to my business. And then on top of that, X is falling apart. We're talking about the fucking app don't work. You can't even get on Spaces properly. Engagement is down. Clearly, there's a whole bunch of technical bugs going on with X, right? Then on top of that, these fucking Tesla dealerships are on fire all over the place. You know, you got angry liberals that are pissed off that he paired up with Trump, who didn't, you know, got rid of the fucking Paris Accord with climate change. How could you, Elon? You betrayed us. Because for those of you that don't know, Elon Musk has been a career Democrat, FYI. I think he voted for Hillary in 2016, if I'm not mistaken. And he's been critical of Trump before. So, Peter Thiel, all these motherfuckers, all these like tech guys, they're all Democrats. So, so obviously, like, Elon Musk fans got pissed off. So this all led to the eventual downfall of Elon. Tesla stocks going down, SpaceX not being proficient, Twitter having problems with bugs, politicians not liking him being unlikable in general, Ashley St. Clair getting pregnant. Oh, a bunch of shit was going on. He's had a rough year, bro. I keep it 1,000 with y'all. Elon has had a rough fucking year. So there was no choice but to go back. There was no choice but to go back. You guys said he's speaking on X right now? Really? Let me see here. Oh, he's not, bro. What are you talking about, man? I'm literally on his X account now. He's not talking on X, bro. Fucking cappers. Anyway, how's the audio, by the way, guys? I think Mo came in here and adjusted some shit, made it a little bit better for you guys. Audio nice and crispy? On my mic, by the way? Give me O/ if it's perfect. Give me an O/ if it's perfect. Give me a 1 if it's good. O/ if it's perfect. 1 if it's good. 1 is like sufficient. It's good, but could be better. O/ if it's fucking perfect. Now we're going to get into the next topic. O/ if it's perfect. 1 if it's good. Tommy has a space open on X. Tommy who? Sotomayor? All right, if you're going to put a 1, can you guys tell me why the 1? Put a 1 and why? Yeah, I don't see where Myron bulk eat more. No, bro, I don't want to be fat. No, thank you. Bulking is retarded, bro. I'll never do that shit again. Fuck no, man. Which, by the way, while we wait, guys, don't forget to follow me on Instagram right here, Fed Reacts. We're going to start getting into the Sudan conflict because I do think it's important, and we haven't, I've talked about it a few times, but I'll talk about it again. For those of you that don't know, that is where my family's from. They're from Sudan. I've been there only once, back in 1995, when Omar Bashir was the president. But now it's in the middle of a civil war. And it's something that a lot of people don't talk about, but we are going to talk about it here so that you guys can understand the greater conflict in the Middle East. Because I do think it's important for you guys to understand the totality of the circumstances with all the Arab countries, because that plays a lot with Israel. So here's the thing. You can't understand Israel fully and their control of our country unless you understand the Middle East. I'm going to say that again for you guys. You can't understand the Middle East and foreign policy in the Middle East unless you understand, you can't understand Israel properly unless you understand the Middle East. Okay? To truly understand Israel's influence in America and how they have the influence and what they use the influence for, you must understand Middle Eastern foreign policy. Okay, and obviously Sudan falls into that. Sudan is one of the countries that was destabilized thanks to Israel's colonialism / influence in American politics, right? Because Sudan was an ally of the Palestinian struggle. So we'll definitely talk about that. Also, Sudan housed Osama for a number of years, surprisingly, when he got exiled from Saudi Arabia. And I think and it was on a terror watch list for a very long time. But I think Sudan recently got taken off the list in response to the Abraham Accords. Let me double check that because you guys already know that I don't like to be. I'm almost certain Sudan, though, recognized Israel now in exchange for sanction relief and something else and being taken off the list. Yep, I am correct. So, yes. So, well, first, what is the Abraham Accords? The Abraham Accords are bilateral agreements on the Arab-Israeli normalization signed between Israel and United Arab Emirates and between Israel and Bahrain on September 15, 2020. Mediated by the United States, the announcement of August 13, 2020 concerned Israel and the Emirates before the subsequent announcement of an agreement between Israel and Bahrain on September 11, 2020. On September 15, 2020, the signing of the treatments was hosted by U.S. President Donald Trump on the Truman balcony of the White House amid elaborate staging intended to evoke the signings of historic formal peace treaties in prior administrations. And then, so Sudan joined in January of 2021, right? So what did the Sudanese get for this? Okay, on October 23rd, 2020, Israel and Sudan agreed to normalize ties. The agreement is unratified as of 2024. As part of the agreement, the U.S. removed Sudan from a state of sponsored terrorism. Bam. See, bro, I don't fucking miss, baby. Let's go. As part of the agreement, the U.S. removed Sudan from a state-sponsored terrorism and gave them a $1.2 billion loan. What did I tell you guys before? I told you guys already, and I'll say it again, okay? The United States and Israel either destabilizes the country or bribes the country to recognize Israel. That's how it goes. And the reason why is because the United States looks at it like, look, if we can bribe the Arab world to not attack Israel, that makes life easier for us. So the United States a lot of times ends up paying these countries, or in other words, the other thing they do is they destabilize them first. Then when they're reeling and they need money, then they give them the money. So Sudan has been ravished by civil wars for decades. It's had civil war problems. So now the United States comes in and says, hey, recognize Israel, normalize relations, and we'll take you off the terrorism list, sponsors the terrorism list, because remember, they used to host Osama bin Laden over there, and then we'll give you a $1.2 billion loan. And they signed it. So yeah, Abraham Accords. Which also, these accords, FYI, just so you guys know, these accords did lead to October 7th. But yes, for you to understand Israel properly and understand them boys, you must understand the Middle East and Middle Eastern foreign policy. Because everything starts to make sense. Because like what a lot of guys do, right? So I'll give you guys an example. Like, let me read this before I go in. Sean S. says, only read the next part, but it's me, Sean, with Crohn's. I called in and talked about my divorce. I hope Bigot isn't stealing users' funds, because if they are, I'm definitely willing to use my platform to save people from losing money. Keep me updated. I invested over 200K into BTC and I was trading on Bigot to get 4 coins. Charlie guys suggested Bigot froze my account for no reason and stalling saying investigate. I think they're trying to just steal it. If you could read my next message out. Sean, I don't know what's going on here. The creator of the abortion pill has passed away. Any idea what he was? Cue the song every single time. Also, when's the next call-in show? Would you guys want that? Do you guys want me to run a call-in portion of the show? On here? Here's the thing, though. I'll be honest with y'all. If I was to run, because I am thinking about starting an OSS Locals for OSS only, and I would keep it super cheap. I would make it very cheap. It would be super affordable. It wouldn't break the bank whatsoever for you guys. And one of the perks would be you could call into the show and you only get the number if you're a member of the OSS. But I would make the membership really cheap. It would be to offset a lot of the costs with, as you guys, you know, this is me just being super transparent with you guys. As you guys know, it costs me a lot of money to run this channel, right? And I'm not here to complain or anything else like that. I'm just being very transparent with you guys because I'm transparent about everything. It cost me $20,000 to $30,000 to run this channel between clippers, editors, you know, travel, equipment, all this shit. 20, 30K a month to run this channel, right? Because you guys can see the channel's been growing a lot. That didn't happen by accident. We've been pumping out shorts, pumping out clips, editing stuff. If you guys notice, my clips have gotten way better quality. I put a preview in the beginning. Then it's like, you know, cleaned up so there's not a lot of like ums and ahs like a normal stream. So that's obviously cost me a lot of money. I've invested a significant amount of money into this channel since January. I told you guys we're going to take over 2025, and I put my money behind it. So, you know, obviously the background, all this shit you guys see, it cost me a lot. The switcher I'm using, this 4K switcher I'm using, that itself, this cost me 10K by itself, by the way. These cameras, I updated the cameras, different camera angles, whatever. You guys can see what I've spent. But what I'm thinking is, I'll start an OSS like a Locals. It'd be cheap, bro. It'd be like somewhere between $5 to $10, right? A month. And what I would do is I would obviously host a call-in portion of the show. Members of the OSS can call in, free meetups, you know, discounts on merch. Me and Brett are working on some OSS merch for you guys right now. By the way, so just something I'm thinking of doing in the future. Maybe not now, but since I'm demonetized on YouTube, it would help with offsetting some of the costs. Because honestly, guys, this is all coming out of pocket for me. And it's not profitable at all. But I enjoy doing it. I think you guys enjoy it. So I might do it. just to kind of like at least break even so that I'm not in the red every month, right? With this. Luckily, like I said before, I made good financial decisions, and we have some things in place, so it's fine. I could do this for a bit longer, but I'm thinking just from a business practicality sense and long term, I would more than likely have to start some kind of subscription service strictly for this channel as it continues to grow and I invest more into it. Traveling to New York, covering cases for you guys, because I actually want to travel more. Oh, also, I forgot to mention this, doing the college tour, right? I'm going to do a college tour this fall, right? So that all costs money, obviously, guys. So that's what I'm thinking of doing. If I did, I'm thinking of two different. I'm thinking having an annual membership for you guys that's like super cheap, and then a monthly that's very cheap, and that way it would offset the costs. And I don't really care too much about profiting. It's more about being able to like run shit and not going red. Like I said before, I'll fund it for now. No big deal. I've been doing it for 6 months, no problem. But yeah, so I'm just kind of speaking out loud with you guys because I do love you guys, and you guys are the lifeblood of this channel. So I do think that decisions that I make, I want you guys involved. That's super important to me. The community, the OSS, you guys, like what you guys think actually really fucking matters. So that's what I'm thinking. Just speaking out loud here. But yeah. So yeah, but no, I wouldn't make the monthly cheap, guys. It would be somewhere between $6 to $10 in that range. I was thinking about $10.90. If you guys know why.
Every single time, every single crime,
Kind of funny. So yeah, I was thinking about that. And then also, like I said, so it would be free meetups, maybe once or twice a year. Call-in show where, call-in where like at the end of every stream, I would open it up to the phone lines for like 30 or 40 minutes and I just talk to OSS members. You guys give me your takes on the political discourse, whatever. Merch, discount on merch. And yeah, maybe one Zoom call a month too on top of that. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. So someone said $5, not $6. Well, 6 is funny for obvious reasons.
every single time, every single.
So, someone said 911. 60 a year, 10 a month. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, but I don't know. I'll think it over. But I promise, guys, if I do it, it's going to be fucking cheap. It would literally be to just run this shit so I'm not going in the red. That's what it would be. It would be totally affordable. Okay? The goal is like, rain, hail, or shine, you guys don't even, it doesn't even bother y'all. That's the thing. Let's see here. Oh, Albo Ace. A little something to help offset the cost. I appreciate that, Albo. Thank you so much, dude. Big $100 fucking super chat from Albo. I appreciate that, my friend. And then Digital Nibur says, I'm donating for the first time. I appreciate that, guys. Oh, and then the other thing I might do is, for OSS members, that's the other thing too. No limits on donation. So like if you send in $1, I'll read it. It would be very similar to Cast Club. So I would, a $1 chat, I would read it. That'd be the other perk too. All chats are read no matter the limits. And shown on screen and shit like that. So that's how I would do it. So, but yeah, like I said, I'll figure it out. But the one thing I can promise you guys is that it's going to be 100% affordable and it won't bother you guys. It won't break the bank. Anonymous says, set the subscription, brother. I'll do whatever I can to support you. Your efforts do not go unnoticed. You help me so much. I learned so much in your channels. Let's go, OSS. I appreciate that, my friend. Yeah, if I roll it out, guys, it'd be next month. I wouldn't roll it out now. I'm going to try to go as long as I can without rolling it out. Because I truly do love y'all niggas, man. I've been going for 6 months now doing this consistently. 5 o'clock. We're live, right? Haven't earned a dime. I'm demonetized on fucking YouTube because they're fucking retards. But Castle Club and Rumble obviously help us going on. And what I've basically done is like, I take the money that I make from like Fresh and Fit and I just take that, invest it into Myron Gains X. My portion, I invested into Myron Gains X. And, for now, I can kind of make things happen. Because like I said before, I made smart decisions before I got my real estate and shit like that. So it's helping things go. But me being very practical and honest with you guys and raw, obviously I can't do this forever. I have to at some point start making this thing profitable. So, or at least breaking even. At least breaking even. So that's something I'm thinking about in the future. But obviously I want to reward you guys in the process. That's why I'm talking about doing potential phone calls where you guys call into the show at the end of every single political stream or every debrief show. Chats being read regardless of amounts. Priority when, you know, I'm looking at chat. Maybe I'll give you guys like a mod wrench too as well. Maybe I'll make a higher tier for mod wrench. I don't know. But yeah, I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. I'll get with people and I'll get with some trusted people and we'll figure out numbers and benefits and perks, free meetups, shit like that. So, but yeah, when I'm ready, I will call the OSS Army. I will let you guys know, and I'll offer a monthly rate, and then I'll offer a very cheap annual rate. That way, you pay for it one time and don't worry about it again. Okay, let's get into Sudan here. Little side tangent there. But like I said, I wouldn't do it until at the earliest next month. So I'm going to try to ride this thing out as best I can without putting a paywall. Oh yeah, and by the way, just so you guys know, all the content will stay free. I'm not going to paywall content. I'm going to really, if anything, I'll add content, but I'm not taking nothing away. That's the other big thing I want to tell you guys too, so you guys be rest assured. No content will be taken away. You guys are still going to get the debrief every day as expected. If anything, I might do extra content, but I'm not going to take what I'm already giving you guys. That's the other big thing too. But thank you guys so much. It seems like you guys are pretty positive in here about it, and you guys understand where I'm coming from here. So I really appreciate you guys, supporting. Look, we got Olivia Uncensored begging for money because he fumbled the bag, and now he's ripping off his incel audience, LMFAO. Well, Olivia, you would be wrong because I am not asking for money. I'm actually saying this is something that I'm thinking about. So, yeah, you're actually very wrong in that situation. I'm literally just saying this is something I'm thinking about, but I haven't implemented it. But yeah, Olivia, I'd like for you to go to work for 6 months and not get paid. See what your bitch ass can do. Probably not. So, unlike you, I have the ability and I'm blessed to be able to go to work and not get paid because I made sound and intelligent investments a couple of years ago. So you could go suck a dick, whore, because that's what you are.
On December 19th.
Okay, so let's go into the thing. And then some other guy says, no, we not this greedy. Okay, all right, man. I guess if you consider that greedy, bro, I would like for you to go to work and not get paid and then see what you do. You guys wouldn't even do that for a day. And I'm over here doing it for 6 months. Plus, 6 months plus.
In 2018, a revolution started to spread throughout Sudan. After decades of living under President Omar Bashir's brutal military regime.
When he was president, obviously, that's when I went to Sudan back in the 90s. So obviously I remember him. I think right now he's in jail, man, for war crimes, if I'm not mistaken. Let me look here. I'm almost certain he's fucking... Okay, from December 28 on, faced large-scale protests which demanded his removal. 2019, he was ousted in a military coup. He was replaced by a transitional military council, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so he was convicted of corruption in December of that year and sentenced to 2 years in prison in his trial regarding his role in the coup that brought him to power starting in July. Okay, so yeah, so he did go to jail. He's incarcerated at the Khobar prison in Courtroom. Oh, wow. He's still alive? Yeah, he's still alive. Khobar prison, formerly known as the Khobar prison, is the oldest prison in Sudan, dating back to 1903. It was built in the administration of former... Okay. Damn. I'm surprised he's still alive, bro. Shout out to all you niggas in the chat making fun of these guys talking shit about a membership. I appreciate that, niggas. I see y'all roasting them there. I appreciate it, guys. All right, let's get back to the Sudan stuff. Enough of the OSS paywall. We still got time for it, so don't worry about it. I'll get with my team and we'll figure out something that's manageable for you guys. But anyway, let's keep going.
Civilians pushed back. They wanted a democracy in their country. A few months later, this man and this man helped take down Bashir in a coup, and then promised protesters the future they had demanded. 4 years later, the same two men are now at war with each other, tearing Sudan apart, killing hundreds of civilians. So how did Sudan go from this to this in such a short time? And how did these two...
My Ebad says, I know a way you can remonetize your channel. We tried, bro. I mean, we're going to keep trying, but like I said, I'm not holding my breath with YouTube, bro. We gotta depend on ourselves, not on YouTube. So it is what it is.
Two powerful men go from partners to enemies.
Clashes in Sudan including contempt by the rapid support.
Yeah, guys, Sudanese speak Arabic. Sudan is an Arab-speaking country. Muslim majority, Sunni, Arab-speaking country.
Forces.
Sudan has a long history of coups. Leader after leader has been brought down by military officers. The country's official military, now known as the Sudanese Armed Forces, or SAF, has held tremendous power in the country for nearly a century. And they started using that power soon after Sudan gained independence from Anglo-Egyptian rule.
Sudanese flag now replaced the flags of those two nations.
The first successful military coup happened in 1958. Abdullah Khalil, a retired military officer and...
So this is going through the history of what happened. And here's the thing, guys, when it comes to Arab countries, let me just be very blunt with you guys. Arab and Muslim countries are almost always dictatorships or monarchies. Because let's be honest, man, let me be racist towards myself a little bit. Allahu Akbar! Yo, Arab niggas are hard-headed, bro. I'm just gonna say it, bro. Arabs are fucking hard-headed. You can't have a democracy with these niggas. They want to argue everything. Oh, I give you good price. Like, bro, these niggas don't, there's no negotiating with these guys, man. You know what I mean? They're always trying to get one over on you. So yeah, like every Sudanese country is, sorry, I said Sudanese. Every Muslim country or Arab country, they always end up being monarchies or dictatorships, bro. So, yeah.
Sitting prime minister overthrew his own civilian government to put Sudan under military rule. About a decade later, Colonel Jafar Namiri carried out another successful coup, bringing down a short-lived democracy. Then, in 1985, Namiri was out. This military officer took him down and later installed a new democratic government. 4 years later, Colonel Omar Bashir took down this government and appointed himself as the new head of state. But Bashir ended up being different from those that came before him. Given the pattern of military takeovers, Bashir knew he might suffer the same fate as previous leaders. So he used a strategy called coup-proofing, where he'd surround himself with protectors, but would keep each one in check so they couldn't overthrow him.
Now, this is very important, okay, guys? And this is very common in Muslim majority countries where they do this. So, and this is where we got to have a very honest conversation. How is it that Arab countries always lose to the Israelis? Well, for one, the Israelis have superior assistance with the United States. That's one. But another thing that the Israelis have that the Muslim world does not have with their militaries is, in the Muslim world, unfortunately, more time and effort is put into keeping people that are loyal to you around you than having the best people close to you. I'm gonna say that again. This is a very hard pill to swallow for the Muslim Arab world, but I'm going to fucking say it because you guys know me. I tell the truth no matter what, whether it benefits me or not. And in this case, it probably doesn't benefit me because, you know, these are people from my country, right? Well, let's just we got to call a spade a spade. The reason why they always lose these fucking wars to places like, to countries like Israel, etc., that are smaller militaries, isn't just because the United States supports them and has superior capability. The other reason is because in these Arab countries, whether it's Iraq, Sudan, Iran, Syria, the leaders prioritize loyalty over meritocracy. So they'll put a general in place that's totally incompetent because they know that general is not going to overthrow them or betray them. Over someone who's better qualified because they're worried that that person will overthrow them. So what ends up happening is you end up having all your homeboys in your cabinet, but a lot of them niggas are retarded or they're just not fit for the job. You know, you're taking a guy that was a farmer with you when you were younger and you're making him like the Secretary of the Treasury. Nigga don't know how to count, but he's handling all the country's money, right? You got your other buddy, your brother, who's never shot a gun in his life. He's the general of the military, right? So this is why they fail so much, because they prioritize loyalty over meritocracy. The other thing that's also important, why they're so paranoid about this, is because a lot of the times when they come into power, guess how they came into power? They overthrew the person before them. So if you take power, right, and you did it by overthrowing someone prior, well, guess what? You're going to do everything in your power to ensure that the way that you got power doesn't happen to you. So in other words, you took power, you overthrew that guy, you're going to close off any type of avenue that will lead to you being overtaken by the very same fucking tactics. So this is one of the fault points of the Arab world when it comes to governance and military. Loyalty over meritocracy to prevent being overthrown. Give me one in the chat if that makes sense. And this is something that they don't like to talk about. And this is why the Israelis keep beating them. Again, you guys know me. I'm critical of Israel. I don't like Israel. But I will give credit when it's due. And this is one thing that they absolutely understand better than the Arabs. And not only that, but like the Arabs also don't fucking take care of their weaponry. They don't fucking maintain them properly. Shit's jamming. They don't know how to use it. They don't have training, proper training, boot camps. None of that shit. Just incompetence. Loyal but incompetent. All right. Let's keep cooking, chat.
It started with the SAF. Throughout his regime, Bashir bolstered...
And I don't want to hear no more crying about Myron. You never talk about Sudan. We're going deep in the weeds today, motherfuckers. All right? I don't want to hear no more crying about you never talk about Sudan. I do. It's just that people don't be remembering.
...the army and maintained a strong relationship with them. He relied on them heavily to crack down on an ongoing civil war in southern Sudan, where SAF and allied militias brutalized civilians on his command. Then, with the army busy in the south, another war started taking shape in the west. Darfur was in crisis. People here were historically neglected. Lack of medical supplies and necessary goods and little representation in Sudan's government left them feeling agitated for years. So, in 2003, while large portions of the army were tied up in the south, rebel groups attacked troops in this city in Darfur.
And Bashir, in recognizing that this rebellion was taking place, instead of relying on the Sudan armed forces or SAF, the conventional military, he instead decided to rely and arm local Arab militias in the region that were known as the Janjaweed.
This group was brutal and focused on wiping out Darfuri rebels and civilians at Bashir's direction. Satellite image.
So in Arabic, we call them the Janubis. The Janubis are like the that's a slang term, by the way. You guys got some insider language there. It's a slang term for the Southerners, the more indigenous Africans versus the Sudanese, because the Sudanese are Arabs, right? They're lighter skin like me, typically softer hair, right? Versus the Janubis, they're more like indigenous Africans, what you would think of the stereotype.
Shows that the Janjaweed is likely responsible for destroying over 3,000 villages. SAF troops in Darfur were responsible for destruction there as well. Both groups are accused of mass killing, rape, and the targeted displacement of civilians. Together, they killed thousands of Darfuris. The events in Darfur showed Bashir how to keep his power.
And this civil war was going on even when I was a kid.
He turned to the Janjaweed in search of another protector. Among the Janjaweed militias, there were a couple of men Bashir trusted and tried to bring into the central government. But there was one particular Janjaweed leader that Bashir trusted the most.
Mystery says you don't have to go through YT for remonetization. You can use their automatic systems against their censorship. I can DM you the hack. Bro, you could try, but the thing is that it's done by manual review too, human manual review. But yeah, go ahead if you want to send it to me. Fed Reacts. Send me another chat with your at name so I can find you. But yeah, bro, trust me. Like, it's all manual review a lot of times.
Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo, or Hemeti.
Okay, memorize this name. This guy is very, very important. He's going to be a focal point of what's going on with the Sudanese conflict. Hemeti.
Called him my protection, particular play on the Arabic word Himayti, which is my protection, versus Hemeti, which is his nickname.
By 2011, the long and gruesome civil war here ended, with South Sudan gaining...
Okay, Sudan used to be one country, by the way, chat. It was the biggest country in Africa, actually, before 2011, where they split the country in two.
Independence, leaving Bashir in a weak position.
Now, obviously, Sudan, this is the Arab majority, Muslim majority, and then the South is the Christian indigenous Africans.
And soon after, Sudan's economy tanked. Many of the oil resources that sustained the country were based in the South.
Bam. So that's a big deal, that a lot of the wealth making for the country, half of it was gone now.
Which was no longer under Bashir's control. To strengthen his power, Bashir gave Hemeti and the Janjaweed official status as a paramilitary force called the Rapid Support Forces, or RSF, in 2013. At first, the group was placed under the NIS, Sudan's intelligence agency, also one of Bashir's protectors.
All right, so let's pull up NIS real quick. This is their CIA, probably. The General Intelligence Service for the Directorate of General Intelligence, blah, blah, blah. The Intelligence Service of the Federal Government of Sudan, created in July 9, 2019 from the National Intelligence. Okay, so it used to be NIS. Now it's called the NISS, National Intelligence Security Service. So from the early days of Special Branch and the Sent Army Intelligence throughout the omnipresent state security, Gafar, blah, 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 up to these organizations have been essential to regime survival, domestic surveillance, and internal conflict. Their formal structures and names have changed with each political era, but their core function, controlling, managing internal threats to the state or regime, is defined. Okay. So, yeah. That's a weird emblem. But yeah, that's them. GIS, I guess. So it used to be NIS before, and then they changed the name.
Even though they were supporting the SAF in the ongoing war in Darfur. Then, in 2017, he passed a law placing Hemeti directly under his command, making it clear that the RSF's main purpose was to protect him. To maintain the RSF's loyalty, Bashir gave Hemeti financial autonomy and allowed him to take control of some of Darfur's gold mines.
And this is big because Sudan is a huge manufacturer of gold, chat, and we're going to see how this plays into other countries coming in soon.
Smuggle weapons and minerals into places like Chad and Libya, and send troops into war-torn regions in exchange for money. At the same time, Bashir continued to let the SAF have a hand in major industries like weapon production and telecommunications.
So you guys can see he's slowly allowing these two factions to gain power under his regime, and he thinks that he can control it, but we'll see what happens next.
Bashir was busy making these two forces richer. Civilians continued to struggle.
Protests broke out in 2018 amid a really bad economic crisis.
That's when Bashir faced his biggest challenge, putting his protection scheme to the test. The ultimate trigger was the government's budget, which allocated about 60 to 70% to the security sector, which included Bashir's protectors, while Sudanese people struggled for basic needs. This led to the biggest revolution in Sudan's history.
Spontaneous protests broke out in different parts of the country, and then...
Now, guys, in the Arab world, protesting is not allowed, really. I'll keep it 1,000 with y'all, bro. These dictators and these monarchs don't really like it when you're taken to the streets and protesting. It's not America, which is why the United States is truly the best country in the world, because you are able to freely assemble and protest the government. Guys, that is a privilege that most countries do not have, man. That is why I love this country so much, because other countries don't have this shit, man. Leon Phelps says, you already know we got your fucking back. Oh, / I appreciate that. Punisher says, this is the first time watching, first time sending a super chat. We'll support till the end. Let's fun go. I appreciate that, Punisher 541. Invaluable entertainment. Let's fun go. Caesar, I appreciate that, man. One Chest APAC Trucker says $10.90 a month or $109 a year. I think, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. $109 for the year is gonna be my annual price. Honestly, bro, I'd be happy to pay $20 a month for the amount of time and effort you have put into your channel, honestly speaking, and with the other exclusive content. Major W, my friend, for real. What I might do, TPC, is I might do a cheaper tier so that like it's like the support tier, maybe like maybe somewhere between 6 to $10, and then I'll add maybe a $20 tier where you get then you can mod and shit like that, where you have more power in the chat and in the community. I might do it like that, but I'm gonna definitely make like a regular tier that's super affordable. Oh my niggas Nazis. Oh man, dark margin. All right. Gora there says, I know you have a difference on Musk, but he lost the money. Trump. Oh yeah, I read that one already. Okay, let's get back to Sudan.
They shifted to Khartoum in the capital city.
Bashir refused to leave office. The RSF staff and other security sectors backed him and cracked down on the protesters who ultimately wanted democracy. But protesters didn't back down for months, and it became clear to the RSF and staff that Bashir's leadership wouldn't be as useful to them anymore. So on April 11th, 2019, they made a move that surprised civilians and Bashir.
All right, now this is gonna be the shift, my friends.
Staff commanders colluded with the RSF's Hemeti and removed Bashir from power. Protesters.
Isaiah says, sending support from 956 Rio Grande Valley. Mercedes, Texas will be there in person to support this Friday, bro. See you there. Hey, shout out to you, bro. Yeah, I've been in Mercedes, Texas before. Whoa, bro. Holy, bruh. Man, South Texas brings back good memories.
Celebrated Bashir's removal, but they didn't trust the men who made it happen. A day after.
Sweatback says, Myron, please leave Fresh. You're better without him. No, bro. I will never leave Fresh, guys. Guys, look, this Myron Gaines channel, this debrief that I do it because I enjoy it. I enjoy covering politics with you guys. I enjoy giving you guys my take on, foreign affairs, geopolitics, talking about them boys, conspiracy theories here, bringing on political guests like Scott Ritter. But, understand that this is what I do on the side. Fresh and Fit is still the main umbrella. Fresh and Fit is the umbrella. The debrief is just under the umbrella. So, guys, without Fresh and Fit, how do you guys think I'd be able to do a debrief? I'm able to do the debrief because of Fresh and Fit, guys. It's allowed me the ability to be able to do this show, and be able to do it while being demonetized, as a matter of fact. And that is from Fresh's contribution. So, you guys can go ahead and say whatever you guys want to say about Fresh, but I'm not leaving him. He's that guy's like my literally like my blood brother at this point. And I'm not going anywhere, man. I stand by my friends. You guys know this. This is just how I am. People call me loyal to a fault. It is what it is. We started this thing together. We're going to end it together. So I know some of you guys, have your opinions on Fresh or whatever, and that's fine. But if you enjoy the debrief, you guys can thank Fresh for that, because thanks to Fresh and Fit and him locking in certain negotiations in place, it frees me up to be able to do this show and give you guys this, uninterrupted, massive flow of content every day at 5 p.m. on time, 4, 5, 6, 7 hour long streams. I'm able to do this because of what Fresh did to help with Fresh and Fit, guys. I know you guys might not see it with your own two eyes, right? Or you guys might not even notice it. But the reason why I'm able to do what I do and why we're doing this show right now is because of that. So, it is what it is. Honestly, he's a big part of the reason why you guys have been able to get the debrief for so long for free with no other situations involved. And I really want to thank all the guys that give subs and support the channel. Or support it on Rumble. But if it weren't for him, bro, and obviously Fresh Fit, we wouldn't be able to do this, man. And that's just a fact. So, yeah. And honestly, even if, let's say we did do a membership thing, we did the OSS Locals, also, even then, I would still be doing Fresh Fit. It wouldn't matter. I would still be doing it. We started that together. We're going to end it together. So, and by end it, I mean, we ain't going nowhere. Because then all of our ops will win if we quit. The ops will rejoice and celebrate if we quit. So we're not quitting. We're just adding more to the repertoire.
The coup, Abdel Fattah Burhan, a former regional commander.
Motherfuckers that hate on Fresh ain't been around long enough to appreciate. Yeah, absolutely. he was critical in the beginning with getting us guests, man. So you guys can say whatever you want to say about Fresh, but I don't forget about my friends. Mario says W to both you and Fresh, bro. I'm down to support the OSS squad. I appreciate that, man. Gigi says, I appreciate you for doing what you do and giving a damn about your fellow man. Pause. Question, what is your message for us men who have disabilities? I know there's a good percentage of men who watch might be a disabled like myself who is trying to become someone in this world. Bro, don't let your disabilities define you, man. That's really what it comes down to. Like, never let your disabilities define you.
In Darfur took charge of the SAF. Together, the two men gained control of Sudan.
People saw them as complicit in the violence in Darfur all those years ago, where they worked together, one as a member of the Sudan Armed Forces, one as a militia leader on the same side against large proportions of the population of Darfur.
And soon, the two men turned on protesters. When pro-democracy protests kept intensifying in Khartoum, Hemeti and his forces started cracking down. On June 3, 2019, the RSF killed over 100 people at a sit-in protest, and other massacres continued throughout the country. After this, these countries were forced to step in to help put Sudan on a democratic path. The United States, with its Arab allies, the United Kingdom, Ethiopia, and the African Union, pressured Sudan's military and protesters to accept a power-sharing agreement. In this new deal, representatives from both the military and protesters would be part of a transitional council.
Well, we're going to see what happens with this transitional council. Trying to get this democracy going. Let's see what happens.
In this plan, the military would have control for 21 months and civilians for 18. That meant the military would eventually have to hand over power to civilians to run the country. The problem was, despite warnings from protesters, these two military men were put in charge of the council, with Burhan as chair and Hemeti as vice chair. At first, the council acted in line with the agreement and installed a new prime minister, Abdullah Hamdok. But after multiple military interventions by these leaders, like a staged coup in October 2021, Hamdok resigned in January 2022. That made Burhan.
I think a part of that also, chat, was because he was willing to accept Israel with the Abraham Accords, and I don't think these guys like that.
The de facto leader of Sudan, and Hemeti as his number 2 again.
But Hemeti was never quite comfortable with playing second fiddle, especially because he had amassed this fortune and had positioned himself to play the role of statesman.
Shout out to Alan subscribing to Cast Club. Shout out to you, bro. Appreciate that, man. Welcome to the squad. And then we got P. Krause says, I'm from Sudan, moved here 2000 when I was 4 years old. Sudan is part of the Greater Israel Plan. I find it crazy that most, if not all, diamonds and gold come from Sudan. Our people can't work together. Yeah, a lot of gold comes from Sudan, and it ends up in fucking the United Arab Emirates. The United Arab Emirates, bro, the UAE has a lot of fucking blood on their hands when it comes to Sudan, and you guys are going to see that here in a little bit.
Almost better than Burhan himself.
As Burhan developed personal alliances with leaders in the Middle East, Europe, and Asia over the years, Hemeti did the same, using his riches from the gold mines to build relationships with powerful individuals in those countries as well. After another year of protests, the US, UAE, Saudi Arabia, and the UK pressured Burhan, Hemeti, and protesters to sign another deal. On December 5th, 2022, Burhan, Hemeti, and political parties signed it, promising a new civilian-led transitional government by April 2023. But these two men disagreed on a key part of the deal. The RSF would need to become part of Burhan's army, which would limit Hemeti's power. Burhan wanted that to happen in 2 years, but Hemeti proposed 10. That disagreement caused a big rift between Burhan and Hemeti, which led to the current conflict between the two men.
And that's how we ended up with the current conflict we got going on now between these two guys.
They've placed hundreds of thousands of armed men across the country. Burhan and his army have an air force that's responsible for many of the casualties, and Hemeti's finances allow him to arm more and more men on the ground. Hundreds of civilians have been killed already, and thousands have fled Sudan. Ceasefires have routinely been broken, and talks between the warring parties have gone nowhere. What was once a hopeful revolution has been interrupted by these two men. No matter who wins this war, protesters are left feeling betrayed by the country's de facto leaders and also by the international community that claimed to support their hopes for democracy.
My village is a very...
All right, so now we'll go into how this is creating a regional impact. We might not watch all of it. I think Dave Smith debated a Zionist today. I might want to react to that as well on Piers Morgan. But let's see how the regional it's impacting.
2 years of conflict in Sudan between troops loyal to the army and those backing the paramilitary rapid support forces. Regional countries have been supporting different sides.
So basically, guys, it's a formal army, so to speak, versus a paramilitary group.
But what's the impact on neighboring countries? And could the conflict spread? This is Inside Story. Forced from their homes, facing severe food shortages and famine declared in some areas. Soldiers and fighters loyal to the army chief, Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, have been battling the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, or RSF, led by his former ally, Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo. But regional powers and some further afield have been involved too, backing the different warring sides. Neighboring countries have been affected also, millions fleeing the violence, seeking shelter, and fears of the conflict spreading. So could this happen? What's been the international involvement? And what role could outside powers play in helping to bring peace? We'll talk to our guests shortly, but first this report from Victoria Gatenby.
Fighting in Sudan between forces loyal to the army and the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, or RSF, has turned into a prolonged conflict that's lasted 2 years. The army is led by General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan.
Guys, do me a solid. Can you guys like the video for me? We got 3,000 plus you ninjas in here. The only thing I ask is that you niggas like the video. Let's get 3,000. We got 2,000 likes. Let's get to 3,000 likes. Get to 100% damn near engagement. I'd appreciate that greatly. We're already at 27,000 views. You know, we got some more cooking to do. Matter of fact, and also don't forget to follow my new Instagram, Fed Reacts. Let me go ahead and have the Piers Morgan interview up ready for you guys next with Dave Smith, because I do think he debated somebody today. Let's see here. Yeah, this is it right here. So.
The RSF by his former deputy, Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo, known as Hamedti. Violence initially broke out after disagreements on how to integrate RSF fighters into the Sudanese army. So far, the UN estimates more than 20,000 people have been killed and nearly 13 million people, 1 in 3 Sudanese, have been forced from their homes. This includes nearly 9 million who are internally. And
I told you guys the story about my uncle, right? So, so one day I'm home, I'm like chilling, and my mom like asked me to send her some money. Like she asked me for like $2,000 or something. And this isn't normal. Like my parents absolutely hate asking me for money. They're very prideful. My dad still works to this day, even though he shouldn't. I've been telling him to quit. My mom still works. That's just the way they are. They don't like handouts. Like my dad always used to pride himself on never being on welfare and, you know, coming to the United States and figuring it out and never relying upon the government. You know, anyway, that just gives you insights on how my parents are. But regardless, so she asked me for $2,000. And this is very unusual because my mom never asked me for money. So, I was like, yeah, sure. Like, where do I didn't even think, okay, here you go. Use the card, whatever the fuck. Okay. And, you know, obviously I could tell she like was like, you know, hey, you know, I'm asking for this. I didn't even ask her why, but she was like, hey, your uncle's in trouble. And I was like, what? On my dad's side, he has like 6 brothers and sisters, right? And my dad was always like, I've told you guys about my father. He's like always been like the leader in his family group. And his younger brother, who worked under the Omar Bashir administration prior, like in the 90s and up until now, up until recently, before this war broke out, they were trying to kill him. They were trying to kill my uncle. So, you know, they were looking for him, and he basically, his job was, he used to like control the motorcade. He was like the guy that was in charge of the presidential motorcade. So, which it doesn't pay shit. It's still very poor. But he needed to get out the country. And I was like, yeah, sure. But like my mom explained to me before, like, and I think now he left. He's in one of these, well, he's in one of these Arab countries, Qatar, one of these places. But he was able to flee. But yeah, dude, like that, shit's real, man. Shit is real. It's fucking super real. So, yeah, but I remember they needed the money quick and it was an emergency. And obviously I didn't think twice. I just gave it to her. But then she explained to me why and I was like, oh, wow. So I'm glad he got out. I've only seen him once. I met him, I remember as a kid when I was 5. But he's my brother. He is my father's younger brother. I think he's my father's youngest brother, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah.
Displaced and nearly 4 million who are refugees. Egypt hosts the
And guys, this is why I tell you all the time, it's so important to be financially secure and be, you know, be frugal, you know, live a low, like I don't want to say a low lifestyle, but you want to live a very simple lifestyle, right? Because when you're sitting here living this crazy luxury lifestyle and you're spending all this money, like an emergency might pop up and you can't help those that you love, right? So that's why I tell you guys all the time, you know, be a minimalist, man. Be a minimalist. Because like shit like this pops up and you want to be in that position to help people. You know, and honestly, let's say I was an idiot. I was running around buying a bunch of dumb shit, you know, some nigga shit, and I didn't have no money. Oh, sorry, Mom. I don't have it. And my uncle dies. Could you imagine? And obviously, that's like the most dire of consequences of being an idiot with money. But this is what I'm trying to say. Like, you need to be prepared and you need to be ready to help your family, man. Because literally, it was a do or die situation. Like, I'm sure she would have found the money from somebody else, but like, I was like one of the first people she hit up. She hit me up right away and I just gave it to her and bam, he was able to get the fuck up out of there, man. I forget exactly. It was somewhere between $2,000 to $4,000. I don't remember the exact amount. But yeah, man. So guys, you know, if anything, be successful to help your family. You know what I mean? You don't got to be successful for yourself, but be successful for your family, man. Super important shit, man. And I learned that lesson right there and then, that you never know what the fuck can happen.
Largest number of Sudanese refugees, with 1.5 million people seeking safety there.
Someone in the chat said your uncle dies over a Gucci belt. Facts, nigga. Exactly. Could you imagine? Family member dies over you wanting to fucking, you know, have some drip? You guys make fun of me. Myron, you wear the same clothes every day. And? I'd rather wear the same clothes every day and ensure that my fucking uncle gets it another day. That's how I look at it, bro. I would rather wear the same clothes every day to ensure that my uncle gets another day. Got some bars over here, man. I need to be a rapper.
That's followed by Chad, which hosts nearly 800,000. South Sudan hosts nearly 350,000 refugees from Sudan, and Libya has 250,000. More than 70,000 Sudanese have fled to Uganda in the past 2 years, and more than 40,000 are now living in Ethiopia.
Countries have been hosting refugees. Regional countries, neighboring countries have not closed their borders. They've been receiving the refugees. Communities that don't have enough have shared what they have, and that's really the true spirit of solidarity.
But outside forces have been complicating the situation in Sudan, with both sides receiving support from regional powers. Egypt and Saudi Arabia support the army-led government of Burhan, while the UAE has been accused of backing the RSF, whose fighters face allegations of committing war crimes and crimes against humanity, as well as widespread vandalism, looting and rape across Sudan. In March, the army-led government filed a case with the International Criminal Court against the United Arab Emirates, accusing it of providing support to the RSF's mass killings of the Masalit ethnic community in Darfur. The UAE government...
Yes, and the reason why they do that is because Hamedi basically struck a deal. Remember, guys, the rapid support people, the RSF, they, the military group, Hamedi has a bunch of money. He's extremely wealthy. And he did that by having a bunch of gold mines. And what he did was he basically said, look, you give me weapons and I'll give you guys gold. And the UAE's gold, a lot of it comes from Sudan, provided by Hamedi. So weapons in exchange for gold.
Has denied the charges. But the longer the conflict goes on, the greater the chance of...
Yeah, of course they're going to deny the charges, but it's because they smuggle the gold out of Sudan. They smuggle the gold out of Sudan and get it towards Dubai. And Dubai has a very, they smuggle it to Dubai. But the UAE has a very strange law. The gold, once it makes it into the country, if you can get the gold into the country, then the UAE is able to say that the gold was domestically created. What kind of scam shit is that, bro? Yes. The UAE has a law where as long as the gold makes it into the country, The UAE doesn't necessarily have to disclose where the gold came from, and it can designate that gold as domestically cultivated. It's how they get around their gold smuggling.
Regional implications, including the risk of more refugees fleeing across borders, causing more instability in countries that are struggling with challenges of their own. Victoria Gatenby, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
Let's bring in our guests. From London today, we're joined by Justin Lynch, Managing Director of the Conflict Insights Group and co-author of the book, Sudan's Unfinished Democracy. In Bangkok is Mohi Omer, former...
What is worse and why? Mass immigration of Indians coming into North America, especially Canada, UK, or Muslims who have rapidly migrated in Europe? Both bring bad habits. You need to sell shirts that say, cooked and then boys, please, El Fresh Movement. Yes, Brett is working on it, guys. Brett is working on merch. Hey, shout out to fucking, holy. Shout out to my guy, Dpgthing. Once again, big $300 super chat. For the haters and lovers, dedication to the mission is essential. We must form our own. If you don't have your own platform, relax and support ones who do to speak this truth. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. I appreciate that, DPG, so much, bro. I really do, man. Like I said, I'm able to keep going and run the show off of, small donations and big donations like yours, of course, from all you guys. So thank you so much, man. Obviously, DPG is a big supporter, big donator. And guys like you obviously help the show keep going. So I appreciate that greatly, my friend. Very, very much. Thank you. And then another one for the fucking haters. Another Don DeMarco for you, bro. Shout out to DPG, man. WDPG is always supporting the show. Big time, putting his money where his mouth is, which I really appreciate that shit, man. Which, by the way, guys, if you are watching the show and you're getting ads, DPG gifted 50 subs earlier. So you guys type in the chat and you should be able to watch the show without ads. Okay? So... you guys should be able to watch the show without ads if you get a sub from DPG, and he gave a couple. So I actually gave 50. So thank you so much for that, bro.
Senior Sudan policy advisor to the Biden administration and a Sudan specialist.
Exactly. Glad you had the money. Just like alcohol, if a close loved one needs us, AR, a moment's notice, what the fuck am I gonna say? No, I'm drunk. L drinking. Yeah, bro. Absolutely, one chest. You're right.
And in Cardiff, we have with us El-Bashir Idris, an independent Sudan analyst and activist. Gentlemen, a warm welcome to you all. Justin, let's start with you. 2 years on, how dangerous a moment is this for Sudan? Could the country fragment if the fighting continues or even escalates? What are the chances of it doing just that and destabilizing its neighbors?
Well, I think that we have already seen this conflict escalate into one of the world's worst. What we've seen over the past week is the Rapid Support Forces, the RSF, take over one of the last remaining displacement camps, the Zamzam camp in North Darfur, and this has brought huge atrocities to the region, and we...
Yeah, but to answer your question, Alameda, mass immigration in itself is problematic, bro.
Expect, and
in almost every regard.
We fear that there will be more violence in one of the last holdouts in El Fasher. Already, we've seen this conflict spread across the region. We've seen how there are millions displaced to Chad, South Sudan.
All right, my eBat, I appreciate that. I see your DM. I'll look at it right now.
And Ethiopia and to Eritrea as well. The real impact regionally of this conflict is that it is changing the geopolitical calculations, and the alliances that are forming across this region are shifting very rapidly. Because there is a proliferation of weapons, this means that each country's internal conflicts between Ethiopia and Eritrea, within Chad, within South Sudan, these are becoming fueled by what is happening in Sudan right now. So this is a critical moment that we're facing right now in Sudan's conflict. And there is a conference happening right now in London, led by the British government, to try and bring all of these actors together to try and form a peaceful solution. And right now, I think there is a lot of hope among diplomats and experts that this war will see an end.
Mohi, does either side in Sudan have a clear path to victory militarily, or are we at stalemate?
I think, first of all, thanks for having me. I don't think there is a military victory from either side, and the past 2 years have just proven that. It's clear that the RSF by itself could not militarily win this war, and we've seen that the South by itself could not do that, despite the support that we see provided for both of them from outside of the country. So the only way to resolve this conflict is by direct negotiations between these two fighting armies with the support from the international community, led by either of these countries that are trusted by both parties parties, as well as the actors that are currently engaged in this war supporting.
Yeah, that's going to be tough, though, because these countries, a lot of the times, like the UAE, etc., they have too much to gain from the conflict to actually stop it. And that's the problem. War is too profitable for some of these people.
One side.
Especially proxy wars.
Or the other.
Al-Bashir, who's best placed, given what Mohi was just saying, to encourage or could...
Also, guys, we're at 2,200 likes. Let's get to 3,000, niggas. Smash that like button. We're going to react to Piers Morgan debate after this.
Joel the two sides into peace negotiations, and what are their chances of success? Why are efforts to organize peace talks between the warring sides in Sudan proving to be so difficult?
Well, that's the multi-billion-dollar question on how we can get the belligerents to sit together on the table. However, due to the amount of extreme violations that have been occurring for these past 2 years, especially disproportionately by one side, the Rapid Support Forces, more than the Sudanese Armed Forces, not to acquit the Sudanese Armed Forces, it's become very difficult to get the will of the Sudanese people to even consider sitting down with those that just yesterday had attacked one of the last few IDP camps in the region of Zamzam and Abu Shouk. And as well, they have also been bolstered by the recent wins in Khartoum in the 26th of March. And moving forward as well, there's already been reports that...
Someone said, who's providing the weapons to Sudan? Russia and UAE are providing a lot. Other countries as well, obviously.
There has been some sort of infighting within RSF ranks within Darfur. Let's think about it. The RSF brought in mercenaries from all over the world, including Colombia, and they've paid them, but have they paid those that are loyal to them in Darfur? No. Essentially, they had to rely on lootings to get their fair share, and even then, there is nothing left to loot in Sudan. And so, as for to join these forces together and to try and mend them, it will have to be within the international external actors who are really funding this war. And this is also another proxy war between the Saudis and the United Arab Emirates, and it's Sudanese lives that are caught in the middle of that.
Justin, Al-Bashir mentioned Darfur. For anyone who isn't familiar with what's going on in Sudan at the moment, how much has the current conflict there got to do with the civil war in Darfur, which began, more than 20 years ago now?
Well, there is a direct through line from what happened in Darfur in 2003 and what is happening today. I think that many of your viewers will remember the Save Darfur movement that took place.
Shout out to DPG with another 50 gifted fucking subs. I appreciate you, bro. You are the fucking man. I really appreciate that, dude. So, the homie DPG going crazy in the chat, man. Shout out to you, bro. Big fucking shout out to DPG. Native of Florida as well. We'll have him out when I do my hood shit. He's going to come out and support when we do that.
2003 that was led by Western activists. This movement...
Actually, DPG, you should come down when we have Chris with the AA person. You should come down for that shit. That'll be funny.
From the West did not really solve the core problems for what was happening in Darfur. And of course, one of the things that I really want to highlight here is how, from the West, from Washington, from London, we are obviously not the ones who are most responsible for what is happening in Sudan. That is really the warring parties, right? And those facilitating them as well. But we in the West played our fair share as well. There were tons of policy mistakes that happened. I remember being in Darfur in 2020 and warning people that, this is the future that Darfur is going to face. We're going to see huge attacks on civilians, huge ethnic cleansing. And the response that I got was really silence from all of these capitals across the world. And so I think that we really have to, from the Western perspective here, really question why there has not been accountability for these policymakers and these individuals.
It's because it's corrupt, man. Too much money to be made. All right, let's transition over to the debate here on Piers with Israel and Palestine. Here's the other thing too, guys. The reason why people aren't paying attention to Sudan like that is because this war has been going on there for decades, man. There's been war. Sudan has been war-torn forever, from the 90s on, hell, even the 80s. So there's always been conflict in Sudan. It's always been a regional hotbed. And it's a civil war. People don't tend to care as much when it's a civil war versus two different factions fighting each other, like Russia, Ukraine, or Palestine, Israel.
If you're clearing out an entire people based on their ethnicity from where they live, that to me is a form of genocide.
It is. It's not even a form of it. That's a fact. Every single genocide... Genocide experts around the world have pretty much universally concluded that what's going on in Gaza is a genocide and ethnic cleansing. It's no longer a matter of opinion. At first, when this conflict happened, it was a matter of opinion. Now, it's fact. It is fucking fact. So we're going to see Dave Smith versus Israeli lawyer Natasha Hausdorff. I don't know who this woman is. I'm still trying to figure out why she's not in the kitchen somewhere. But, you know, shit happens, I guess. I'm going to get some questions real quick, and we're going to start cooking and watch this chat. Give me 1 sec. Get some water as well. Give me 1 sec, ninjas. Offering. No, Frank, over.
Hugely influential advocates for either side. Dave Smith is a libertarian commentator, a comedian, and the host of the Part of the Problem podcast. Natasha Hausdorff is a barrister, international lawyer, and a passionate supporter of Israel. Well, let's welcome you both.
She's a ginger with freckles.
Dave Smith, I finally lost it, really, with any attempt to try and defend what Israel was doing, having been a pretty steadfast defender of its right to defend itself from what happened on October the 7th. But when you launch a blockade for 3 months at an already utterly tormented civilian population who are already struggling to eat, and you can see from the scenes that we've seen in the last 48 hours that they are starving people prepared to risk death to get their hands on meager amounts of food. When a government like Israel does that, at the same time as it's simultaneously bombarding those people night after night after night, albeit with the crucial caveat they always put in that they are targeting Hamas solely and that everything around Hamas is collateral damage. But to me, this reached a point where it became clearly disproportionate. And that's a view that clearly the UK has reached, the French have reached, many people in America have reached. You certainly haven't come to that thought process in the last few months. You've been saying that for a long time. The question I have for you, what happens though now? We are where we are. Netanyahu and his government are in charge. Nobody seems to be stopping them. What happens?
No, that is a good question, and I don't know for sure what the answer is. By the way, it's been great to watch your evolution on this topic, Piers. It's good that you joined us. Later is better than never.
Yeah, to clarify, I would say this: I don't want to join a side. Right? I was in the Middle East last week by chance. A lot of people come up to me going, "Thank you for switching sides," and I said, "I haven't switched sides. I've always tried to be a fair-minded, impartial journalist doing the job a journalist should do, which is challenging everybody." I think I've had more guests on from both sides, actually, and held more debates than any other show in the world of this kind. So, I do think it's important. I don't want to be seen as taking a side. What I feel
I give him credit for that. He has hosted more debates than anybody else on this topic, which I give him credit for that.
This has gone too far. And I can see that very clearly.
Yes. Okay. So I didn't mean to box you into a side, just making the point that you have come to the conclusion that what Israel's doing is indefensible. And I thought it was fascinating and shocking watching you grill the Israeli ambassador, who simply cannot tell you or even ballpark how many kids they have killed in this whole thing. Yeah, look, I mean, I think what Israel, to your broader question of where does this all end up going, there's almost...
Yeah, they'll tell you that they killed, 10 or 20,000 Hamas, but they won't tell you how many innocent people they killed. It's crazy because, they know that we know for a fact 50,000 are dead. We know that for a fact. And they'll sit there and they'll say, oh yeah, we know we killed 20,000 Hamas. All right, so how many innocent people did you kill? We killed 20,000 Hamas. And they refuse to answer the question, bro. They refuse to answer it because they know it's a L.
Two kind of simultaneous wars, in a sense, that are going on. There's the actual, control of power, in which case Israel's done phenomenally well over the last couple years. I mean, Israel still has the support of the most powerful governments in the world, damn near unconditionally, if not purely unconditionally. They've been very successful in terms of taking out Hezbollah leaders. They've been very successful in terms of destroying the Gaza Strip. They've been successful in getting the regime change that they've wanted for many years in Syria. However, simultaneously, while that's going on, global opinion has drastically changed of Israel to a degree that would have been unimaginable just a few years ago. And despite whatever arguments might be made for whether this meets a genocide or doesn't meet a genocide, or whether, as two former Israeli prime ministers who have come out recently and said that war crimes are being committed, wherever you fall on that, the fact is that the debate is now over whether Israel is committing a genocide or not. And that is something that all of us should take a step back and appreciate how profound it is.
The fact that we're even debating if this is a genocide or not should tell you guys how fucking far we've come. Because he's right. Years ago, you cannot criticize Israel. I can tell you guys this as someone who did. I was somebody who was talking shit about Israel and Zionist control of America before October 7th happened. If you did that shit before, bruh, cooked. That's why we got demonetized. That is literally why we got demonetized. For criticizing foreign policy and Israeli/Zionist/them boys' control and influence over America. That's what got us demonetized. If we waited a few months and made those criticisms, we would have been fine. Because now everyone's talking about it. But before, bruh, you talked about this shit in 2023 before October 7th? Cooked.
Especially amongst young people, in the future, I don't believe Israel will ever be viewed the same as it was by my parents' generation. And so what does that mean? As you mentioned earlier, Piers, that's right. This is a big part of how wars end, is when public support evaporates. We will see where all of this goes, but it is a very dangerous situation. And it is certainly profound to the degree that it has changed the impression of Israel on the global stage.
Yeah. Natasha, look, if I was an Israeli, a regular Israeli, I would be pretty concerned that people like me have come to the place we've come to in this debate. I've been harangued by pro-Palestinians for a long time for being too supportive of Israel's right to defend itself. Harangued, abused, mocked, threatened, all of the things that come with that in a war. But I just felt I couldn't do anything else to speak out. When you launch a 3-month blockade against a people already suffering in the way that these Palestinians have been suffering, and I'm not talking about...
Shout out to DPG once again with the 50 gifted subs. Appreciate that, man. Shout out to DPG once again, bro. Helping out. Guys, type in the chat, get a sub that I'm a brokey, and DPG will bless you. Thank you so much, DPG. PJM became a monthly supporter. Shout out to you. And we got DPG with the $100 super chat as well. Says we need a good old clan meeting fix. Fun times. I'll be on in Miami Friday. We'll get up. All right. I appreciate that, man. Maybe I'll run a clan meeting tonight or tomorrow, depending on how tired I am after I finish this stream here. But no, thank you so much for that, DPG. I'll give you another Don DeMarco for just rocking with the squad and helping us out, man. It's like two different battles are going on. And on YouTube, they're making fun of this chick, and then on Rumble, they're rocking with DPG. Shout out to you, DPG. I appreciate you, my friend. Let's keep cooking.
Hamas.
So I want to see what this Israeli girl is going to say to defend his position. So obviously they're kind of giving their positions here. Piers is giving his. Dave, obviously we know his position. So I'm interested to see what this woman's going to say. Obviously she has the yellow pin, which, you know, look, I'm not mad at Israelis for wanting their hostages back. I don't actually have a problem with this yellow pin, to be honest with y'all. I really don't. And I do actually wish that the hostages all come back home safely. I actually do advocate for them to come back. I'm not one of these fucking like crazy pro-Palestinian person that doesn't acknowledge the safety of Israelis, right? I think the loss of any life is a tragedy, and I think all lives actually matter, you know, in this conflict. But the problem is, let's just be very candid here. The Israelis don't value Palestinian life, and that is the problem. That is precisely the problem here. And hell, they don't even value their own people's lives. They're fucking having this blockade, bombing them and shit. A bunch of the Israeli hostages were killed by the IDF. So that is my problem. They look at the Palestinians as animals, and they look at their own hostages as political pawns to push an agenda to create a greater conflict across the Middle East, to serve their purposes for the greater Israel project. That's what Netanyahu is using the hostages for.
I'm talking about the innocent civilians in Gaza. It's a population of 2 million, with half of them under 18. More than 20,000 children have been killed, even if the UK ambassador has no idea what that number is, but knows exactly how many Hamas terrorists have been killed, oddly. I would just be concerned, if I was an average Israeli, that people that supported us after the horrors of October the 7th are now beginning to go against, certainly in my case, the Israeli government, not the people of Israel, not Jewish people. They will always have my support. But this Israeli government is out of control. We saw and heard from the words of Smodrich last week, the finance minister, a very clear mission statement to clear out all the Palestinians from Gaza. That is a form of genocide, whatever. You're a lawyer. You'll probably tell me it doesn't meet the exact legal criteria of the word genocide. But if you're clearing out an entire people based on their ethnicity from where they live, that to me, and most people around the world who don't have a horse in this race, is a form of genocide. What do you say to that?
Well, Piers, I'm particularly glad of the opportunity to come on, not before time, and address so much of this misinformation, which seems to be at the core, not just of your shift, but what is...
Isaiah's JRC gifted a sub. I appreciate that, my friend. And DPG, once again, thank you so much for the sub. I'll give you another down in Marco, bro. Because you gifted 50 before, so I'm giving you 2 for that one. So I appreciate that, bro. And the $100 as well. Thank you so much, man.
A marked shift in the public discussion of this topic. And it is, of course, because of the abuse, the haranguing, the mockery, and the threats and the intimidation that so many people are falling into the easy line.
Well, that's not why I've changed my mind.
Well,
I don't give a damn about who threatens me or how they threaten me or how they mock and abuse me. Listen, I was getting all that long before this war, so I get it on pretty much any debate I ever had. That's fine. So I'm a big boy. So please don't misconstrue anything that I have done in terms of a pivot in the way I view this with anything to do with being threatened into it, bullied into it, or cajoled into it, because that would be ridiculous.
Because you've been clear that this is because of the change in the narrative around this. And I hope I'll have the opportunity, and you'll allow me the opportunity to address some of this false information. And there is a great deal of it. It starts with this notion that Israel imposed an entire blockade on aid, which is being put forward without the context of the fact that in the hostage release deal, which preceded it immediately, there were over 25,000 trucks of aid that were facilitated into the Gaza Strip by Israel. The estimates that I have seen is that that should have been a stockpile of between 5 to 6 months of food and humanitarian assistance. Some estimates are in the region of 8 months. Where did that aid go? That is the question I would expect reasonable people without an agenda here to be asking. Where did that aid go if all of these claims of starvation are to be taken seriously? The reality here is that there is no Israeli-imposed starvation on the Gaza Strip that there has been facilitated over the course of
But
this
that is
war.
simply not true. I'm sorry.
Well-
no, hang on. If you've ever felt...
Oh, shit. Here, let's see.
When Israel and when the Israeli government, let me phrase that correctly, when the Israeli government ordered 3 months ago a blockade of food and aid going into Gaza,
Yes.
that is a deliberate state-sponsored form of starving a populace.
No, it is not, because it
That's
was
exactly
done...
what happened. That's why they look like they're starving. That's why they're risking death
Yes, you've asked me
to
on
get
here.
to scrabbling bits of food.
Forgive me. You've asked me on here to answer these questions. And
I can challenge you.
And I just explained that blockade, which was imposed in order to...
Look, Piers got to just let her talk. Let her get all of her bullshit points out and just let her talk.
prevent Hamas continuing to fuel its war machine by selling additional aid that it was diverting, and we'll come on to the way that diversion is going to be prevented in the future, I hope. But the fact of the matter is that this blockade was instituted in the context of there being 5 to 6 months, maybe even 8 months of aid that was facilitated into the Gaza Strip. And throughout, if you'll allow me to finish this point, throughout the war, the volume of aid that Israel has facilitated into Gaza, and this is not being reported by the international media, but it is available, publicly available information published by COGAT, over 1,700,000 tons of aid which has been facilitated into the Gaza Strip, which is more than required for the civilian population. The study that was conducted.
Why are they so hungry then?
The study that was conducted.
Hang on, why are they so hungry?
May I finish this point and I'll come on to answer your question.
Why are they so hungry?
Well,
Why are they stampeding over each other,
We're not
risking
going to-
death to get at scraps of food? I don't understand. If they're all so well nourished and Israel's behaved so impeccably properly in terms of supplying enough food for months on end, why do they all look like they're starving to death and are prepared to risk actually dying to get at food?
What you are basing your assessment on, I'm afraid,
It's what I'm seeing with my own eyes.
which is Hamas propaganda, which you must accept as the
No,
only
it's
thing-
actually footage. I'm watching news footage of thousands of people fighting with each other to get at food. Some of whom ended up dying, some of whom ended up being shot. The IDF says it wasn't them and it was Hamas. We don't know who did it because, as you know, the Israeli government has banned all international journalists from being anywhere near this to verify what is actually happening.
Piers Morgan, you're not allowing me to answer a single question.
I am, and then when you say something that
fact
I
of
don't
the
agree
matter is-
with, I'm challenging
I'm
you.
sure I'm going to say a lot that you don't agree with because unfortunately your assessment is being based on misinformation, like these false reports we've had today of Israel shooting 31 Palestinians attempting to get to food. That was run, and Ambassador Mike Huckabee has criticized this resoundingly in a statement just now. That was run in the context of the Associated Press, CNN, many media outlets. And it was entirely false because it is, as has been the case previously.
Hang on. The Israeli government says
that
it was
is-
entirely false. What we have had,
footage.
sorry, just to correct
It's not just the Israeli
Sorry
government.
to jump in again.
No, it's also the Gaza Humanitarian
Israel
Foundation.
has done one of its own reports because journalists aren't allowed to verify this independently. So Israel investigates itself and has decided it did nothing
I'm
wrong.
not referring to Israel's investigation.
Hang on. What we do know is that a number of doctors and hospital spokesmen and charity spokesmen.
Well, we already know that Israel investigates themselves. I showed you guys the footage, right? Where you had those like 19 aid workers get gunned down by the IDF. And then they buried them in a shallow grave. This was like 2 weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago. They literally shot them and killed them. And I showed you guys the video footage. And they just buried them. Shallow grave, left them there. No one gave a fuck. And these were UN workers, like aid workers, paramedics, trying to save people. We're not armed combatants killed by the IDF. So the IDF does this all the time. And look, the IDF absolutely does shoot unarmed children and women all the time. All the time. They shoot them. So, oh my God, one instance maybe might not be true, but it happens all the time. And we don't even know if that actually what she's saying is true. But the point is that it does happen, which is why people think this. But I think Piers needs to kind of chill and be more of a moderator and let Dave do the debating. It's like, bro, you're the show host. You're supposed to be moderating this, man. So, whatever. But let's keep going.
Have all said that there were many.
Like I would say, just let her say what she's got to say, then let Dave respond, bro.
People killed and many more people wounded taken to hospitals and they saw the bodies and they saw the wounded. So somebody was killing and wounding a lot of Palestinians. You say it was Hamas. Hamas say it was the IDF. We, the international media, cannot verify this because Israel doesn't allow us in to do our job.
That's not why this reporting has been conducted on such a false basis. It's because nothing coming out of the Gaza Strip is able to be reported without Hamas control. And you, as part of the international media, Piers, will know this. It is
I also know that
consistent.
historically, Israel has accepted that the health authorities' numbers, historically, before October the 7th, that they have been broadly accurate. That is the historical position.
You must also know that the assessments of Hamas casualty figures by experts and statisticians have found them to be preposterously inaccurate, fabricated.
Well, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you what I asked you.
No, you're not allowing me to finish a single
answer. Well, I can
answer.
actually conduct this interview any way I like.
Well, then the viewers aren't going to get any benefit of
the viewers can make their own mind up about what they're hearing and seeing. When I interviewed the UK ambassador to the UK,
yes,
she was able to tell me definitively that 30,000 Hamas terrorists have been killed.
I think it was an estimate, let's be clear.
But she had absolutely no idea, estimate or otherwise, how many children had been killed in the process. Do you know?
There's a very simple logical explanation for that, which is Israel is targeting Hamas and Palestinians.
Do you know how many children Israel's killed in the process?
There is a very simple explanation for the reason that we do not know. Because
you only count the terrorists you killed, not the children?
Hear the explanation?
Well, I just ask you, just to be clear, are you saying that the IDF only counts the bodies of terrorists it kills, not innocent children?
Well, the IDF has not been, and this is a shift now, as you will have heard from Jonathan Conricus, has not been in...
They don't want to admit it because about 50% of Gaza's population is kids, chat. About 50% of Gaza's population is fucking children.
Control of any significant part of Gaza to be able to conduct that analysis.
So how does it know how many terrorists it's killing?
Because it is striking them with clear intelligence and targeting those strikes deliberately.
So it counts the bodies of the terrorists, but not the children it kills in the process.
It counts. I'm sorry, this is perfectly logical.
It's actually not logical at all.
It counts.
To anyone watching this, they're thinking, what on earth are these Israelis saying? First the ambassador, now you. What you're saying is that you only count the terrorists that are killed. You don't count the children that are killed in the process of killing the terrorists.
Perhaps
to which it begs the question,
no, I can provide you with some additional analysis.
Why?
Yeah, because they don't care about Palestinian life, Pierce. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. They don't even count the kids, bro. They don't even count the kids because it doesn't matter. And that brings me to the crux of my argument as I go into a black screen because I'm about to cook. They never cared. They've never cared. Since the first Intifada in the 80s, they've never cared. And that's precisely the problem.
If you'll allow me to answer the question, I'll provide you with some additional analysis, which is in relation to the casualty ratios that have been projected.
How do you know the ratios?
I'll explain. The casualty ratio throughout the first period of the war, phase 1, was generally put at between 1 to 1 and 1.5 to 1. I'll explain. Since then, in phase 2, because of a very different type of fighting that we're now seeing, there are some estimates that it may have gone up to 2 to 1.
How do you know?
Very simply, that Israel has been able to...
...of rational self-preservation on the part of the entire strip.
He's not even hiding it. He says it's taken to hospitals and they saw the bodies and they saw the wounded. So somebody... Sorry, just to correct
It's not just the Israeli government.
Sorry to jump in, actually dying to get at food.
What you are basing your assessment on, I'm afraid...
It's what I'm seeing with my own eyes.
...which is Hamas propaganda, which you must accept as...
No. Sorry, guys, I'm going to go back to where we were. My bad. I hit a button there.
These false reports we've had today of Israel shooting 30 texts.
And has decided it didn't. There were many people killed.
They were talking about the ratios.
Well, Hamas,
a lot of Palestinians.
We have the drone
you say in
false basis. It's because nothing coming out of the Gaza Strip.
Authorities' numbers historically before October the 7th that they have been broadly
Well, then the viewers aren't going to get.
Well, I just ask you, just to be clear, are you saying that the IDF only counts the bodies
of any significant part of Gaza to be able to conduct that analysis?
So how does it know how many terrorists it's killing?
Because it is striking them with clear intelligence and
because you only count the terrorists.
Israel is targeting Hamas.
estimate or otherwise,
Yes.
how many children had been killed in the process? Ambassador to the UK.
Yes.
She was able to tell me definitively that 30,000 Hamas terrorists had been killed.
All right.
I think it was an estimate.
But
All right,
she,
I'll play it from here and I'll speed it up a little bit. So I just want to make sure we don't lose anything.
Be clear.
But she had absolutely no idea, estimate or otherwise,
Yes.
how many children had been killed in the process. Do you know?
There's a very simple logical explanation for that, which is Israel is targeting Hamas and Palestine.
Do you know how many children Israel's killed in the process?
There is a very simple explanation for the reason that we do not know, because
You
Hamas
only count the terrorists
Would
who
you
killed,
like
not the
to
children.
hear the explanation?
Well, I just ask you, just to be clear, are you saying that the IDF only counts the bodies of terrorists it kills, not innocent children?
Well, the IDF has not been, and this is a shift now, as you will have heard from Jonathan Conricus, has not been in control of any significant part of Gaza to be able to conduct that analysis.
So how does it know how many terrorists it's killing?
Because it is striking them with clear intelligence and targeting those strikes deliberately.
So it counts
as
the bodies of the
identified.
terrorists, but not the children
No,
it kills in the process.
It counts. I'm sorry, this is perfectly logical.
It's actually not logical at all.
It counts.
To anyone watching this, they're thinking, what on earth are these Israelis saying? Firstly, Ambassador, now what you're saying is that you only count the terrorists that are killed. You don't count the children that are killed in the process of killing the terrorists.
Perhaps
To
I
which
can
it begs the
provide you-
question,
No, I can't provide you
why?
with some additional analysis.
Why?
If you'll allow me to answer the question, I'll provide you with some additional analysis, which is in relation to the casualty ratios that have been projected.
How do you know
throughout
the
this war.
ratios?
I'll explain. The casualty ratio throughout the first period of the war, phase 1, was generally put at between 1 to 1 and 1.5
How do you
to
know?
1. I'll explain. Since then, in phase 2, because of a very different type of fighting that we're now seeing, there are some estimates that it may have gone up to 2 to 1.
How do you know?
Very simply, that Israel has been able to establish...
How do you know if you're not counting?
May I answer the question?
Well, you're not counting the civilians you're killing, so how do you know the ratio?
Well, if you're not going to allow me to
You talk
answer
about
the question,
logic. Let me go. I want to bring Dave. I don't know.
You just asked me the
I've
question.
let you speak for a long time. Dave is.
haven't, Piers.
Well, I have, and I'll let you speak again. We've got plenty of time here.
I'm sorry, but
no,
Mr.
I'm sorry,
was
but it's
entirely
my show.
uninterrupted.
I'm going to go to Dave. Dave, I'm told I'm lacking logic here. Is there anything logical about what we're hearing about how they apparently know the exact ratio of?
And also, I want you guys to pay attention. She mentioned 2 different campaigns. The first campaign, right, was obviously the October 7th campaign. Then the second campaign is what's going on right now, Operation Gideon's Chariots, which they've revitalized the entry into Gaza, and they're going a lot harder, more airstrikes and more aggressive military posture because they're trying to actually take over Gaza. And you notice the ratio went up. So more people are dying now than before. So in other words, if we continue at this pace, we're going to kill even more people.
Of terrorists they're killing.
All right, I'll turn the camera on. I don't know why it just turned off, guys. I just turned my AC on, so it's fine. I'll turn it back on. So yeah. Oh shit, did he? Okay, let's go back.
Civilians, but they don't know how many civilians they're killing. How do you know the ratio?
Piers, it's just too ridiculous. And as you know, Piers, and look, I know that you've been, I think, very, as you said before, I don't want to put you on either side of this debate, because I think actually people who are hardcore on either side of this debate probably see you as someone on the other side.
Yeah, they all hate me. The extremists all hate me.
Right.
That's fine.
Not all. I didn't mean to say they all hate you. A lot of us like you, Piers.
They actually do. The ones who are to the extremities on both sides, they all hate me. So that's fine. Tax day has passed, but for millions of Americans, that's where the trouble begins.
But I think one of the things that any honest observer has noticed since the very beginning of this conflict is that the Israelis, including the highest levels of the Israeli government, they just speak out of both sides of their mouth the whole time. And so it's like, which argument are we even taking on? I mean, they'll sit here and say from the very beginning that the goal is just to get the hostages back and to defeat Hamas, while their finance minister is openly talking about how the goal is to cleanse the entire strip.
He's not even
And of course,
hiding
now
it.
we see,
He says
yes,
it.
yes.
He
And
literally
now
says
we
it
actually
in
see
front
them-
of the world.
Yes. And we see them now putting this into plans into action to do this. So how are we to judge this? They'll sit here and say that they've taken painstaking efforts to make sure that they limit the number of civilians that are killed, while also saying they have no idea how many civilians are being killed, and they don't count the number because that's not who they're targeting. You'll sit here and say we're only targeting Hamas, or that we're only intentionally targeting Hamas, and at the same time think about the argument they're even making, as Smotrich is out bragging about how not one grain of wheat will get into Gaza for this 3-month period that you're referring to. But they'll say, hey, look, they have stockpiles of aid that had gone in there previously. It's like, okay, Piers, so then logically, can't we deduce you're not starving Hamas? They've got plenty of food. Then who is the additional blockade supposed to impact? It's the civilian population. And so, listen, I'm sorry, this is just anybody with just common sense and a basic understanding of logic could tell you that none of these defenses make any sense. And instead, I think it's reasonable for us to say that we're going to judge the Israeli government, and I like that you were precise about that. We're talking about the government of a foreign country, not people who believe in Judaism across the world, and not even necessarily the people of that country. But when I'm judging the Israeli government, I'm sorry, I'm going to judge them based off what their actions are, and I'm going to judge them them based off what their motives are when they admit the truth.
Yeah.
And so you could sit here and say, oh, we're doing everything we can to prevent the children the number of children dying, and then brag about the ratio, but at the same time tell me you don't even know the number of children who are dying. The bottom line here, and this is why global opinion is turning against Israel, is the level of human suffering that is being inflicted by Israel on the people of Gaza is evil. It is pure freaking evil, and it doesn't need to be done this way. And if you think you can get away with this with a decentralized media and with smartphones and with 4K high def images and with the ability through social media today for people to communicate in a non-controlled environment, good freaking luck, man. This is going to end up so bad for everyone. It's already ended up so bad for the poor people of Gaza. But I just can't. I'm truly stunned, Piers, and I'm sure you are too. I am stunned by the lack of rational self-preservation on the part of the Israelis. Like, read the room here. You are turning the entire world against you, and I do not understand why they would choose to do this.
Yeah, I mean, look, Natasha, I was editor of the Daily Mirror 20 years ago when we launched a long campaign to stop this country, the UK, going to war in Iraq, which I thought was an illegal invasion of a sovereign country. And it made me very unpopular with the then Labour government, led by Tony Blair, because we were the Labour-supporting newspaper. My point being, my argument then was not with the people of the United Kingdom. My argument was with the government of the United Kingdom making a decision which I felt was illegal and wrong, probably constituted war crimes, and it turned out to be a complete unmitigated disaster that led to 20 more years of mayhem in the Middle East, including the rise of ISIS and all the hell that they brought with them. So this, just to be clear again, I do not have an argument with Jewish people or with Israelis. I totally understand why after October the 7th, so many people in Israel felt so vulnerable, felt so angry, felt so distressed, so heartbroken by the devastating loss. 250 odd people kidnapped and taken hostage, including babies and Holocaust survivors. Over 1,200 people murdered, 7,000 wounded by 3,000 terrorists breaking over a border to attack anyone they got their hands on. I don't need reminding of what happened that day. That is why I defended Israel's right to defend itself so staunchly. But I cannot defend what is happening now. What is happening now is militarily inexplicable to most people I've spoken to in the military. I have a lot in my family. Nobody
And let's be honest, I mean, did they really survive the Cookie Monster event, Piers? Did they really? Isn't it kind of amazing like how these new Cookie Monster survivors show up every day? You guys notice that? Like every day there's a new Cookie Monster survivor that endured some type of, anti-Semitism. The fucking guy in Boulder, Colorado. Remember that retard, Mohammed Suleiman? When they said that he was throwing the Molotov cocktails? They're like, yeah, bro, he threw Molotov cocktails. One of the people there was a Cookie Monster survivor. Bro, come on, man. There's a new fucking Cookie Monster survivor every fucking day. It's like, bro, didn't that shit happen like almost 100 years ago? How are these niggas all still alive, bro? Like, come on, man.
Understands what
Everybody's a Cookie Monster survivor nowadays, bro. Everybody.
Israel's goal is here.
And all the new ones, you guys know what the Cookie Monster event is, so yeah.
Other than flattening Gaza and kicking
Israel's
off. Well,
hang
on, as Modric has said, it is to take over and clear out Gaza of all the Palestinians. That is genocide, isn't it? Unless, you're a lawyer, you tell me.
Israel's war aims have been clear from the outset, which is the destruction of Hamas.
They haven't
and
done
the
that.
return of the hostages. Well, because the war's not over yet.
You haven't done either of those things. All you're doing is killing more and more civilians, and you've been starving them.
Well, but who's you? Forgive me. I'm here as a lawyer.
The Israeli government, and you're here to defend it, right?
No, I'm here to defend the rule of law and the weaponization of international law, which has been consistent throughout this process. The propaganda that we're discussing right now, which is clearly what has shifted your position and perspective on this,
what do you mean by
is deeply
propaganda?
dangerous. Calling Israel a committer of genocide or saying that it is starving children.
Well, actually, the people alleging that Israel's committing war crimes are two former Israeli prime ministers.
Who have their own political agendas here. Let's
how convenient. The two former prime ministers of the country have said that you are committing, as a government, not you, but the government is committing war crimes, and you dismiss it as just a bit of internal politics.
Well, no, it's a very serious matter that the misinformation that I would like to be able to come on to address is now also being propagated by two very sore individuals, Prime Minister Olmert, because he also served a prison sentence, and has had his entire proposed peace framework, that of essentially creating a Palestinian state in East Jerusalem and the West Bank, turned upside down by the realization, and he hasn't had, unfortunately, the temerity after the 7th of October to recognize the risk that he would have put Israel to in light of the Hamas takeover.
And when you see, as we saw, and when you see, Natasha,
I was answering the previous question.
Okay, but let me just on the point of legality. Actually, it's very productive. On the point of legality, only last week the Israeli government announced new settlements, 22 settlements.
Well, no, can we pause?
Well, hang on. Yes. On the West Bank, 22 settlements, which the international community views as illegal. They announced 22 new settlements. As a lawyer, given your adherence to the point of law, presumably you would condemn that.
Well, this is exactly why we need to be clear about how international law applies and why the notion of these so-called illegal settlements is misleading.
You don't think they are?
It's not a legal term, it's a political term, and it is part and parcel of a misapplication of international law to the status of the territory. These blood libels, occupation, ethnic cleansing,
Wow, so you
colonialism,
think the settlements are not
apartheid,
illegal?
and genocide are all part and parcel of the propaganda, which I would like to be able to come on to, because all of the evidence goes in completely the opposite direction in terms of Israel's compliance with the laws of armed conflict and its
I'm slowing down because obviously she talks a little bit fast. Look, I'm not going to lie. I'm a little annoyed that Piers keeps interrupting her. I do want her to get all her points out so that we can go line by line with how she's not telling the truth here. But yeah, he's got to chill out a little bit, man. Like, bro, let her finish her thoughts, man. But yes, the settlements are illegal. And a lot of people are calling this genocide. She's objecting to the term genocide, which, look, I'll show you guys right now. And I think I posted this on my page. Mehdi Hassan did a really good video on this. Let me see if I can find it. For anyone that thinks it's not a fucking genocide, I'll show you guys right fucking now. The proof. Because now at this point, bro, it's irrefutable. Oh, wow, you posted the debate. Give me 1 second and just... It's here somewhere. There we go. Be faster if I do it like this. Oh, man. All right, he posts a lot on X just like I do. God damn. All right, maybe if I go... Oh, here we go. Got it.
Genocide. Most media outlets in the West, even now, even as Israel continues to proudly flatten Gaza and starve the Palestinians of Gaza, refuse to use the term genocide. Joe Biden last year went out of his way to say what's happening in Gaza is not genocide. Keir Starmer refuses to say it is. And pro-Israel groups often accuse anyone who says Gaza is a genocide of perpetrating an anti-Semitic blood libel. And yet here's the thing they don't want you to know. Genocide experts are almost all in agreement that what's happening is a genocide, per the legal definition under the Genocide Convention, acts committed with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. So here are the names, the expert names you need to know, including Jewish and Israeli experts, on the subject of genocide to avoid being gaslit by apologists for Israel. First, there are the academic experts who say Gaza is a genocide. Martin Shaw, who literally wrote the book, What is Genocide? Melanie O'Brien, who is the literal president of the International Association of Genocide Scholars. Dirk Moses, who is the senior editor of the Journal of Genocide Research. Eva Vukušić, who helped prosecute the Srebrenica genocide. William Shabas, who even defended Myanmar against charges of genocide, against the Rohingya, but says what Israel is doing in Gaza now is a genocide. There are also the Israeli genocide experts, the Israeli historians of the Holocaust, who say Gaza is a genocide. Professors Omer Bartov, Amos Goldberg, Daniel Blattman, Raz Siegel, Lee Mordecai, Dr. Shmuel Lederman, who was originally opposed to calling...
This is crazy. He's using Israelis as proof, bro. Crazy.
...calling Gaza a genocide, but now says, quote, what Israel is doing in Gaza is genocidal in every sense. Then there are the human rights groups who say Gaza is a genocide. Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, the legal clinics at top US universities who say it's a genocide, at Boston University School of Law, at Cornell Law School, at Yale Law School. The United Nations organizations and experts who say it's a genocide. The UN Independent International Commission of Inquiry. The UN Special Committee to investigate Israeli practices. Multiple UN special rapporteurs. In fact, speaking the other week to the Dutch newspaper NRC, the Israeli expert Raz Siegel said, "Can I name someone whose work I respect who doesn't consider it genocide?" His answer, no. The Israeli expert Shmuel Lederman says it's now the consensus view among genocide researchers. So apologists for Israel and lazy and cowardly both sides media outlets might want to reject the charge of genocide in Gaza. They might want to pretend it's hyperbole or even anti-Semitic. But the experts, the actual experts on genocide, they know a genocide when they see one, and they see one in Gaza.
And they're Jewish Israelis. So now you guys know. Let's see what she's going to say.
Amount of steps that Israel takes, unprecedented in the history of armed conflict, and military
Actually, that's
commanders
just a
will
load
tell
of
you
bullshit. I'm sorry, it just is.
which other army
It just
sends
is. Which
warnings
other
as to-
war in recent times have you had half the population is under 18 and you killed 20,000 kids in
Those figures
20
are
months?
Hamas figures that you are
Give
constantly
me an example of where this morality has been played out elsewhere.
Well, I was explaining earlier that the Hamas figures are inflated, that there are internal
How
inconsistencies.
convenient for you. You don't know what the figures are, so how do you know?
That because there have been independent
How
studies.
do you know
by
how many figures are
statisticians.
inflated or otherwise? You don't know how many have been killed.
So on one hand, they have figures, but then on the other hand, they can't tell you how many people they killed. Notice the fucking weirdo-ness?
No, Hamas lies. It is an internationally prescribed terrorist
Well,
organization.
some might think you're lying
the
because
fact-
you say on one hand, I don't know how many children have been killed, but on the other hand, and that's a blood libel if you say we've killed any of them, but on the other hand...
That's not what I said, no.
Yeah, but on the other hand, you know all about the ratios and you know how humane
Would you like
the
to
Israeli
understand
forces
why?
are being, but you
Because-
don't know how many they're killing.
Because even on Hamas figures, which we know to be false, which do not make distinctions
You
between
don't know
civilians
they're
and
false.
combatants, we do, because there
How
has
do you
been-
know they're false? You
because-
don't know how many have been killed.
Because Hamas has even itself revised those figures down and acknowledged that they are false. And the UN is still touting.
So how many
false
children
figures
has
on
Israel
that.
killed?
If we go back to the
Well, can you
question,
answer my question?
If you go back to the ratio,
Do you know my
question-
do you
no,
know-
but I can tell you the ratio, even on the
what's-
basis of Hamas figures.
You can tell me the ratio without, but how do you know if you don't know how many have
tell you the
died?
ratio
Come on,
even
Pierce,
on
just
the
let her
basis
talk,
of the
bro.
false Hamas
You've
figures.
God damn, he's so fucking annoying. Bro, just let her talk, man. Shut up. Shut the fuck up, Pierce. Let her talk, man. Damn. There's a famous saying. Don't ever interrupt a fool as they make a mistake. Shut up and let her fucking answer, man. This is frustrating to listen to. God damn, bro.
No idea how many have been killed, but you can tell me the ratio.
I can tell you the ratio.
You're
on
a
the basis-
smart lawyer. Do you not understand how ridiculous that
Are you
sounds?
listening to
If we
my
were in a
answer?
courtroom now,
I can
you
tell
would
you-
be demolished
No.
by a fellow lawyer. They would say, "What are you talking
Well,
about?"
Piers, this is not how courtroom etiquette is conducted, I'm afraid. I would be permitted
Actually, some
to
of my
finish.
favourite lawyers conduct them exactly like
I
this.
would be permitted to finish a sentence. The reason we can say that the ratio before the ceasefire was 1-to-1 or 1.15-to-1 is on the basis even of Hamas
Well,
figures.
1-to-1 or
despite
5-to-1? Which one was it?
1-to-1 to 1.5-to-1. At different points in that period, those were the two separate estimates.
Studies show that strength training burns more fat than cardio.
And that is on
But
the
to
basis
know that,
of
you'd have to
Hamas.
know how many innocent people
that is
you've
on the
killed as
basis
well.
of the false Hamas figures. So the reality is that the expectation would be the ratio is
You
in
don't
fact
believe
lower
that.
than
So
that.
what is the number?
The reality is that the expectation would be the numbers are even less than that. That, in any event, is unprecedented in the history of urban armed conflict. So it puts the lie to all of these accusations that we have been hearing. And the reason, let me finish this sentence, if you will. The reason that it is so terrible, that it is so dangerous that these lies are being spread about Israel, that even you and other respected international journalists have begun to propagate them, is that it is having a direct
calling me a liar?
impact. No, that you have been taken in by them.
Really?
Is because it is having a direct impact on the safety of Jews around the world. We've seen the impact of 14,000 babies in 48 hours when 2 Israeli staffers were murdered, executed on the streets of DC. Only yesterday we saw a fire attack
What was the link?
against-
What was the link there? Are you saying
the
that
fact
the
that
person?
2 days after
are you
Tom
saying the person
Fletcher-
that perpetrated that appalling murder was actually even aware of the story you're talking about?
Well,
You're drawing a direct link.
The Chicagan that committed that murder shouted.
Now, this is why I wanted her to talk, because I knew this was going to happen. What did I tell you guys when these attacks first happened? When those 2 people got murdered in Washington, D.C. from the Israeli embassy, and then this dumbass dude, Mohammed Suleiman, committed this attack in Boulder, Colorado. What did I say was going to happen? I told you every Israeli apologist was going to use this to justify conflict, anti-Semitism laws against speech, and other ways to infringe upon our liberties in the United States. And like fucking clockwork, here comes the Israeli propagandist apologist coming in with the yellow pin, right? Making it sound like we care about the hostages. There's nothing wrong about that. I have no problem with people wearing a yellow pin. But what is she doing? Giving the Zionist propaganda talking points. Oh, well, this misinformation you're providing is very scary because it puts Jews in danger all across the country and all across the world, blah, blah, blah. But what they won't tell you about is how a Jewish guy right here in Miami, Florida, shot 2 other Jewish people because he thought they were Palestinian. That didn't hit the headline news like that, though. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about.
Now to a story you'll only see on
This didn't hit the crazy news. This is only local here in South Florida, but check this out.
Local 10. 2 men were shot at more than a dozen times while driving on Miami Beach. Tonight, we hear from those victims. Local 10's crime specialist Bridget Matter is live on Miami Beach with the exclusive. Bridget.
And it's truly a miracle that these 2 were not seriously hurt. They say that while they were driving, they were randomly attacked, a man shooting off as many as 17 shots at their car.
This is the mugshot for 27-year-old Mordecai Braffman. He's accused of shooting at 2 men in Miami Beach Saturday evening.
There was a truck passing next to him. Yeah, they know. Right on him. Boom, 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 boom. Then he just randomly started shooting it.
Ari Rive was shot in the shoulder. He spoke to us with help from his cousin to translate. He says he and his father were randomly attacked while driving off Alton Road, the 2 visiting from Israel. Video shows their car riddled with bullets. Police say 17 shots were fired.
He put the window down from the driver's seat and just blasted them.
Ari was hit in the shoulder. The bullet still lodged in his body following the attack.
After they took off, he tried shooting them from the back of their car. Bullet went through right next to him, right next to his ear because he was the driver. And he was holding his dad's head because he thought the dad got shot in the head.
Surveillance video shows the men trying to get help from a nearby business. The suspect was quickly arrested. In the arrest form, it says Braffman told detectives he saw 2 Palestinians and shot and killed both. The victims and the suspect did not know one another. Father and son say it was a miracle neither were seriously hurt.
He's saying God gave him life as a gift. And he's still alive, so he's happy.
The 2 say they're thankful for a security guard at one of those businesses that helped them and called 911. As for the suspect, he's facing a 2nd-degree attempted murder charge. We're live in Miami.
This didn't get press release. They didn't put this out everywhere. Dude shot at them thinking they were Palestinians. Nothing happened. I mean, he got arrested by the state locals, but we don't see no big press release. We don't see the anti-Palestinian sentiment. We don't see the FBI coming in. Not at all. This dumbass shot them thinking they're Palestinians, but they were actually Jewish people. Incredible.
Free Palestine, and this is for Gaza.
You mentioned something about 48,000
2
babies.
days after that full story went around the world.
It was a full story because the idiot that came out with it should have known better. I didn't promote that in any way at all, other than to say,
hey guys, we got 2,400 of you guys in here. Do me a favor, man. Smash that like button, man. Let's get to 3,000 likes. We've been going 5.5 hours here.
But you are promoting false allegations of starvation and targeting
No,
civilians.
I'm promoting the fact that Israel's government launched a 3-month blockade, which has led
without
to
the context
people
of
starving.
25,000 tons of
All right.
trucks of
Let me
aid
bring
having
Dave.
been provided before that.
Dave.
Facts without
all right.
context are misleading.
All right, Dave, we're a bunch of deluded clowns who are being misled. Israel's government is telling the whole truth here. Everyone else is lying or being taken in by lies.
Yeah, it's just like, look, the
and we're
logical
putting, we're putting
here.
Jews in danger by promoting these lies.
You know,
you're a Jewish guy.
maybe, yes, I am, and maybe I'll respond to that. Well, first of all, I'll just say that even the idea, like as you hear these arguments, Piers, where they'll say like well, we know these numbers that the Gaza Health Ministry puts out are lies because we know Hamas lies. And look, the proof of that is that they revised their numbers down at one point. But doesn't that just kind of lead to the question, Piers, then, like, why would they revise their numbers down if they're just lying? Why, yeah, right. Why wouldn't they just stick with the original numbers that they had?
In fact, the buzzword of the debate.
It's what always happens with the pro-Israel people is like they use what is a point on my side as a point on their side.
And by the way, I wouldn't trust Hamas as far as I could bloody throw them, right? They're a bunch of despicable death cult murderers, right? Just to be crystal clear. I wouldn't trust them as far as I could throw them. And yet historically, their figures through this health authority in this conflict going back decades have turned out to be reasonably accurate. I know that because Israel has accepted them over the years.
And Piers, as you know, because I've been coming on your show for a long time now, I've always said the same thing too. I also don't really trust the Gaza Health Ministry. I'm just making the point that them revising the numbers down would be a point of evidence that they're being honest, not a point of evidence that you can't.
That's true.
Can't trust them. But look, I will just say this, okay? And Piers, again.
And not to mention, we know that there's literally tens of thousands, probably 100,000 plus missing that are under the rubble, chat. Literally under the rubble.
Because I've been coming on your show. I've done a lot of these debates, over the last year and a half or so. I would.
All right. Lino says, I have a friend that told me to watch Garuto chasing Suzuki. Okay. Al Woodendorf from Lino. Koch says, explain the Cookie Monster event for your O/Squad. Well, a lot of stuff about the Cookie Monster event was fabricated.
Never. Like, if you remember, there was this example of the guy in Florida who is being charged with attempted murder right now.
Remy says, hey, Myron, love your show. And yes, I'm a woman. You've probably covered this, but how do you respond when people say Hamas is the one blocking food and aid? That's my family's go-to excuse, and I'm trying to help them see the bigger picture. No, it's not Hamas blocking the food. The food gets in. What the Israelis typically argue is that Hamas steals the resources. But let's assume that ridiculousness is true, because the Israelis always, always talk about how much aid they bring in and everything else like that. It's just not. They don't bring in as much aid as they claim, and they've been having a blockade and not allowing resources to come in for a very long time. And they look at it like, okay, we're gonna let the food come in. If Hamas steals it, whatever, and we're just gonna let everyone else suffer, assuming that's even true. Syria attacked Israel, and then Stefan gave me the link. Okay, thank you, Stefan. I'll look at this real quick. D. Alameda says, Myron, I admire your loyalty to Fresh and your friends, and you don't back down from political beliefs despite it affecting you financially. You need to go solo because you have potential to flourish, just like Justin Timberlake, who left NSYNC. Let's see here. Just like J211 Singh, his career took off. It's your turn. Nah, man. No. I like my team. I'm not going to leave my team. A lot of people depend on me, chat. I don't think you guys get this. I got a whole team of people that I'm responsible for. Chris, Mo, obviously Fresh, the girls that work for us, Icy, Bills. Like, no, man, I got a full team here. You know what I mean? And they depend on me. So this is beyond me just wanting to get all the glory and go on my own and make us make a bunch of money. Because, yeah, obviously I would make more money because my overhead would go down dramatically if I did that. But I'm not going to do that, bro. I'm just not going to do that, man. I'm not going to leave them high and dry. Remember, guys, I gave up my career for this. A big reason why I didn't go back to the government, or I didn't resign, or a big reason why I did resign from the government, is precisely because I had employees and people depending on me. So I already gave up, a job that I love and a career that I love to do this because of people depending on me, man. So I can't do it, bro. I can't do it. There's too many people that depend on me, and I'm not going to leave them high and dry, bro. I'm sorry. I'll be fine. I could do my solo stuff on the side and still run Fresh and Fit. It's going to be harder for me, of course. I'm doing 2 to 3 times as much as the work. You guys will see me fucking here tired as hell and shit. But no. I'd rather suffer myself more than to just go solo and leave them all out in the cold. I would rather just take the brunt on and suffer myself more than have them suffer. So It's just the right thing to do, chat. I see what you guys are saying. Yo, it makes more sense financially. Overhead goes down. You'll be a bigger star. Bro, stardom isn't everything, man. Money isn't everything, bro. It really isn't, man. It really isn't. I appreciate your concern, but it's not happening.
Because he shot 2 people who he thought were Palestinians. Turned out they weren't. He was wrong.
Oh, literally, bro, I did not watch this debate, but he literally knows about this story too. He talked about the same story I just showed you guys. This one right here, this retard shooting those 2 people. This moron right here, what's his face, this nigga? Right here, this fucking guy. Fucking shot those 2 Israelis they thought were Palestinians. This is the story Dave Smith's talking about.
But I would never use that as an example in one of these debates and say, aha, pro-Israel person, you're responsible for that.
Right.
I'm a free market libertarian.
That is true. The only reason I showed it was to drive home a point where there's clearly a double standard of prosecution here. That story didn't hit the news at all or get federal prosecution. Meanwhile, the other ones have.
Free market capitalist guy.
That is terrorism as well.
There was a Bernie Sanders fan who shot up a congressional baseball game several years back. I would never use that in an argument and say, you're responsible for.
This dude said fresh is a brand risk? Bro, I'm the brand risk. What the hell are you talking about? I'm the brand risk, and that's not fresh. I am the brand risk. What are you talking about, bro? Someone said Myron pre-watched again. No, I did not see this debate before, bro. I just am not a retard, and I know about the stuff that might come up. Yeah, this guy Kenny said fresh is a brand risk. Bro, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm the brand risk, not fresh.
For that, because it's the cheapest, lamest form of argument. You are not responsible if you're telling the truth for as you see it for some crazy person committing a horrific act of violence. By the way, we're talking about ongoing innocent people being killed for over 20 months at this point now. So like that's what the whole conversation is about. But the idea that any of us are responsible. Look, here's the bottom line, Piers. I understand Natasha wants to sit here and say, the reason you've changed your mind is because you've fallen for the propaganda. You've fallen for the lies. The reason why everyone is so outraged is because they're falling for these propaganda. The truth is that the reason why Piers and so many people around the world are turning on what the Israeli government is doing is because it's just so freaking
hard. To people to say you step out, don't understand how God works. The FBI turned their back on him, so he knows what that's like, and he doesn't want to see him to see him. Yeah, I mean, I just can't do wrong by people, man, like that.
Horrible, because we're seeing images every day of children suffering through an ungodly fate. We all sit there and think, my God, if those were our...
Destiny Marsano says, hey, Myron, my boyfriend and I, that's a big W for me, keyword, she has a boyfriend, are big fans. We've been watching almost a year now, and I can honestly say watching your content has helped our relationship grow a lot. So shout out to you and what you do for these men. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Destiny. You missed the part earlier where I said one of the best rewards I get a lot of times. There's a couple. One is you guys say I'm the same guy on and off camera. I really appreciate that because it means, real ninja in the house. And then the other one is when women come up to me and say, our relationship is stronger because of you. Or I found my boyfriend because of you. So that's always great.
Kids, it's a pure reaction to witnessing evil. And you got to sit here and spin the fact that this is all propaganda or it's all lies. I mean, look, I admire you being a lawyer and trying to defend your client. I guess that's what lawyers got to do no matter how guilty your client is. Piers, if I'm ever charged with murder, get this lady to represent me. So that's who I want on my team. But the bottom line is that 2 former Israeli prime ministers are not falling for propaganda.
And you know what,
it's
Dave?
Just that
you know
at this
what?
point,
One of them,
they can't deny it.
Right, and one of them, Ehud Olmert, he said to me that he thinks Netanyahu, A, should have resigned by now, but B, will be in The Hague one day being held accountable for these war crimes. And, I mean, I guess my question for you, Natasha, you're a lawyer. Would you be prepared to defend him if Netanyahu appeared at The Hague?
We're talking about the International Criminal Court.
Would you be prepared to defend?
Yeah, that boy already got charged by the ICC, man.
No, well, let me be clear. about the context, because this is important. We're talking about the International Criminal Court, which has no jurisdiction in this matter because Israel is not a party to the ICC and Palestine is not a state.
Of course.
It clearly made significant errors.
Fucking judoed that one perfectly.
On prior determinations of jurisdiction on the basis of an accession document supposedly by the Palestinian Authority, which was never circulated. That was one of the primary planks of its decision in 2021, which has fallen away. It is proceeded on this.
We're at 2,500 likes, by the way, guys. Smash that like button. Let's get to 3,000 niggas. And yeah, she's doing some hardcore lawyering right now.
Basis in contravention of its own rules, that of complementarity, and on an entirely false basis. So my organisation, UK Lawyers for Israel, has put out a review of Karim Khan's application for warrants, which demonstrated that every phrase of every sentence of that document.
Karim Khan is the prosecutor from the ICC, by the way, that charged Netanyahu, just so you guys know. And not only did he issue arrest warrants for Netanyahu, he also issued an arrest warrant for Yoav Gallant, the defense minister at the time that, you know, talked about the Hannibal directive. And they also issued arrest warrants for Ishmael Haniyeh as well as Yahya Sinwar, who are both dead, by the way. So they were fair about it. They issued arrest warrants for everybody.
False. In that context, we're not seeing an international criminal court anymore. We're seeing a political body which is seeking to rehabilitate itself by going after the leaders of the world's Jewish state because of its abysmal
Is there anyone who
reputation.
criticises the Israeli government that you don't think is doing so for political reasons or because they're being deluded by lies?
Oh my goodness, yes.
Good question, Piers.
In other words, is anybody actually acting, do you think, with any integrity when they criticise the Israeli government?
Within
Because you
Israel.
make it sound like everyone's either stupid, deluded, or politically motivated.
Within Israel, there is the most vibrant political debate and criticism that you will see anywhere. What I'm calling out are the lies and the falsehoods and the blood libels that are being propagated. And those
I was told by the ambassador to UK it was a blood libel for me to suggest that Israel had killed children in this war.
Bro, everything is a blood libel to these motherfuckers, bro. Everything. Jonathan Greenblatt, everything is anti-Semitism, blood libel. It's fucking annoying, dude. These guys are literally the worst. So fucking annoying, man.
I don't believe that was the case. I think it was to do with targeting children.
No.
And there is a difference.
Right.
Because we are hearing that Israel is targeting children, and that couldn't be further from
Well,
the
last
fact,
week, 9 out of 10 children in one home where 2 doctors reside were killed in an airstrike. What was that?
Remarkable.
Well, what was that?
That has been based only on the basis of hearsay.
You don't
and
believe that
secondhand
story?
Information. I want these stories.
Wait a minute. You don't believe that those children were killed?
I have seen conflicting accounts, and I want that story to be properly investigated
Wow.
before the international media
Wow.
runs with it. I have
You
a
think
question.
those
Wow.
2 parents, one of whom I think operated on one of the children.
I have a question.
You think that those 2 doctors, the parents, they just made it up?
Why are
that
those
9 of
children
their
there?
10 children had been blown to pieces
Yes.
by an Israeli airstrike?
If this is true,
You don't believe it?
well, why on earth was artificially generated imagery used to promote this story when it first
I
happened?
got to say,
We've seen
Natasha,
time
I
and
think
time
what you've
again.
just said about that
Piers
family
Morgan, we've seen
is despicable.
We've seen time
I'm
and time
sorry,
again.
it's despicable.
What is truly
Somebody, you talk
despicable-
about blood libel, like Dave said. You talk about blood libel. You talk about lies.
All I said,
you talk about
Piers,
promoting
was that there were
propaganda.
conflicting
And here you sit
accounts.
here as a lawyer and you say that you do not believe those 9 children were
I
killed.
didn't say that. You're putting
You
words
did?
in my mouth.
Do you believe it or not?
I said that there were conflicting
Do you
accounts
believe it?
and it needs to be
Do you
investigated.
believe it?
I thought you would be the
The parents
first
said
person
9 of their
that
10
wants-
children were killed.
They
Do you
haven't-
believe them
they
or not?
haven't- they
Or
haven't
did those
said that
2
directly.
doctors make it up?
They haven't said that directly as far as I have seen. I have seen second-hand accounts and hearsay. But it's important to ask, why are these civilians still there? Why is it that
Actually, no, it's important to ask whether you believe that family have lost 9 of their 10 children.
I want to know why the international
You don't, do you?
community...
You don't. And this goes to the point that I would say about Israel
Why are
generally
these
now, in this war now.
civilians
Israel says they don't believe anything.
coming out of
Everything,
Hamas,
every
indeed.
story that comes out about the deaths of civilians in Gaza,
Because there is a track
someone will
record
pop
of
up
lies.
representing the Israeli government saying, it's propaganda. It's not true. I've heard it's not right. I've heard it didn't happen. And the reason you can get away with it, frankly, is because you won't allow, the Israeli government won't allow, I don't want to keep putting you in the government, but you defend them. The Israeli government refuses to allow international journalists to get in there and do their job and verify whether any of these things are actually
So I
happening
have been
when
there.
you say they didn't happen?
I can help you with why. I've been there in September and seen a great deal of the Hamas terror infrastructure with my own eyes, including the fact that when we were in Rafah, every second building was being used
Did you see any dead
by
children?
Hamas. No, and this is the important factor.
Why do you think that?
Our movement.
Is that because there aren't any, or because you were being given a sanitized little tour,
No, we were
which
being-
didn't involve seeing the bodies of dead children?
We were very restricted because of the nature of the battlefield in
What
in
right does the
Gaza.
IDF have to restrict journalists doing their job? In every
well, on
other
the
war I've
basis-
ever been involved in.
Yeah, they don't let journalists come in because they know that if the journalists come in, they're going to be exposing a lot of the war crimes that the Israelis are doing. Bro, these IDF soldiers are going into houses, stealing, doing inappropriate shit with the people's belongings, like all kinds of fuck shit, man. So they absolutely don't want the media in there because they just don't want them there. They're just like, bro, we want to be able to commit our war crimes in peace, bro. You know? Want to commit our war crimes in peace, man. Get out the way.
Including sending my Daily Mirror journalists to cover the Iraq war in Baghdad, where they...
Also, guys, do me a solid. I'm like thinking of things in my head. If I were to do an OSS, what would you guys want for member benefits? Can you guys put in the chat some things that you guys would want for member benefits? Things that I already have in mind is 1 yearly meetup, completely free. You could call into the show. At the end of my debrief, what I'll do is I'll set aside like 30 to 45 minutes at the end of every show where I talk to you guys. What else do you guys want? I'm looking at the chats. My Couch Club guys, I'm looking at you guys especially.
Rang me at midnight to ask if they should leave or stay in a hotel, the Baghdad Hilton, I think it was called, before shock and awe arrived. So huge responsibility on my shoulders then about the lives of my journalists, but they were prepared to risk them to report the truth to the wider.
When are you having Anton on? He'll be here in July.
The world. Israel has decided no journalists from outside can go in.
For 3 reasons.
And make that assessment themselves.
Yes.
What right does Israel have to do that?
For 3 reasons. Will you allow me to finish?
Well, there are no reasons.
Well, you've
It's
just
none of
asked
your
me-
business
you
whether
just-
the journalists view their safety as being
haven't-
at risk.
I'm sorry, you haven't heard the reasons yet. The first, of course, is the safety of the journalists, and I appreciate you don't accept that. The second,
I think it's a load of nonsense.
The second is the
The
safety.
idea you're doing is that some quaint concern for the safety of journalists is bullshit.
That was reason number one.
Utter
Reason number
bullshit.
Reason number two is the
These
ability.
better get better.
Is the ability of IDF soldiers to be able to conduct this war against Hamas without.
Without the journalists getting in the way?
No, without.
They've actually, by the way, they've killed more journalists.
Okay, I see only OSS chat on the screen. Okay, that could be one. That could be one of them.
Journalists in Palestinian journalists than in any war
Hamas
in
members
modern
wearing
history.
press vests are not journalists. And reason number three.
So none of them are journalists.
And reason number three.
So just to be clear, none of the Palestinian journalists who've been killed are actually
I
journalists.
said
Is that your...
Hamas members.
Oh, they're all Hamas
Palestinian
members?
Islamic, those that are. And those
Every
that belong
single
to,
dead
that's not what I
Palestinian
said.
journalist
I
is a
don't-
member of Hamas. Is that your position?
No, listen, I appreciate Piers. This
That is
your
also
style.
bullshit.
But misrepresenting,
No, I'm not gonna let you bullshit.
misrepresenting every
So that's
word
2 out of
is
2. What's the
okay.
third
Okay, discount on merch and exclusive drops. Okay, we could do that.
reason?
Our mutual friend Douglas Murray was embedded with the IDF in Lebanon.
You said the words yourself. I love Douglas, but he was embedded with the IDF.
Right.
He's unbelievably
But in
pro-Israel.
let me finish.
So of course
Will
he
you
was
allow
going
me
to
to
write
finish?
what
No.
he witnessed while embedded with the IDF.
No, let me finish what his experiences there were. The difference
I
is
read
that in
it. You have to tell me.
There is something I think that you won't have heard. The IDF are able to allow journalists into Lebanon. He wasn't the only one. There were many other
There
international
have been a
journalists with him.
tiny... No.
Those other
bullshit.
international journalists with him
Bullshit.
were very clear.
There
that
have
they-
been a tiny
beg your
handful of journalists let in by the IDF in
I
tightly
appreciate-
controlled environments
And you
to
know-
witness what the IDF were prepared to let them
And
see.
you know what
And
those
actually, what it
journalists
needs this
said?
war to stop the bullshit, which is out of control, by the way, in this last 3 minutes, is to let international journalists go in and do their jobs. And they will worry with their networks or organizations about their safety, but they should be allowed to do their jobs. And there's only one reason why the Israeli government doesn't want international journalists crawling on.
Okay, when I have debates, someone is saying when I have debates, only OSS are able to go on a private signal chat. Maybe I'll do that too. When I do the street debates and shit.
All over Gaza, it's because they do not want them reporting
Piers.
what they will find.
Reason number
which, by the
three.
way, will include the bodies of thousands of children who you on the Israeli side are not counting as you count the terrorists you kill, but who journalists would.
Reason number 3 is that those journalists that were in Lebanon said that they had to be very careful about what they reported because of what Hezbollah would do to their colleagues in Beirut. The fact that international journalists have...
All right, and you guys want an O/ badge? All right, I'll see if I can get an O/ badge. No, I'm not going to kill the public chat, guys. They're just saying they want the O/chat on screen.
Sunk to this level that they would allow their reportage to be controlled by terrorist organizations, Iranian proxies, Hamas and Hezbollah included, is despicable. That is...
And also, just so you guys know, I would probably make the price, it would be no more than, I think, $10.90 to represent 109, and then the annual would be 109 for the year. So 109 for the year, or you could pay $10.90 a month. That'd be the price point, I think. And then, yeah, merch, call-ins, 1 monthly Zoom call, and then 1 yearly annual meetup. I think those 4 perks. And then I just have 1 price point. Oh, and I'll get an O/ badge for you guys on Rumble. I'll try to see if I can get an O/ badge for you guys. So that's what I would do if I did my own thing. But again, like I said before, it would be, it would take me time. I wouldn't do it right away. I'm just trying to get things that you guys want.
The real issue here that has driven
actually,
the
it's not. The
international
real
community.
issue
Of course
is,
it is.
This
is terrorist organizations' propaganda.
Actually, it's not. Let me bring David.
And the fact that you will not allow me to answer a single question.
You know what?
Here
You've made all your points, and they all, I'm afraid, Natasha,
I certainly
turned out to
haven't
be
made all my
bullshit.
points.
So let me bring in Dave. Dave, look, I don't like to keep saying the word bullshit, but when you hear a lot of bullshit, you have to call it for what it is, bullshit. And the truth is, particularly on the journalist front, there is a very simple way that all this fog of war confusion could be resolved, and that is to let the journalists in. And there's a very simple reason why they're not. They don't want the journalists to report to the world what is actually going on. Otherwise, they'd let them in.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I understand, Natasha, that you're upset that Piers isn't letting you finish your thought, but the idea that the #1 reason you gave is that what Israel just values the sanctity of life so much that they're so worried about these journalists, it's just so ridiculous.
And then what I'll do is I'll have an exclusive OSS member shirt only. That's what I'll do. I'll have an OSS shirt only at a very good price. I'll do that as well for you guys. You can only get it if you're OSS member. I have a special link for that one, so I'll do that too. That's what I'm thinking, guys. $109 annual price, and then $10.90 monthly. And then what I might do is I might do like the first month or two, $3.04. Then it goes up to $109. Save you guys even more money. So for like the first month or two, it'll be $3.04, $3.04. Then it goes up to $10.09 after 1 to 2 months. Then the annual fee will be $109, and then you would get there'd be I'd put an OSS shirt on sale at a good price. Really cheap, that you can only get in the OSS, and then I'd get you guys a call into the show. Chats are read no matter price points, and yeah. But I think the $3.04, $3.04 for the first month, and then it shoots up to $10.90, $109, and then annual fee is $109 for the year. Is that fair? What do you guys think? Is that fair, guys? There's democracy here. I do care about you guys' opinions. That's why I'm asking.
Actually,
it doesn't pass the basic smell test.
No, I'm not giving you guys feet pics. Fucking weirdo.
It's offensive to think that level. You know, you talk about propaganda being spread. That is just.
Yeah, the first month I promote it, I'll give you guys a code to get in for $3.04. Then it goes up to $10.90. So first month will be $3.04 to make it fun. To make it funny. So, yeah, $3.04 to get in, and then $10.90 after that. Then $109 for the year. Fair? All right, cool. All right. Well, I'll work out the back end things. Just want to make sure that you guys are okay with that.
Pure propaganda.
Love y'all ninjas, man.
It is obvious. It is obviously the reason Israel
who's going to be
doesn't
blamed? Sorry, Natasha just said.
I'm gonna write some of the shit down in my notepad for you guys too, so I can have this ready.
Who will be blamed for the journalist deaths? A recognition that yet more journalists would be killed, because I think it's well over 100 Palestinians who you think are all Hamas members. But you know what? It's not your job to worry about the safety of international journalists. They've all been to many, many war zones.
That's
whether it's Clarissa Ward at CNN, Jeremy Bowen at BBC. I know a lot of these people myself. You let the journalists do their job, and you do yours,
by the way,
and the IDF can do theirs.
They don't seem to have this concern about being blamed for slaughtering the children of Gaza. You know, like,
they don't admit
that's not
they're
enough to
killing
get them
any.
to stop that. Right, right. As every time you hear, it's either, oh, this is propaganda, this is Hamas propaganda, those kids weren't intentionally killed, all this stuff. But look, like we said at the beginning, this is just, it doesn't meet the basic smell test, the basic human test. If you're telling me, as you said, Natasha, that Hamas has locked up all of the aid that's gotten in there, so who are you targeting when you don't let further aid in? It's the civilian population who's not getting it. Now, you could sit here and say Israel isn't targeting them, meaning I blow up a building that I know has little children in it, but I'm claiming I'm targeting the bad guy. But you know that in effect, your action is going to, in effect, destroy the civilian population. I'm sorry, this is a distinction without a difference. And I don't care about your appeal to international law. Look, I'm Lysander Spooner on this issue of international law. I think either international law allows what Israel is doing to Gaza, or it's been powerless to stop it. So either way, it has not been effective enough. By the way, it does seem like it's the latter, not the former, seeing as how there is, criminal warrants out for Netanyahu for committing war crimes. But regardless of that, the bottom line here is that Israel is doing this to the civilian population of Gaza, and nobody.
I think at this point, like the Israel position is damn near indefensible, bro. The whole international community is condemning Israel. Like, it's like the anti-Semitism shit is not working anymore, man.
Nobody who's being honest doesn't believe that the only reason Israel won't let journalists in there is because they don't want the world to see what they're doing to these people. Period. That's the reason, and everybody, including you, knows it. The problem here is that you're not allowed to tell the truth. You're Israel's lawyer, and you got to defend them no matter what. Natasha, does Israel have nuclear weapons?
Sorry, I'm an independent
Does Israel have nuclear weapons?
Of the English bar.
Yes or no?
She ain't gonna answer that, bro. She is not gonna answer that, man. The stance when it comes to Israel, when it comes to nuclear weapons, is never officially acknowledge them. Never. Because we know how they got them. They stole them.
I'm not instructed.
Yes or no?
I'm
yes
not
or no,
instructed.
Natasha?
I'm not instructed. The key word, I am not instructed. Now the mask is off.
Does
have
Israel have nuclear weapons, Natasha?
Why do you think I would know any better than you, Piers?
Of course they do.
What's the name of your company?
You do know. You are not telling the
organization?
truth, and so you won't say it. By the way, this right here, Piers, let me just say, it's disqualifying to this conversation. You're playing a different game than me and Piers are. We're having a conversation about what's actually going on. You're a lawyer who's not allowed to incriminate your client, which is Israel, because you know the answer the same way Piers knows it, the same way I know it. Do they have nukes?
Let me be perfectly clear. I am not in the employ of anyone associated.
What's the name of your organization?
UK Lawyers for Israel began as a voluntary association of lawyers looking for the proper application of law to Israel, Israelis, and combating anti-Semitism. It is truly remarkable. We are having a different conversation. This is a circus, and I am actually seeking to address practical questions, including the disgusting situation that we are now left with, where the international community has said that Palestinian civilians must uniquely be kept in a war zone, may not be permitted to leave. That is what I am hearing being advocated for consistently, so that they can be continued to be used not just as human shields by Hamas, but as human sacrifices, dragging this conflict out. The tragedy of this misinformation and this propaganda is not just that Jews are being gunned down and burned in the street.
I'm telling you guys, they're always going to use this stuff to push for legislation and try to link everything back to Gaza.
It is also that Palestinian civilians are continuing to suffer as a result of this war, but also of Hamas suppression, repression, torture, and the stealing of aid, which has been well documented. The fact that people like the two of you will continue to put out this false information, to perpetuate this conflict, to perpetuate Palestinian suffering is truly disgusting. What have I said that's false?
I didn't think anyone could be more disingenuous than the UK ambassador. I got to say, Natasha, you've got right up there. You've crossed that little bar, haven't you?
If you can indicate one aspect of what I have said that is incorrect, we will have this conversation. But so far, you are throwing out appallingly misconceived allegations, which are baseless.
Do you know what?
Pierce,
Israel.
Notice she couldn't answer the question.
I had Jonathan
about whether Israel
Conricus
has
on. He was a
nukes.
former IDF guy, obviously, and even he was able to admit a lot of what Israel is now doing is wrong, and it just shouldn't be happening the way that it's happening. When you blindly don't, I mean, I think that Hamas are blindly, ideologically to one side of this. They're a bunch of genocidal maniacs. I think people like Smodrich are genocidal maniacs, and I think anyone on the pro-Israeli side, particularly a lawyer who can listen to what Smodrich said last week and not understand that he is actually promoting war crimes out of his very mouth.
We haven't discussed Smotrich, and I'm not particularly interested in what he has to say because it's.
Well, he's the finance minister of the Israeli government. He's one of the three most powerful people in the country.
He clearly doesn't have an input to the war cabinet's policy or how this campaign has been run.
Even you don't believe that if you say it.
Well, I wouldn't be saying it if I didn't believe it.
You don't think the Smodrich... She's 100% under retention by someone in the Israeli government. It might not be someone officially linked, but they're absolutely retaining her for something. She ain't working for free, bro. We know why.
Rich has much influence over the Israeli government.
Not on the
Do you know anything about the Israeli government?
Not on the conduct of this
it's like
war,
saying
Piers, on the basis...
Goebbels didn't have any control over policy. Therefore, it doesn't matter what he said.
I didn't interrupt Mr. Smith. The fact of the matter is that the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Everything that the Israeli army, the Air Force, and the Military Advocate General Corps, which is actually unique in the manner in which it approves strikes and the military tactics that the IDF launch. In fact, when I was on the ground in Gaza, including with a very senior military official from the UK, Sir John McCall, all of the group remarked that the procedures that Israel had put in place were unprecedented, that it wasn't just adhering to international humanitarian law, the law of armed conflict, but in every respect was going far above the requirements, including in taking precautions to prevent civilian casualties.
How have they been so careful? Have they managed to destroy 70% of Gaza and killed, I think it's 50 to 60,000 people?
Well, those again are Hamas figures, which
What's the figure,
not
then?
accurate.
What's the figure?
Well, you heard, I think, from the ambassador, 30,000.
How many people have you killed?
30,000. There you go with you again. I think there's been some misbriefing in this.
Well, you seem to be speaking on behalf of the government.
No, I'm speaking on behalf of the facts and the proper application of law, which I appreciate neither of you seem to be particularly interested in. But I will maintain my interest, in particular, the fact that these casualty figures by Hamas do not take account of how these people are said to have died. We know Hamas are shooting their own civilians. That false report of Palestinian civilians at aid centers being targeted by Israel, that was in fact Hamas shooting them.
You don't know that.
We have the drone footage.
You don't know that.
And we have
You actually don't know who...
All right, release the drone footage. Because nobody believes the Israeli government if that's what she's saying.
Killed them.
We have consistent account.
Why do them boys always dodge accountability like a feminist woman? Bro, because they don't have to deal with accountability. They have too much power and influence, my friend, in America. That's why. That is why.
The investigation is still going on, but of course it's an Israeli investigation, which will doubtless exonerate the Israeli forces.
We also know that Palestinian civilians are killed by indiscriminate missiles. Palestinian Islamic Jihad and Hamas rockets, when they fall short in the Gaza Strip, they don't fall with a proportionality analysis. They don't fall precisely in the way that Israeli strikes are conducted with warnings before.
If you're doing everything so magnificently by the book, why is it that so many allies of Israel are now queuing up and former prime ministers of Israel are...
Shout out to Gavaskar Brand, 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you, brother. Really appreciate that, man. All the subs. For all you guys, you should be able to claim some subs. So shout out to you, ninjas. No more. Tell him thank you, man. So now you guys don't got to worry about fucking ads.
Are queuing up to condemn it. Are they all? utterly deluded?
No, there are two particular reasons for this. The first is what we have seen with the manufacturing of this disinformation that comes out of Gaza from Hamas, that is promoted by NGOs formerly respected like Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, that is then in turn reported by UN special rapporteurs, that finds its way into Security Council resolutions or General Assembly resolutions, that then in turn makes it up to institutions like the ICC and the ICJ. And then once that circle of disinformation is complete, these matters are often re-reported by the NGOs that started this disinformation cycle in the first place. That's reason number one. Reason number two is because of the mode in which the international media have conducted their reporting of this conflict. We have the Al-Ali hospital as a prime example on the 17th of October 2023. Immediately it was reported that this was an Israeli airstrike. That was false. Piers, just like the reports of Israel targeting Palestinian civilians trying to get aid were false. I urge you to use...
See, here's the thing, right? I like how she's able to like pick these particular instances where there was misinformation. Look, when it comes to warfare, there's always the fog of war. There's always like propaganda being pushed out. But there's some things that are irrefutable. And the irrefutable facts are simply this. We have 50,000 dead. We have hundreds of thousands missing in the rubble. Who did that? Israel did that. This is a fact. So outside of the propaganda, certain events here and there, Hamas might have killed some people here, IDF might have killed some people, but that's not what matters. The bottom line is simply this. Israel is conducting collective punishment on a population of people in a densely populated area of over 2 million. And a majority of those casualties are individuals under the age of 18, which means by law, they're children. That is a fact. She can sit here and argue semantics on this day, this misinformation was put out, this was propaganda here, this was propaganda there. Both parties are putting out propaganda. Hamas and the IDF. It's war. And when, you know, in 2025, where we have social media and cameras and news outlets reporting on this thing, people are going to push out their own narratives. People are inherently going to be biased. That's true. But one thing that is irrefutable is that innocent people are dying at a great rate, and the majority of the casualties are not Hamas. They're innocent people. And these innocent people are predominantly children. That's the facts. And this is why no one likes Israel. You can't dance around that one. You can't lawyer your way out of that one. You want to sit there and say we're the most moral army in the world and our ratios are good and this is the best ratio we've ever seen in modern warfare? Not good enough. Not good enough. That's like saying, oh, the cars we got now are super fast, man. You know, we should have cars that only went 10 miles per hour before. Who cares? Who gives a fuck? The past is the past. We have all this advanced technology. We have all these intelligence. We have all this capability. And you're ever talking about fucking ratios? Anyway, I'll tell you this. The Israelis made a big stink about 1,000 people dying. But then when I say 50,000 are dead, they don't care.
A little bit of logic here.
Because they don't value life outside of Israelis. That's the problem. Nobody else's life matters. Hell, they don't even, their government doesn't even care about their life that much. Netanyahu needs to focus getting the fucking hostages out versus bombing the fuck out of Gaza. Get those Israelis home. I want them home. I want them safe. Get the hostages back. But you had the opportunity to get them back on October 10th and you didn't care. Shout out to Gavaskar Brand. I appreciate that, my friend. 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much, my friend. I really appreciate that, man.
To assess what on earth Israel's objective could be, targeting civilians or hitting hospitals like this willy-nilly, which it does not do without good reason because Hamas...
He don't love you says, Myron, I was eligible for monetization on YouTube. I reuse your content, make short clips with it. They hit me with the knowledge because of reused content. How do I fix this? Your username, face, reaction. YouTube username, face, reaction, FNF. I am not sure he don't love you. Yeah, I don't know. I am honestly not sure. Google it, man, and try to figure it out. And then if you need some kind of authorization from me, I'll give it to you. Figure out what you need. And then if you need an authorization from me, I'll give it to you, bro. All right? I don't mind you guys using my content and making money. I really don't. Hell, use my shit. Put clips up, put shorts up. I hope you make a bunch of money.
Has used them as command and control centers, and when it provides warnings to enable civilians to evacuate. Why on earth would Israel be targeting Palestinian civilians when it has been seeking from the get-go to evacuate them, to provide humanitarian corridors, which it has defended, even though Hamas has fired onto these civilians as they seek to flee areas where Hamas has embedded its terror infrastructure in these civilian areas, in mosques, schools, hospitals, and every second house when I was in Rafah that we saw. That is the truly...
How many houses did you see?
That is the truly...
How many houses did you see?
Well, many of them were destroyed,
well, how many
unfortunately.
Did you see? You said every second house. You saw
yes.
10 houses.
No, tens, plural.
10. Well,
the
how
fact
many?
of the matter is...
Hang on, how many?
But Hamas
you said
are
every
clear.
second house.
Yes.
So how many did you see?
No, every second house.
How many
in
houses
Rafah
did you go into?
Doesn't matter. Because,
It does matter.
No, because
You've made a statement. You said every second house. How many did you go into?
the houses were
Give
no
me a
longer
number.
left there. To
You
go
know how
into.
many
I said
houses you went into?
Tens.
What? 10, 15, 20?
Piers, you're missing the point here, I'm
No,
afraid.
no, I know the
point.
point.
Is that Hamas,
You've made a claim.
Hamas
I've simply
makes
asked you to give me a number. Numbers are not your strong point. I know that.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, man. Are you trying to call her a bimbo, Pierce? Hey, nigga, rare W for Pierce. Rare W for Pierce Morgan, man. I know numbers are not your strong point. I gotta work on my British accent. Bruh.
But I imagine you remember how many houses you went into.
No, we saw destroyed houses in the Rafah area because Hamas has been using these houses as part of its terror infrastructure.
How do you know?
Because they make clear
You just
their
said you went
tactic.
into them and you...
No, I
you
never...
said, you said,
Again, you're putting words in my mouth. If you would listen, I think things would be a lot clearer.
Right.
Yeah, Pierce doesn't listen, I ain't gonna lie.
Hamas have
So
made
you
it
know
clear.
what was inside houses even though you didn't go inside them and they're all obliterated.
Well, you know I couldn't go inside them because they were booby-trapped by
So
Hamas.
you didn't go
But what
inside
I
them
did
and they were
see-
all destroyed,
What I did
but you
see-
knew they were all
What-
full of Hamas stuff.
What I did see
How?
was drone footage that goes into...
drone footage.
That
Okay.
went into these houses that
So
demonstrated...
you didn't go into the houses, you didn't see any Hamas stuff in there, but you saw drone footage
that
later.
demonstrated
Supplied to you
how
by the
Hamas...
IDF.
Well, look,
All right,
Hamas make it very clear.
You know
If
what,
won't
I'm
take
sorry, it's
my
just all
word for it,
flannel, isn't it?
You always take Hamas's word for it. So listen to what they say.
You wouldn't take your word for it. It sounds like a lot of old bullshit again.
Well, it's
Dave.
like, listen, Pierce, as I've dealt with this argument with Douglas Murray and now here today, this is about as serious as Dennis Rodman claiming that Kim Jong-un showed him a supermarket full of food. You know, I mean, I don't know what to say here. And it would be equally ridiculous if I went on some Hamas-sponsored tour and then came back telling you that everything they say is correct. Here's the bottom line. I have a much more clear, logical answer. The reason why two former Israeli prime ministers, including Omar, who is a right-winger, who was Sharon's guy. This is not as if this is some left-wing anti-war peacenik or something like that. The reason why two former Israeli prime ministers have come out and said that Israel is committing war crimes in Gaza is because Israel is committing war crimes in Gaza. The reason why Israel will not let journalists into Gaza is because Israel is committing war crimes in Gaza. And the reason why Israel is killing Palestinian civilians in Gaza and the reason why they're building up more settlements in the West Bank is because, as Smotrich has said, as Katz, the defense minister, has said this week, and as Benjamin Netanyahu has said for years and years and years, their plan is greater Israel. They want Gaza and the West Bank. They call it Judea and Samaria. They believe that it's rightfully Israel's. Benjamin Netanyahu showed up to the United Nations a couple weeks before October 7th with a map where it was all Israel. That's the bottom line. It's why they've been controlling these territories since 1967. See, the truth makes a lot more sense. And by the way, you know that Israel has nuclear weapons, but you won't say it on this program because you're not in the business of telling the truth about this conflict. You're in the business of defending Israel, which is fine. That's what you want to do. But all three of us know they have nuclear weapons. Maybe we should get into where does international law stand on the US and the UK being partners with a country who's not in the non-proliferation treaty, who has nuclear weapons. Maybe we...
And that right there is precisely why they will never acknowledge publicly that they have nuclear weapons, because we actually have a law in place, guys, that I think Jimmy Carter put in back in the 70s where, you know what, now I gotta fucking find it. Oh, man. Basically, we cannot give foreign aid to any country that illegally procures nuclear weapons. And obviously Israel is one of those countries.
We could have a whole conversation on that next time, Piers.
I think,
come
you know
on,
what?
we all know what the truth is here.
I've actually asked Netanyahu myself that very question, and he didn't answer. So yeah, it'll be a very interesting topic for debate. We've got to leave it there. Dave Smith, Natasha Hausdorff, thank you both very much. Ahmed Aloug is a Palestinian journalist and the co-founder of We Are Not Numbers, whose book of the same name.
Okay. So that wraps up that one. Yeah, it was a rare Jimmy Carter thing. Nuclear Non-Proliferation Act of 1978. Hold on, I'm trying to find it. The actual... Here we go. Bam. So this is a law right here, guys. Why Israel will never claim it. I got you ninjas right here. More history for you guys, okay? This act, signed into law by President Carter, the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Act of 1977, restricted the provision of U.S. economic and military aid to countries that did not have full-scope safeguards on their nuclear programs under the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA. This meant that countries that didn't allow IAEA inspections of their nuclear facilities could face sanctions, including a halt to U.S. aid. This act, which was amended several times during Carter's presidency, provided the legal framework for U.S. foreign aid, including economic and military aid. The Carter administration used this act to link foreign aid with human rights and democratic principles, as well as implement policies related to nuclear non-proliferation. Guess who violates this law?
Every single time, every single crime, every single lie.
Yep, you guessed it. So, yeah. Also want to ask, what's the site directly to buy fresh fit apparel? I tried to buy my boyfriend a hoodie and shirt back for Valentine's Day. I got an email saying something, script by Maisie saying it was delayed until, but it never came. Yeah, fucking the t-shirt, the people that distribute suck. I don't know what it is, man. I'll figure that out with Fresh. What the hell? Myron, do you see what the Lincolns got caught with? I didn't hear about that. That's crazy. They tried to bring in some fungus? Chinese nationals caught with potential... What the fuck? All right, let's pull this up real quick. All right, ABC News. Two Chinese nationals charged with smuggling potential agro-terrorism fungus into U.S.? Bruh.
Some of the top headlines that we're following now on ABC News Live reports: two Chinese nationals have been caught smuggling potential agro-terrorism fungus into the United States. According to the Department of Justice, the smugglers are Chinese nationals allegedly receiving Chinese government funding for their research.
Oh, shit.
DOJ officials are saying that one of the defendants already admitted to smuggling the substance through the airport in Detroit. And according to the FBI, the fungus is known to cause what they call head blight in various crops.
Hold on. What the fuck? All right. Two Chinese nationals have been charged with allegedly smuggling. Why would the FBI do this? This got to be... Bro, I hope... this is supposed to be HSI. What the fuck? Bro, if HSI dropped the ball and let the FBI take this, I'm going to be pissed, bro. All right, Eastern District of Michigan. Bruh. All right, okay, let's go through this. Let's go. Now I got to do a little bit of research. All right. No, actually, hold on. This is the thing. Let's go on Google real quick. Boom. Eastern District of Michigan. Boom. All right. Okay, what are their names? Now I'm curious. All right, let's see here. What's their names, man? Because these Asian names be fucking cooked. Okay, so Yun Keen Jian. Okay, let's see. I think that's probably the nigga's first name. Boom. And then Jian, probably the last name. If not, we'll just flip it. All right, run query. Bruh. Okay, let me try this then. Oh, maybe that's why. Yeah, there we go. I knew it. Okay, USA versus okay, so they filed a criminal complaint on this one. Okay, and the reason why you guys know they filed a criminal complaint, see it says 225. I'll make it a bit bigger because you guys probably can't see. 225 MJ. That means that a magistrate judge is over it, which means that the duty United States Attorney and the duty magistrate judge handled this, which means there's a criminal complaint. So, what's the charge here? 18 U.S.C. 371. Okay, 18 U.S.C. 371, if I'm not mistaken, that's going to be conspiracy. Let's see if I still got it. Let's see if I still got it. Let's go! Let's go! I'm on point right now. Okay. Let's see. All right, criminal complaint. Let's click it. Let's read this shit. Bam. Okay, criminal complaint. Conspiracy to commit offenses or to defraud the United States, smuggling goods in the United States, 18 U.S.C. 545, false statements, and then visa fraud. Bruh. Why the fuck did the FBI take this case, man? What the fuck is going on? Special Agent Edward Nee. You already know this nigga Chinese. Bruh. This should be an HSI fucking case. Wow. How? How? Bruh. All right. Especially with the FBI, I've been employed in this capacity since March 2024. This nigga brand new. And I'm currently assigned to the Counterintelligence Division of the Detroit Field Office, FBI's Counterintelligence Division, responsible for exposing, preventing, and investigating ongoing national security threats. I make this affidavit in support of a criminal complaint and arrest warrant charging blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's see here. Okay, executive summary. Okay, let's go on to probable cause. Okay, Fusarium is a large genus of fungi. Many strains of Fusarium are harmless. However, some species can produce mycotoxins in plants that affect crop, human, and animal health, according to an article from the Journal of Molecular Plant Pathology entitled Heading for Disaster. Okay, let's see what background on them. Bro, this is crazy that HSI was not involved in here. Okay, so they got their WeChat messages. Yeah, that's how they got them for the fucking thing. Okay, so on February 5th, 2025, special agents interviewed Jan at the laboratory. During the interview, Jan identified herself as his girlfriend, blah, blah, blah. He denied knowing. Agents questioned why Lou would bring for serum grenades in the United States if he has samples. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so the reason why it looks like the FBI took this case is because they had already been looking at this guy from before. But still, goddamn. Okay. At the end of the interview, FBI agent asked Jan to provide herself, did not provide a cellular cell phone, and began manipulating the cellular telephone. Okay. So she supported the Communist Party. Okay, so there's national security situations here. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, they're cooked for this one. Okay, let me read some other chats in case I missed them. What about O/pence for those squad subscription? Way of Wick? Yeah, so guys, these are the 6 benefits that I'm thinking of giving you guys for joining the OSS on Locals when I make it eventually. It is, you guys will get 6 perks. Hold on, let me get it right here. All right, so 1, you could call into a debrief. 2, 1 free annual meetup in Miami on 4/20. 3, exclusive merch shirt only for OSS with a discount. Maybe I'll sell for $10.90. Merch monthly discount code, notification when I travel to major cities, and then the 6th one, OSS chats read on stream. So 6 benefits. 1, you call into a debrief when I do my call-in shows. 1 free annual meetup in Miami on 4/20. Exclusive merch shirt only for OSS. That's only on the Locals thing. You get a monthly discount code for merch, and then notification when I travel to major cities. So I'll do a meetup with OSS members if I go to like New York City again, for example. And then OSS chats read on stream, no matter the limit. So those are the 6 things I'm thinking of implementing for you guys. Oh, and then the first month is only $3.04, aka $3.04. And then it goes to $10.90 after that. But the first month is $3.04. What do you guys think? Wait, I'll try to get you guys a badge. I don't know if I can, if it'll let me get a badge. So. No smoking, guys. It's going to be a drug-free meetup, guys. Drug-free meetup, bro. Someone said a signed copy. Well, I'll sign your book at the meetup. All right, let me see if I missed any other chats here. Sign merch for OSS. Show up to the meetups and I'll sign it for you. That's actually a pretty good deal. All right, sweet. You guys like it? All right. All right. Well, like I said before, yeah, no weed, bro. We don't do drugs over here. All right. So if you guys think that's fair, then I'll work it out, you know. But yeah, it'll be monthly, like CC, yeah. It'll be monthly. And the reason why I'm doing it, guys, is to you know, offset the cost of the channel. As you guys know, it's cost me, being honest with y'all, it cost me about $20K or so. If I travel like $30K to run this channel. Between clippers, editors, equipment, shit like that. Like on the low end, 15K, on the higher end, 30K, depending on what I do. Yeah, the meetup will be in Miami. So, yeah. One chat says, if you don't have a guy who can make you shirts, my online fitness client makes shirts for a living. No worries. I appreciate that. Brett's working on that. So, all right. Well, either way, guys, I'm not going to launch it now. Give me a few weeks and I'll launch the OSS on Locals, but not right now. Not right now. And like I said before, I'm going to make it completely affordable for you guys. $109 for the year. First month is going to be $3.04 because 304 LOL, and then it'll go up to $10.90 for 109. Unforgiven gifted 1 sub to Myron Gaines X. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you so much, Unforgiven. Someone probably got a free sub. So yeah. All right, so guys, I'm going to be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. We've been going for 6.5 hours now. I'm going to go take Frank for a walk. You know what? Maybe I'll go, I'll go live on Instagram, guys. That's what I'll do. I'm going to go live on IG. I'm going to walk Frank. So go on my Instagram right now. All right, guys, go on my Instagram. Fed Reacts right here. Okay. I'm going to go live on here and I'm going to walk Frank in Miami. So this isn't goodbye. It's just I'll see you later. So like the video as well, guys. I think, what do we got for engagement here? Smash that like button, man. Let's get to like 3,000 likes. Got 2,800 of you guys watching right now as we're winding down. Shout out to you guys. Love you guys. So I'm going to go walk Frank. All right, guys. Follow me on Instagram. I'm going to walk him on IG Live. All right, guys. I'm going to go walk him and take a quick little walk and shit. So I'm going to go live. I'm going to go live on Insta right now. I'm literally going to go live right now. I'm going to take a piss. I'm going to take his ass downstairs. So follow me on Instagram so you guys can see me when I go live. As far as OSS, I'll be launching the OSS in a few weeks. I still got to clarify some things and everything. But give me some time. Right now, I'm just focused on the debrief and fresh and fit. But anyway, I'll be back tomorrow at 5 p.m., guys. Love you, ninjas. Follow me on Instagram, Fed Reacts. I'm going to be walking Frank right now. All right? So I'll catch you guys. And of course, we got to end out on the right way.
Every single time, every single crime.
All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow at 5 p.m. And follow me on Instagram. I'm going to walk Frank and chat with you guys a little bit more there. Let's go.
Every single day, every single night. I know it's hard to believe it's the whole forest, not one tree, and it's every branch and leaf. They're born to deceive. But I'm telling you the truth. It's not just one or two. It's every single Jew. They all hate you. And it really breaks my heart, but their lies are off the charts, and they only bring us harm. You gotta get smart. So if you want to be safe and don't want to get replaced, it's best you start being based, or